higher than the previous year of December 2020. So these numbers are staggering, and the lack of information about these numbers is very disappointing and makes you know that they know the effect these numbers will have on American citizens, and they want to try to bury them within the news cycle how best they can. But, you know, there are other costs. We talk about human costs. We talk about the cost to our
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox, taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. as we begin our top stories with the latest political news. More strong words from Russia's president as the standoff between Moscow, NATO, the United States, and Ukraine continues. Now, thousands of American troops are headed to nearby countries as the White House says they're lowering their rhetoric. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
Ukraine is preparing itself for all possible scenarios. We do not underestimate the threat.
Ukraine is gearing up for whatever Russia's leaders decide to do. New satellite images show a buildup of the Russian military. It's estimated 100,000 Russian troops are now near the border of Ukraine. Wednesday, President Biden said he will move 3,000 American troops to NATO countries nearby.
We certainly don't want to see war. This is about reassuring them and making sure that we as NATO allies are able to defend ourselves.
Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke out against the movement of U.S. troops, calling it unjustified and destructive. And on NATO, he clearly does not believe they're negotiating in good faith.
They said one thing and did another thing. As the people say, they played us, simply lied.
Wednesday, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson spoke with President Putin, but they made little headway.
The situation is very perilous. It is vital that diplomacy finds a way forward.
The Pentagon has already put 8,500 U.S. troops on high alert, and the White House is changing their language, no longer calling a Russian invasion imminent.
They want to show strength, but at the same time, they're trying to get Putin to de-escalate, and they're just, it seems to me, just sort of grasping at straws.
The U.S. has sent Kiev hundreds of millions of dollars worth of military assistance, but the president says there will be no U.S. troops in Ukraine. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And here's the latest on the ongoing situation in Afghanistan.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Antony Blinken were grilled during closed-door Capitol Hill briefings on the Afghanistan withdrawal, the humanitarian disaster that's followed, and a resurgent ISIS and al-Qaeda. Leaked notes from a national security deputies meeting on August 14th, one day before Kabul fell, indicate the Biden administration had not yet finalized where to evacuate thousands of Americans and allied Afghans, something the Pentagon had complained privately for months was held up by State Department bureaucracy. The notes obtained by Axios read, quote, "State will work to identify as many countries as possible to serve as transit points. Transit points need to be able to accommodate U.S. citizens, Afghan nationals, third country nationals, and other evacuees."
Is that true that at that late stage preparations had not been made as to where to evacuate Americans and others?
In the spring, the Defense Department was already trying to, gaming out what a non-combatant evacuation would look like. And the Secretary pre-positioned forces. Well before August, within 48 hours, we were able to get some 3,000 troops on the ground at the Kabul airport.
In Afghanistan in the past week, scenes of near famine and a collapsed economy following the U.S. withdrawal have led to the following warning from aid groups.
23 million people don't know where their next meal is coming from. We're calling this a race against time.
A message amplified in a recent Fox interview with the World Food Programme's director in Kabul.
They said the torment of hunger that they were living through today is worse than any of the war that they have lived through. The humanitarian imperative needs to be separated from the political discussions.
The World Food Programme says aid can be channeled through humanitarian organizations to bypass the Taliban, a moral imperative right now, it says, that's needed to stop this mass starvation. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Millions of Americans are facing wicked winter weather. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has more on the fierce forecast packing a frosty punch across the country.
A massive winter storm is bringing snow, ice, and freezing temperatures to more than a third of the country throughout this week.
This is unreal because it's so cold.
The mercury is plummeting in Colorado as Arctic-like temperatures are putting residents on high alert, with more than a foot of snow falling in some areas outside of Denver Wednesday.
I don't want to freeze to death.
The same bitter cold is targeting parts of Texas, where folks are desperately trying to save their homes from bursting pipes.
Low water pressure, if you have any discolored water or no water pressure at all, then you definitely need to go ahead and shut the water off to the house.
Meanwhile, snow in Missouri is creating dangerously slick roadways and causing accidents.
It was terrible. I mean, the semis were sliding off the road. I was sliding off the road.
And in Illinois, it's all hands on deck to stay on top of the snow removal, but some say it's important to still have a little winter fun.
My son is out helping as well, and in between we are sledding and playing in the snow.
It's a similar tale for Michigan residents, with some hoping all this white makes them a little green.
It's been a slow winter so far this year, trying to keep guys busy and employed. They really haven't had much to do. With a couple 1 and 2 inch snowfalls. So this one here, we're looking for a good 2-3 days worth of work.
All this wicked weather is also creating a mess for airlines, with aviation company FlightAware reporting more than 4,000 flight cancellations nationwide Thursday. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
All right, just after 6 a.m., good morning, everyone. Welcome to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next several hours. We've got you covered when it comes to this winter weather that we're seeing across the country and other top stories and, of course, breaking news. But right now, let's turn our attention to the latest when it comes to the coronavirus. Your young child could soon be eligible for a COVID-19 vaccine if the feds sign off. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri.
Access to the Pfizer vaccine could soon be expanding. The drug maker has asked the FDA for emergency use authorization for kids ages 6 months to 5 years. That would be for a 2-shot regimen with lower doses than other age groups. Some parents are welcoming the news, saying they'll get their kids vaccinated as soon as possible. But others are hesitating, claiming the vaccine is not safe, and they're concerned that if more mandates go into effect, they might not be given a choice.
It would be communism. If we can't advocate for our children's rights as parents, then where are we at in a society?
A number of cities and states are using mandates to increase vaccination rates among young people. On Tuesday, New Orleans became the first major school district to require shots for students ages 5 and up. And in Oakland, a new ordinance is in effect mandating vaccines for anyone over the age of 12 entering an indoor business.
Personally, I like having a mandate so that we don't
have to argue with people about it.
A growing number of schools are also bringing back mask mandates, hoping to keep kids safe as in-person learning ramps back up. But critics say the masks are having a major negative impact.
Just so many problems with hearing, with trying to develop speech, and just with the mental capacity as a whole.
If the FDA gives Pfizer approval, the vaccine for younger children could become available before the end of the month. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
6:10, you're streaming live now from Fox. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Let's take a look at how temperatures are faring in your area. Again, much of the country experiencing winter weather storms. So don't go anywhere. Right after this break, we'll bring you more on that wicked weather that we're seeing. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Another major storm is making its way across the United States. A 2,000-mile stretch of bad weather ranging from New Mexico to Maine is sweeping its way across the country. 21 states are in the sights of this storm, with the biggest impact seen in the South, which is expecting an ice storm that could see power outages. Areas in the Midwest could see more than a foot of snow, with some parts expected to get record snowfall. Now, this is why we are in touch with our colleagues over at Fox Weather, so make sure that you stay tuned into our show all morning as we bring you all the latest on the winter storm. For now, let's move right along with other top stories and breaking news. Here's the latest on how the labor shortage is affecting the restaurant industry.
Have been rated in poor condition for the past 10 years. What you all know, if you don't, you should know, there are another 3,300.
And his clear-eyed commitment to making our country's laws work for its people. And
Ukraine is preparing itself for all possible scenarios. We do not underestimate the threat.
Ukraine is gearing up for whatever Russia's leaders decide to do. New satellite images show a buildup of the Russian military. It's estimated 100,000 Russian troops are now near the border of Ukraine. Wednesday, President Biden said he will move 3,000 American troops to NATO countries nearby.
We certainly don't want to see war. This is about reassuring them and making sure that we as NATO allies are able to defend ourselves.
Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke out against the movement of U.S. troops, calling it unjustified and destructive. And on NATO, he clearly does not believe they're negotiating in good faith.
They said one thing and did another thing. As the people say, they played us. Simply lied.
Wednesday, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson spoke with President Putin, but they made little headway.
The situation is very perilous. It is vital that diplomacy finds a way forward.
The Pentagon has already put 8,500 U.S. troops on high alert, and the White House is changing their language, no longer calling a Russian invasion imminent.
They want to show strength, but at the same time, they're trying to get Putin to de-escalate, and they're just, it seems to me, just sort of grasping at straws.
The U.S. has sent Kiev hundreds of millions of dollars worth of military assistance, but the president says there will be no U.S. troops in Ukraine. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that report. 6:16 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you again for streaming live now from Fox. Moving right along with other breaking news that we first covered Monday and Tuesday, Black History Month began, unfortunately, with a string of bomb threats called into historically black colleges and universities across the country. Fox 5 DC is bringing us more on that story.
Threats against HBCUs, I think, are a little bit too frequent.
For me, it was very shocking.
I think we all expect something like this to happen. I mean, if you have this many black people in one area that feels safe, people in this America, they're going to do something like that.
At least a dozen HBCUs across the U.S. receiving bomb threats early Tuesday morning, the first day of Black History Month.
A day that we're supposed to be celebrating black culture. You know, a lot of students are just walking around the campus with hesitation and caution, and where we're supposed to be joyous and celebrating the month that celebrates our culture, instead we're focusing on these threats.
Kimora Howell is a sophomore at Howard. She says she felt uneasy when she got the word this morning about another threat at her school, now the third at Howard just this year.
I have an 8 a.m. I had an 8 a.m. this morning, so when I first woke up, I checked my email and I saw it, and it just made me a little nervous because, you know, they said all clear only 5 hours before I was walking outside and onto campus. After my class, I went to the the library here, which has a lot of people, and that's also just a concern because, you know, being so many people in one setting, that could be a target.
Howard officials tell me the threat came from an unidentified caller to the university phone line. A threat Monday against Bowie State University was made to the City of Bowie Police Department. Another was made to the University of D.C. There will be an increased police presence on these campuses, but some students feel to ensure their safety, it'll take more.
Until we fix, the systemic issues that plague our nation, I feel like as a student body, there's nothing really we can do. We just got to keep going.
All right. Huge thank you to Fox 5 DC for that story. Moving on.
That's against HBCUs.
Time in nearly 3 years, Michael
Avenatti insists he took a reasonable percentage of money owed from Stormy Daniels' book deal. But if convicted in the fraud trial, Avenatti could face up to 22 years in prison. Here's more on that from Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett.
Joining us late this evening to talk about this case. I'm sure you have a lot to say after that recap.
No, I do. I mean, it's an interesting case. First of all, in terms of his closing argument, I've been in many situations in the last 35 years where lawyers get up and they say, when I was a kid on the streets of Brooklyn, ladies and gentlemen, and the judge is like, Mr. Smith, could you please confine yourself to the facts of the case? So, those type of gambits sometimes can work. But in this case, we do have a saying, a little bit cute, but it's like, look, if you have the facts on your side, you talk about the facts. If you have the law on your side, you talk about the law. If you have neither one of them with you, then you go into that kind of extraneous stuff about, a plate of spaghetti and I'm Italian. That doesn't really help them. Okay, now let's break down the case real simple. When you're practicing law, there's two types of payments that you're handling, seriously. Number one is a legal fee. Okay, so if somebody pays me a legal fee, either because I sent them an invoice itemizing it and they pay me for that amount, or they're giving me a retainer, right, that I'm going to start using. The point is you put it into your business account, obviously, your lawyer's account. Here, it's even more compelling because the point is if I'm representing a client in a real estate closing and there's a down payment in the transaction, or here I'm representing a client in a book deal and that client is getting an advance for the book, that money goes into an escrow account.
Right.
Okay. And you hold it there in escrow. But now let's put a little finer point on this pencil. There are situations where I may be escrowing money, but then I'll ask the client specifically, I'd like you to authorize a disbursement to me, or let's say in this example, we'll say for $10,000 for the work I've done so far. They give me that in writing and I disperse it from the escrow account to myself. Here, what happened was he took the entire amount. It was the claim, $300,000. Okay. And then it got much worse for him because what happened was if you simply did this without the letter he sent in, which I'll explain in a second, then you would say, look, my assistants handle these type of transactions in my office and all of that. But here what happened was the allegation was, and I assume that they put in good evidence on it, is that he wrote to the publisher, forged the client's name and said, please disperse the monies to this separate account. That's pretty devastating if they were able to prove that. The reason I'm saying that is I wasn't, the case wasn't on television. I'm not familiar with all of the record, but I'm telling you right now, reading the tea leaves after all my years, he seemed very despondent, interestingly enough, outside of the courthouse. That's one thing that goes into my sort of Sherlock Holmes analysis. Number two, he didn't take the stand and didn't call a single witness. Not taking the stand was very well explained by you and the reporter, which is you get a clear instruction, ladies and gentlemen, you are to draw no inference, not hold that against the defendant, and all of that. And I think juries take that seriously. But, having said he was going to put on a case and then never called a single witness, I think he's facing an uphill battle. And from his demeanor outside the building, I think he knows it.
Really? Because he seems to have been walking around pretty confidently and is pretty sure in his case right now. Him representing himself, you don't think that's going to make the difference for the jury?
Well, I'm not big on the cliche phrases, but the other one is a lawyer who represents himself in a case has a fool for a client. I'm sure you've heard that, right? And so the point is, going pro se, which is the Latin, we love Latin, right? Lawyers, pro se, representing yourself. But there's also an advisor there, a legal advisor who's a lawyer to prevent later claims that you really didn't want to represent yourself. But the point is, it's a tricky landscape. Now, in fairness, Michael Avenatti is a lawyer and he's a trial lawyer and he knows his way around a courtroom.
Sure.
But again, it starts becoming kind of kooky because he's referring to himself in the third person. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Avenatti didn't really do that, and it kind of just comes across kind of strange. I've myself, you're not going to believe this, I prosecuted 3 cases in federal court. 3 different individuals represented themselves in those 3 trials. So I know a lot about pro se. I'm not bragging, and I'm just telling you, I've been through these rodeos many times. So again, with the caveat that I didn't see the case on TV, where I could really, give you a better explanation of, how I thought he did. I'm sure he did okay, but at the same time, let me explain this. I did read in the media that when he said, my father sold hot dogs from a stand when I was a kid, the judge, Jesse Furman, a very, brilliant judge, jumped right in and said, stick to the facts of the case. Then he said, Italian food, et cetera. And the judge jumped in there and said, this case is not about Italian food. So the point is, I think that the judge was, slightly upset with him. Also, if it was quoted correctly in an article I read, he said, this was my firm's money. We did not owe it to her. Trust me when I tell you that the judge is not going to take kindly to that type of an argument. I mean, you can go back and forth on some of the mechanics of the money. Now, in fairness to Avenatti, let me say this. There was a clause in his retainer agreement that said that they, and you probably heard this, and so did your viewers, that he would be allowed to be compensated a reasonable amount of money from the book advance, okay? But the problem, as I explained earlier, is that the word reasonable, sometimes it can help you, but it can also really hurt you. So if I have an agreement with a client that I'm going to hold their $300,000 book advance and I'm entitled to a reasonable fee for it, again, I can't just A, take all of it, B, divert it away from the client with a forged document,
right,
and then C, when it comes time to explain it all, just go into sort of, you know, vague generalities. So again, while my analysis may be slightly against the grain of some of the vibes that people are getting, I do think that they put in a pretty strong case, it seems to me, without having seen it all.
Well, and as you heard, as the reporter was kind of breaking it down, of course, he is charged with wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. When she said that if they can prove that first one, they'll get those other ones, do you agree with that? Is it kind of a one and done?
Well, it's funny that you asked me that, because I really can't remember in all the trials I've been in, I can't remember a situation, believe it or not, and I'll talk to some of my, you know, friends and colleagues about this, where a judge instructed a jury that, you know, one count goes with the other. But to explain it in simple English, basically, the wire fraud is devising a scheme to get money from somebody and engaging in fraudulent conduct to do that. So under that umbrella, I suppose is a good way to look at it, is this thing about the document I explained, which is that he sent a document to the publisher purportedly from Stormy Daniels, which he created. And so the point is, you know, one falls under the umbrella of the other. So if he's not guilty of engaging in fraudulent conduct as a general proposition, the wire fraud, then it kind of flows that he wouldn't be guilty of the identity theft. But again, it's unusual. I haven't really seen that too much. But, you know, you also have to remember, sometimes two counts can really be sort of for the same conduct with just a slightly different label. So I think that that's what Judge Furman was getting at, which is the two of them rise and fall together. That's all you're saying.
Right, and possibly something that can be inferred by the jury. If they're going to find you guilty on this, they'll likely find you guilty on this as well. Going into tomorrow, jury deliberations, there's just a couple of hours of deliberations today. What are your expectations?
Well, first I start with the general rule that we always talk about, which is, you know, one full day of deliberation for every week of trial. You know, that's not a hard and fast rule. I've seen exceptions, obviously, shorter ones, longer ones. But again, the point I'm making right out of the gate is that it was a relatively short trial. So I don't expect, you know, a super long deliberation of, you know, 4 and 5 days. I'm not anticipating that. Jury deliberations, however, sometimes are a little bit misunderstood. So I'll walk you through some of the basics, which is, you know, the jury just kind of settles in, you know, for 2 hours and then left at 5, I believe it was. Then tomorrow, you know, you may see a note or two, very just ritualistic. Judge, we'd like to hear the testimony from so-and-so. Judge, we'd like to see a particular document. I mean, juries, I should say, often sort of retry the case quickly. They start at the beginning, they go through it, and they start discussing it. And they're like, well, wait a minute, on this question of him being entitled to the money, you know, and they'll express their opinions. They'll say, well, it seems to me, I don't know if they called an expert, by the way, a lawyer, to explain what I explained at the outset of discussing this with you, which is, you know, the mechanics of what you do with escrow money, okay? It's not rocket science. It's not, you know, MIT nuclear physics. If you're taking a down payment on a real estate transaction, you're taking a book advance, any monies that are the client's funds, a settlement in an auto accident case, okay, those go into escrow accounts, okay? They don't get shipped into side accounts. So back to the jury deliberation. Sorry for that digression. No, I think that, you know, just crystal ball, I think, you know, you may have a verdict by Friday afternoon, certainly.
Well, we will hopefully be getting that by Friday so it doesn't push it into next week as well. But Doug, we know that can always change. We've had you on for a lot of these trials, and we just never know, do we?
Oh, no. I mean, jury, you know, it's interesting because you've heard lawyers say this, you know, and sometimes it's like a little melodramatic, but it's so true. Pacing the halls, waiting for a jury, particularly in a criminal case where the stakes are high, and I've done it a zillion times, very, very, very stressful.
Yep.
So again, you know, this isn't a murder case, and he's not facing life imprisonment, but at the same time, it's a $300,000 fraud, and he was convicted of the other case in the same building, the Southern District of New York, which was the extortion attempt against Nike. He received a 2.5-year sentence on that case, which is not inconsiderable. So unfortunately for him, you know, and I take no glee in saying this, it's a tough legal situation that he's in. He's got that case, and then there's a case in California, believe it or not. Right. So, you know, we'll see what happens. I never prejudge anything. I don't know the evidence specifically, dotting I's and T's, because it wasn't on television. And I wasn't in the building. And so the point is, we will see what happens. But tea leaves from outside the building are no case at all, you know, and again, it's the same legal principle though. He has no obligation to put on any case, okay? You can't draw any inference. The government always shoulders the burden of proof all the way throughout. And as you guys explained very well, the person, he's innocent until such point in time as a jury is convinced and then decides unanimously that the government has proven he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Every single point up to there, he's innocent. So, but again, you know, my little Sherlock Holmes, I thought his demeanor outside the building was interesting.
Yes.
You know, I don't have a perfect track record like, you know, sports handicappers who predict games, but again, he seemed a little bit sullen about the way the case went in.
Yep. Well, 2 years, definitely different than 22 years. So a lot on the line for Avenatti here. And we'll be watching it every step of the way here on Live Now from Fox. Doug Burns, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
And we
did make sure you're staying tuned into Live Now from Fox. We are recapping most high-profile court cases right here. So again, a huge thank you to our very own Daytona Everett for bringing us that segment. Just after 6:30 a.m., we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll have more nonstop news right after this. Welcome back. We are continuing to see mask mandates in effect in cities across the country. Here's the latest from Los Angeles.
LA Mayor Eric Garcetti and Governor Newsom without their masks on at SoFi Stadium. You saw those pictures, right? We showed those to you last night at 7 o'clock. Those photos generated new scrutiny about the masking policy. And LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, she's voicing her frustration.
Yeah, so she has put out a letter
which is asking for a change to the masking policy at SoFi Stadium, which is a mostly outdoor stadium, basically saying time to get rid of the outdoor masking mandates. So let's talk about this with her. She joins us now live. This has gotten a lot of attention. Why do you think that it's time to reevaluate this policy? And do you think that Dr. Barbara Ferrer is open to doing this?
First of all, I've said this so many times on your show, but I'm going to say it again. Clarity and consistency are what people want. The consistency would be to align with the state who, if SoFi Stadium was in Orange County, there would not be a masking mandate in place. And what I saw at the last game was well over 70% of the people, probably maybe more, were not adhering to the mask mandate, and it wasn't being enforced. Monday morning came and the sky was not falling. We weren't hearing about, oh my gosh, we're going to have an increase in the number of cases. And it just told me that it's time for us to align with the state. And the state's going to be revisiting this. The governor has said sometime in February, as it relates to the overall state mask mandate. Let's just make it clarity and consistency once and for all.
And just within this last hour, in fact, Supervisor Barger, you actually tweeted out a letter that is penned to Dr. Barbara Ferrer herself, and you're asking her to, in effect, align with the state. Have you actually had communication with her? Do you really think that Barbara Ferrer will make this move? Because she's been very strict in these last couple of years.
Well, I mean, it's, you know, I obviously she's going to have to speak for herself, but I can tell you that as a member of the Board of Supervisors, and we did a poll. I did not a mathematical poll, but a poll amongst the people that are weighing in on this. 89% agree with the fact that we should revisit this issue, and they feel that they have a right to choose. 10% have said it is fine as a status quo. I think we need to listen to the people, because it's obvious to me there is a complete lack of regard for enforcement. And quite frankly, people have the tools and the understanding of what's needed. We've said, first and foremost, get vaccinated. We know that it works. Get boosted. We know that that will help build up the immunities. We know that masking is one step also toward ensuring that you don't come in contact with the virus. But at the end of the day, people know. And at the stadium on Saturday, which you're showing now, it's obvious to me that there was a lack of concern among public health and, quite frankly, SoFi Stadium, because, and I'm not faulting them, because quite frankly, this would be okay in any other county other than LA County.
Phil Schuman.
So we're at a sad state of affairs where what you say and what Barbara Ferrer says and what the governor says essentially doesn't matter, because people are going to do what they want to do. And it seems like the best intentions, of course, are here because we want to slow the spread of the virus and contain the variant. But would you agree that government officials have largely become irrelevant?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't put the governor in that category, because the state mandate would allow for them to not be wearing masks at SoFi Stadium. So, and in terms of the mask issue with the governor and the mayor, I'm not in a position, because I have actually had pictures taken where they say, can we just have one without a mask? I take it off and I put it back on. So I'm not going to judge based on that, because I live in that glass house and people could throw stones. I've done it. But as it relates to government being irrelevant, well, you know, I think that there is an issue of COVID fatigue. I think people are sick and tired of being told one thing, and then 3 weeks later, something else changes, and there is no enforcement. And so I do believe, I don't know if irrelevant is the right word, but I think people are just fed up, and it's like, what are you going to do? We have become a state now that right. is like really has total lack of regard for the consequences, because there are no consequences, quite frankly.
You know, part of the frustration for a lot of our viewers is that SoFi Stadium is one thing. Nobody tells you to put the mask on. A lot of people don't have the mask on, but their kids are in school all day wearing masks, including at outdoor recess, despite the fact that there is zero evidence of outdoor transmission of COVID. Now, I know that some of that is a statewide mandate in terms of wearing masks inside at school. But is something going to be done about that? Should something be done on that?
So again, if we align with the state, the mandate as it relates to children in class would stay in place, but the mandate for them to wear a mask outdoors would not be in place, because that's something that LA County has chosen to implement. We've made it stricter than what the state has required. And I'm hearing from parents who truly are outraged that their child can't go out on the playground and play without having to wear a mask. And so, you know, again, aligning with the state gives clarity and consistency. And then when the state revisits this, and they're using a whole different set of metrics as it relates to what they're going to determine the next phase of masking is going to be, or any of the mandates that the state's going to do. And I would rather align with them and look at the matrix that they're looking at versus just simply having LA County do their own thing that is not consistent with the surrounding counties around us.
Especially now, because the surge is certainly winding down, thank goodness. In early January, we saw a high of 46,000 new daily cases. Today, a mere, and I'm not making light of the fact that more people got COVID today, but 8,000 plus cases. That's a very low number compared to just a few weeks ago. So we are coming to the end of the Omicron surge for sure. I did see, though, a lot of people online, and I understand that you get more support for let's reevaluate the mask policy, but people saying, I'm immunocompromised. I want that mask policy to stay as is. Your reaction?
And that's their choice. I mean, I think that's kind of the beauty of it. You personal choice. If you're in a situation where you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. But science needs to dictate how we determine where it is. And the state's own guidelines state that outdoor venues like SoFi, masks are not necessary. Now, is it recommended? Absolutely. If you are in a position where you've got pre-existing health conditions, wear a mask. You know, we still live in a land where you can make those personal choices. I'm not telling you that you shouldn't wear a mask. I'm saying you don't have to if the science does not support that being necessary.
LA Mayor Eric Garcetti and Governor Newsom without their masks on at
That was
SoFi.
the latest from Fox 11 Los Angeles. The mask mandate battle continues, not just in LA, but in major cities across the country. Taking our news coverage from LA all of the way across the country to Tampa, Florida. Now, the burnout is real. The pandemic has pushed many people out of their chosen profession. A lot of folks now searching for better pay, better hours, and most importantly, better quality of life. So Fox 13 Tampa is bringing us this story on how teachers are one of the largest groups calling it quits.
The rate of people quitting jobs in private educational services, it rose more than in any other industry in 2021. In both private and public, they're burned out. They're saying bye. Teachers started leaving classrooms in 2020 when the pandemic upended education and childcare. Resignations from the private education sector hit nearly 550,000 between January and November. More than 800,000 resignations were handed in that same time period by people in state and local education. Quits in the educational services sector rose 148%. Quits in states and local education rose 40%, according to federal data. By comparison, to put that in perspective, people quit in the retail trade. Those quits, they rose at 27% in the same time frame. According to LinkedIn, the share of teachers on the site who left for a new career increased by 62% last year. So, where are these burned out teachers going? The private sector. Talent-hungry companies are scooping them up, often boosting their pay to work in sales, software, healthcare, and training. Teachers are being hired in industries like IT services, consulting, hospitals, and software development. Teachers' ability to absorb and transmit information quickly, manage stress, and multitask are high-demand skills, recruiters and career coaches say. And classroom instructors, they're landing sales roles and jobs as instructional coaches, software engineers, and behavioral health technicians, according to LinkedIn. Some roles are paying tens of thousands of dollars above typical teacher salaries to boot. Teachers told the Wall Street Journal it was the low pay, pandemic-stressed classrooms, and trying to teach over Zoom virtually that really did them in, and their happiness and quality of life being compromised. And that fits with the greater sentiment pushing the Great Resignation. I'm Sorbani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
You're streaming live now from Fox. Let's take a very quick 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because right on the other side, we'll bring you all the latest when it comes to the Michael K. Williams death. We know that 4 men have been arrested and accused of selling fentanyl-laced heroin to the actor. We'll have that story live from Fox 5 New York right after this. Four men are under arrest accused of selling fentanyl-laced heroin to actor Michael K. Williams a day before his overdose death last September. They're now facing federal drug charges. Joining us live now is Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak, joining us from Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Good morning, Kayla. What's the latest on this story? We know that this is captivating a lot of eyes across the country.
Yeah, exactly, Rain. And when actor Michael K. Williams was found dead inside his apartment here in Williamsburg, it garnered national attention due to his celebrity status. Now it appears prosecutors want to send a national message, slapping 4 Brooklyn street dealers with federal charges. It's one of the last times Michael K. Williams was seen alive. The feds say this screen grab of security video shows the actor purchasing a fatal dose of fentanyl-laced heroin in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, the day before he died. On the other side of the hand-to-hand transaction, prosecutors allege, is Irvin Cartagena, the 39-year-old, and 3 others now facing narcotics conspiracy charges for peddling a deadly product in Manhattan federal court.
Deadly opioids like fentanyl and heroin don't care about who you are or what you've accomplished. They just feed addiction and lead to tragedy.
U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, also accusing the drug trafficking crew of continuing to sell the drug, even after knowing it had killed Williams. The Brooklyn native, perhaps best known for his role as Omar Little on HBO's The Wire, died of an accidental overdose last year. Former NYPD Lieutenant Darren Porcher says fentanyl-laced drugs has been a dangerous killer for some time now.
It's a cheap way of cutting drugs that gives a very powerful high. But the problem that you have when you cut drugs with fentanyl is the person that's cutting the illegal substance is not a chemist. They're working based on the way they feel. And that can be catastrophic to the casual user, as we saw in this particular case.
But federal charges, like the one seen here, is not exactly common. Peter Frankel is a former federal prosecutor.
You've got a high-profile death. You've got fentanyl, which is ravaging our society. And you have a situation where if this went to state court, you'd be looking at all 4 of them getting out the night that they were arraigned and no prosecution for homicide.
If convicted, 3 of the men face mandatory 5-year minimums behind bars. For Cartagena, it's a minimum of 20 years. Still, Frankel says this is hardly an open and shut case.
We don't know if Mr. Williams had other suppliers, bought from other drug dealers, what it was exactly that he ingested, and how they're going to be able to prove that that came from these 4 individuals.
all four men are set to have their first court appearances later today, but Cartagena will be facing a judge over in Puerto Rico. That's where he was located and arrested yesterday. Rain?
In their area.
During this recent Omicron surge, COVID tests are flying off the shelves. Now masks are too. In some internet searches, finding the doctor-recommended N95 mask is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
We had ordered a supply of them through Amazon before our trip. Then afterwards, with Omicron being so common, we decided we should probably get some more. And I clicked reorder on Amazon and it said not available anymore.
Beaumont Health's Director of Infectious Disease, Dr. Matthew Sims, says you can wear N95 masks for several hours a day.
At the hospital, sometimes we wear it for our whole shift.
For people who are not in the medical environment, should they be wearing their N95 masks like on today and then wear the same one tomorrow, or do they need to get another one for the next day?
You really should get another one for the next day. And right now they're in somewhat short supply.
If you can't find an N95 mask, doctors say you can wear a KN95 mask or any other variation. You can also wear 2 surgical masks, but at the end of the day, you got to throw it out. Remember, before you leave the house, new day, new mask.
Because think about it, you're breathing into it, you're contaminating it with, your own bacteria. They're not going to be clean and ready to wear again.
Also, beware of counterfeit masks, which are becoming more prevalent. Dr. Sims says check reviews for masks online before purchasing and make sure they come in a sealed box. Brandon Hudson, Fox 2 News.
I feel safe masking up. We all need to mask up.
As Omicron takes the lead as the dominant COVID variant, this highly contagious variant has many medical professionals advocating for more attention to be paid to the type of mask people are wearing.
I was scared because I'm in the field and I deal with patients every day. That's why I have this.
This mask is an N95. It's one kind of face mask that medical professionals recommend to protect you against the highly transmissible Omicron variant.
So you want to make sure that it's at least a 3-layer surgical mask or an N95 or higher. We want to make sure it's not a cloth mask. A cloth mask does not offer protection that you need.
A cloth mask is typically a single layer of material that is ineffective in keeping out particles of a virus.
The purpose of wearing a mask is to offer filtration from the aerosol particles of the virus.
Doctors say you can improve the effectiveness of a cloth mask if it's your only option.
So if you have a cloth mask, you want to make sure that it's at least 2 or 3 layers. But I would recommend getting a surgical mask that actually has the filters built in the material.
I feel very safe. I have on 2.
An N95 mask can be challenging to find, but medical professionals say a surgical mask works just fine.
For practicality purposes, wearing these surgical masks should be sufficient. If you have a mask at home and you're unsure, go to the CDC website, look up the mask guidelines.
Doctors say even if you are fully vaccinated and boosted, there are times when you should still wear a mask to protect yourself.
Even if you're vaccinated, wear your mask. I wear my mask in every indoor public setting where I don't know the people that are there. So I think that's just a public health recommendation, and I really hope people abide by it.
In Royal Oak, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
In HealthWorks, there are a bunch of masks out there, right? We got the KN95s, we have cloth masks, and of course you have the surgical disposable masks. But why are some experts saying that the cloth mask is no longer good?
There are many fashionable cloth masks out there, but the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota is saying, leave those at home, please. Local doctors agree. A single-layer cloth mask doesn't offer enough protection.
The purpose of wearing a mask is to offer filtration from the aerosol particles of the virus.
Beaumont doctor Asha Shahjahan says we need layers of protection. And here's the good news. Those blue surgical masks that are pretty easy to come by fit the need.
So you want to make sure that it's at least a 3-layer surgical mask or an N95 or higher. We want to make sure it's not a cloth mask. A cloth mask does not offer protection that you need.
According to research at the University of Hong Kong, this Omicron variant multiplies much faster in the body. That's why it's so important for everyone to keep the virus out.
even if you're vaccinated, wear your mask. I wear my mask in every indoor public setting where I don't know the people that are there. So I think that's just a public health recommendation, and I really hope people abide by it.
So if you have a KN95, you might say, what's the difference between this and an N95? Really, it's just that the N95 mask is regulated by the United States, and these are made in China. Pretty much considered to be the same mask. Remember, when you're wearing your mask, you're getting it nice and tight around your nose and looking for it to fit pretty snug around your face. That's HealthWorks. I'm Dina Centofanti.
Nearly 2 years into the pandemic, Daniel Reimer is used to wearing a mask. He has a KN95, a change he ramped up when the Delta variant swept through Michigan.
Improved protection, wanted to prevent contracting the virus.
Now the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention advises us to use N95s, KN95s, or surgical masks because of the highly contagious Omicron variant. But with that recommendation comes concern. The CDC says 60% of KN95s are counterfeit or don't provide the needed protection.
How sad that is when we're in the middle of a worldwide pandemic and life and death issues are attached to these types of protections.
It worries me because of a couple reasons, one of which, first and foremost, are we protecting each other and ourselves when we have that high degree of fake or masks that are not proper to protect us? The other part too is a lot of people are spending money on these masks and maybe they don't know what they should be looking for. Dr. Douglas Apple is the chief clinical officer for Ascension, Michigan. He suggests checking the mask's manufacture date, make sure it's sealed, and see if the company includes contact information to answer your questions. Does it hold up when I stretch it? If this falls apart, which I've seen some masks do, then how assured am I that it was even made properly? The other part too is that metal wire in the nose, making sure that it's in the right place. Dr. Apple says taking a couple extra steps ahead of time can help keep you safe and keep you from getting scammed. It's not just the protection, but it's your money. For more information about counterfeit KN95s, head to fox2detroit.com. I'm Veronica Meadows, Fox 2 News.
Slowly approaching the 7 a.m. hour here at Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. Right after this break, we'll have a live update from Fox Weather. As you can see, winter storms affecting much of the country. We'll check in with Hunter Davis right after this.
Cincinnati, Ohio, get ready because we got some more snow on the way. A powerful winter storm right now is dumping snow, ice, as well as rain across the majority of the country. Old man winter's dialing it up, forcing schools and businesses to close and a lot of power outages.
And we are keeping an eye on the roads. Travel greatly impacted by this storm, creating driving nightmares across the central U.S. We're already seeing issues, so how bad is it going to get?
And we've got your back, America, with up-to-the-minute updates on watches and warnings. 57.5 million of you right now are being covered by winter storm warnings. 48 million of you are under a winter weather advisory. And then 6 million of you are under a ice storm warning. We have team coverage. America's weather team is spread out all across the country, from Vermont to Buffalo, New York, to Columbus, Ohio, Memphis, Oklahoma City, Paducah, Kentucky, as well as Champaign, Illinois. America's Weather Center starts right now. Welcome inside America's Weather Center. You're watching Fox Weather Sunrise. I'm Jason Fraser.
And I'm Britta Merwin. It is a very messy morning for many of us as winter storm warnings continue and this storm just slowly crawls out to the east. Look at that camera in St. Louis, Missouri. So, of course, this is the top of a building. So as you go up in the atmosphere, that wind does increase. But it's a
very messy morning indeed. We're going to take it from St. Louis, Missouri out to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. There, Hunter Davis is joining us live. Good morning, Hunter. What's the weather looking like? I see not too many people are on the roads this morning.
Hey, Rain, good morning. Ideally, we keep it that way because conditions are expected to get worse throughout the day. You can see 1 or 2 cars, and that's pretty much been the name of the game today. Just a few cars every now and then. If you take a look at the roads, the big problem is the fact that we've got snow, because the Sooner State has seen 1 to 3 inches of snow so far. They're expected to see another 1 to 3 inches before all of this is over. And under that snow is where the real problem lies. Under the snow right here is actually just a big slab of ice that has really just coated this parking lot that we're standing in. Granted, there wasn't treatment on the parking lot, so it is worth mentioning that the road conditions are slightly better than this. But in those, spots where maybe the treatment hasn't happened, those neighborhood roads, those back streets, any of that kind of stuff, it's going to be really dangerous. Fortunately, Oklahoma does have what they call snow routes. This is something that's been in place since 2007. They've basically found which routes are their necessary routes to travel throughout the state, and those are the routes that get that immediate attention, the plowing, the salting, all of that kind of treatment. However, when you look on all of the TxDOT cameras, Oklahoma Department of Transportation cameras right now, all of the conditions say severe, big capital letters, severe. And that's what they want to get across, is that things are just really too dangerous to travel. We're not going to break out of those freezing temperatures today. Wind chills have us sitting in the teens. We should get just above freezing tomorrow. So really the next 24 hours as more precipitation continues to come down and we just continue to pack this snow into the ground and basically it all becomes ice. It's really just going to get more and more dangerous as we move into the next 24 hours. Most schools canceled here across Oklahoma. If not canceled, they have since gone virtual. There's one of those trucks coming behind me. That's pretty much what everybody's been seeing this morning, is a lot of those snow plows on the road, a lot of those salt trucks on the road this morning. So it's best if you don't have to travel. It's the typical snowstorm slogan. If you don't have to travel, just don't travel. Just stay home. Rain.
All right. Well, it seems as though the city is definitely prepared, and we are seeing these severe conditions across the country. So we'll be in touch with your Fox Weather colleagues who are in other cities who are having some pretty wicked weather this winter. So Hunter Davis, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Rain.
All right, guys, and we are going to stay on top of weather this morning. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox Weather. They're bringing us a recap of weather conditions across the country.
Yeah, so it is going to be a really long day in a lot of these locations in the Ohio Valley. Louisville, you are waking up to ice. We are expecting to see the ice continue through the afternoon. So this is one of those spots that you might see a little bit of sleet mixing in, but it's mainly an ice scenario. And we're talking about a ½ inch of ice here. So power outages, also dangerous driving conditions. I would definitely stay off the roads here. We could see a little bit of light snow moving in tonight, but again, the big takeaway for Louisville is going to be the ice and the very cold weather moving in behind it. Stephen?
And picking up where you leave off, we will see this moisture move through the Ohio River Valley into the Northeast. This is a Friday morning, so some lingering snow maybe in Louisville as that cold air finally rushes on in after dealing with some freezing rain and sleet there. Columbus will see that snow eventually taper off, and this will all move out of here. In fact, by Friday, there should be a fairly quiet day with those temperatures, yes, cold, but we will have dry time. It's not going to be dry on Friday. I mean, really beginning today in the Northeast, expect those gloomy conditions to be around. It'll be rain along the I-95 corridor. You'll work a little farther to the north. That's where that transition occurs. This will be Friday morning, so we could see some sleet, even some freezing rain. We can't rule that out. The freezing rain would be the stuff that would accrete on elevated surfaces, and then we have the snow through interior portions of the Northeast and New England. But eventually by Friday afternoon and Friday evening, we'll see this stuff taper off. However, that cold air might work south quick enough to where that transition along the I-95 corridor occurs. Will it be snow? Perhaps, but more than likely it'll be sleet. So those ice pellets that are more of a nuisance than anything. Looking at what we could see as far as accumulations, I mean, ice still to come. That's impressive. From Austin to Albany. Jason.
Now let's head to Memphis, where the city is under an ice storm warning. At most, it will receive about an inch of snow, but 1 inch of snow that melts in these conditions can really create some slick roadways as well as some sidewalks. Fox Weather's Will Nunley joins us now from Memphis. And Will, how are the conditions there this morning?
Well, Jason, we absolutely have a rain-sleet mix here this morning and already have icing conditions, already have power outages as well. We started to hit freezing about 11 p.m. last night. We've stayed there ever since, about 30 degrees so far this morning, so that is starting to stack up the problems. And as you have been kind of highlighting this morning, we're on an interesting dividing line. Depending on where you are here in Memphis, Shelby County, it's a big county, but we have, some areas reporting sleet. We have some areas reporting just the rain and the freezing rain at this point, and then also just rain in kind of the southeastern parts of the county. So we're at a very interesting dividing line here. I want to take you to a Tennessee Department of Transportation camera, TDOT, as we call it around here. And this is I-40, and already some reports of slushy conditions on some of the bridges. We have a lot of bridges to contend with here in the Memphis area and also the Delta as well. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on those conditions as well. But we are seeing the ice begin to accumulate. The local electric provider here in Memphis are reporting about 500 power outages so far. That is expected to climb because we already see the ice glazing up on these tree branches. And really, Jason, we're at the start of this event. We have a day of this to go. Everybody needs to be patient and be ready. Jason.
Will Nunley, line for us this morning in Memphis. Thank you. And it's going to be a very slick conditions across the United States. And Stephen, I know that you were tracking what's happening in terms of that ice.
Yes, and the ice is going to be a big concern for Memphis and for areas that are along the Mississippi River down into Arkansas even. This is not for sleet, those sleet balls or ice pellets that you see bounce off. This is for the stuff that will adhere to power lines and tree limbs and cars, anything that's below freezing at the surface. If those temperatures are below freezing and it's rain falling, you'll have an ice storm on your hands. And unfortunately, the setup for this system does mean that we could see it. Louisville down to Paducah into Memphis, Clarksdale down far south as Greensville. So let's look at a couple of spots that are currently dealing with some ice in the form of sleet, mostly sleet. Temperatures are in the mid and low 20s in Dallas, and that's what we're seeing at DFW, also at Dallas Love Field. Fort Worth right now dealing with some cloudy skies. Burleson, though, dealing with some snow with a temperature of 24 degrees. Been watching what's going on in Dallas. Haven't seen any reports of accumulating snowfall yet. It's mostly sleet there, but we'll wait for that entire column of air to perhaps drop below freezing, and then we'll see that snow pick up. It's maybe a mix in Madisonville, showing snow at the moment with a temperature of 32 degrees, but where you see that pink, it's It's more complicated than that. Wish it was all snow, but it's likely a bit of sleet too. Even Mayfield, Paducah cloudy at the moment, Carbondale and Evansville. A little farther north of Carbondale, familiar with southern Illinois, is Mount Vernon. We just recently had the changeover from sleet to all snow there in Mount Vernon. So that cold air is still sinking to the south, and it'll eventually hit Chillicothe, even Parkersburg right now with a temperature of 43. It's only rain there. Jason.
Well, Stephen, we've been warning people all week long that there is a huge potential for power outages. And according to our partners at poweroutage.us, about 114,000 households across the United States are now without power. The bulk of those are in Texas, where there is nearly 42,000 households without power. Over in Arkansas, nearly 22,000. Pennsylvania, as well as Oklahoma, we have about 6,000 to about 7,000 folks without power. So let's focus in on what's happening over in Texas. So Hunt County right now, about 10,000 people without power. Collin County, nearly 8,000 people without power. And you may hear me keep saying households. That's because there are multiple people inside of that household. So even though we're saying that over in Dallas County, there's nearly 3,000 households, it's likely more people that it impacts. Let's go over to Arkansas, where over in Craighead, there's nearly 4,000 people without power. Across the state, nearly 22,000 people without power. Over in Poinsett, we have nearly 8,000 households without power. And those of you in Pennsylvania, this is going to be the state where we are anticipating an increase in the amount of power outages. And that's all due to the fact that we could potentially end up seeing some ice developing there. Jefferson, as well as McKean counties, nearly 2,000 households without power in each of those counties. Well, Fox Weather is getting you ready for this morning and on the move. And let's take a look right now at what's happening in the skies. Live look right now over in Atlanta at Hartsfield's Jackson Atlanta International Airport there. You can already see some rain has fallen there. It's sticking to the camera there. And so far, we have been seeing some flights in and around the Atlanta area. They have been delayed. We are also seeing some flights that are canceled as well. And I want to show you a map of all of the planes right now that are pretty much taking off in and around the United States. And you see it's very busy in the eastern half of the United States. But part of the reason why we're not seeing a whole lot of delays in and out of the Houston area or even Dallas area, one has to do with the time of morning. It is usually a lot of planes tend to take off at least sometime between 5 and about 7 a.m. But the other thing is some of these flights have already been canceled as well. So that's why we're seeing a lot of flights in and around the eastern seaboard. Want to show you the misery map because it really is going to highlight exactly what it is that I'm saying. In Dallas right now, the bulk of the flights there are either delayed or canceled in and out of Dallas. Across the country, we have nearly 4,000 flights that have been canceled there. 176 flights have been delayed. We're seeing some delays out of Atlanta, also out of Miami as well, and over to those of you in Boston. We are already seeing some flights there delayed as well. So this is going to be one of those things where, unfortunately, if you're doing any flying today, you're going to have to pack some patience because everywhere we are anticipating seeing either some delays or some cancellations. Britta?
You definitely want to pack some patience if you are flying during this winter storm. A huge thank you to our colleagues over at Fox Weather for that report. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because
this afternoon, President Joe Biden
will have a live conversation with Fox 5's Robert Moses. We do know that President Biden is visiting New York City to talk gun violence prevention. That story right after this break. 7:16 a.m. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A lot of news to cover here. We know that the American Red Cross is facing a critical blood shortage because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Here are a few ways that you can help out.
Needs blood.
The American Red Cross says a critical blood supply shortage is putting hospitals across the country in crisis mode.
We have, in some instances, less than a day's supply of blood on hand.
The nonprofit humanitarian organization is responsible for providing at least 40% of the nation's blood. But now, those levels are so low, officials say some hospitals are postponing medical procedures.
It is forcing doctors to make a very difficult decision about who receives a blood transfusion and who must wait until there are additional products available.
I've heard from a number of hospitals that they've had to delay surgeries because they didn't have enough blood on hand.
Healthcare professionals blame pandemic restrictions and closures for the rapid decline in blood drives. And data from the Red Cross is highlighting the issue, showing college students made up 25% of blood donors in 2019, with that number plummeting to just 10% in 2021.
There's no blood drives at schools because schools were locked down. There's not as many blood drives at work because there's no work going on at offices.
But for those who are still going out and donating, they say it's an easy process with incredible payoffs.
Sit here for an hour or two, and then afterwards you go home knowing that you could have potentially saved a life.
This is the worst blood shortage in more than a decade. In fact, officials say it'll take months for supplies to return to their normal levels. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Kevin Cork for that report. Looking live now from the White House, here's more on how the Biden administration plans to cut cancer's death rate.
It's bold, it's ambitious, but it's completely doable.
President Biden on Wednesday touting an initiative, frankly, both parties can get behind, committing to reducing the cancer death rate by about 50% over the next 25 years.
I promise you, we can do this. For all those we lost, for all those we miss, we can end cancer as we know it.
February is National Cancer Prevention Month, an ideal time for Mr. Biden to relaunch the Moonshot initiative against the disease that was first announced back in 2016 when he was vice president, and a year after he lost his son Beau to brain cancer. According to the American Cancer Society, there'll be nearly 2 million new cancer diagnoses and more than 600,000 cancer deaths this year alone. Mr. Biden hoping to slash that number by 300,000. And to facilitate that goal, he'll create a cancer cabinet consisting of officials from the federal government and the private sector. In addition to cutting the death rate, they'll work toward improving the quality of treatment.
And to turn more cancer from death sentences into chronic diseases that people can live with. To create a more supportive experience for patients and their families.
The president saying we can take scientific advances we learned from the pandemic and apply them to what he's calling a presidential priority.
I will do my part on funding and using my authorities as president to break log jams and speed breakthroughs.
The president also announcing a campaign to get more Americans screened for cancer. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Staying on the latest when it comes to President Biden's agenda, President Biden will be visiting New York City today. Biden plans to meet face-to-face with Mayor Adams and is expecting to focus on how federal and local authorities can work together to get guns off the street. Joining us now live from One Police Plaza is Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. Hey there, Robert.
Rain, good morning to you. As you can probably see, the barricades are already up here around police headquarters in Lower Manhattan ahead of the president's visit later on today. Even before he arrives here in New York City, his message has been clear, and that is the city has an ally in Washington in its fight against gun violence.
I promise you.
This afternoon, President Joe Biden and Attorney General Merrick Garland joined Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul at police headquarters to discuss the Biden administration's plan to reduce gun violence. The White House touts historic levels of funding to put more officers on streets and pay for community violence prevention and intervention programs.
and increased enforcement against illegal gun traffickers. The president's visit comes one day after the city buried Detective Wilbert Mora. He and his partner, Detective Jason Rivera, were ambushed and killed by a career criminal with an illegal gun. Thousands of police officers came to Mora's funeral to show their support. An NYPD officer presented Mora's anguished mother with the flag that had covered her son's casket. So far this year, 6 police officers in the city have been shot, including an off-duty cop in Arvern, Queens on Tuesday night.
The conversation we have been having over and over again, the overproliferation of guns, ready to use them on individuals in blue uniforms or blue jeans. They don't care.
According to the latest NYPD statistics, shooting incidents and shooting victims have each increased by more than 30% this year compared to last. One of those victims was Crystal Barron Nieves, who was working as a cashier at a Burger King in East Harlem when a robber shot and killed her last month.
Yo solamente quiero
All I want
que lo que le pasó a mi hija no le pase a más nadie.
that what happened to my daughter don't happen to nobody else.
Through her tears, Christy Nieves sent a message to the president ahead of his visit to the city today.
Quiero decirle al presidente
I want to tell the president
que él necesita cambiar todo su sistema
he needs to change all his system
y sacar todas estas pistolas
and take out all these guns
de la calle.
from the streets.
Robert, a very emotional message there from community members to President Biden ahead of his visit. What more have we learned about his visit today?
Well, Rain, after his stop here at police headquarters, he's supposed to visit a public school in Queens to talk about community violence intervention programs. Just a few days ago, the mayor of this city called the president my dude. And while he was saying that playfully, he was not playing at all about how serious the city's gun problem is and how much he needs the federal government.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, bringing us the very latest when it comes to President Biden's visit. We'll have more nonstop news right after this. U.S. and international communities continue to monitor the situation in Ukraine, where Russian troops are amassed at the country's border. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin accused the United States and NATO of ignoring his country's security needs. Meanwhile, this is the message from the Pentagon.
In Belarus, as the Secretary said, the United States stands shoulder to shoulder with our NATO allies. The current situation demands that we reinforce the deterrent and defensive posture on NATO's eastern flank. President Biden has been clear that the United States will respond to the growing threat to Europe's security and stability. Our commitment to NATO, Article 5, and collective defense remains ironclad. As part of this commitment, and to be prepared for a range of contingencies, the United States will soon move additional forces to Romania, Poland, and Germany. I want to be very clear about something. These are not permanent moves. They are moves designed to respond to the current security environment. Moreover, these forces are not going to fight in Ukraine. They are going to ensure the robust defense of our NATO allies. Now, let me lay this out for you in a series of 3 steps. First, 1,000 soldiers that are currently based in Germany will reposition to Romania in the coming days. Now, this is a Stryker squadron, a mounted cavalry unit that's designed to deploy in short order and to move quickly once in place. And they will augment the some 900 U.S. forces that are currently in Romania. Now, this force is designed to deter aggression and enhance our defensive capabilities in frontline allied states. And we expect them, as I said, to move in coming days. Secretary Austin discussed this repositioning to Romania just last week in his conversation with the Romanian Minister of Defense. And again, I want to stress that this move is coming at the express invitation of the Romanian government. Additionally, we welcome French President Macron's announcement that France intends to deploy forces to Romania under NATO command, which Secretary Austin discussed with the French Defense Minister, Florence Parly, just last week. The United States will continue to consult and coordinate with France and all our allies to ensure that we complement each other in our respective deployments. And of course, we're going to continue to work through NATO to make appropriate defensive and non-escalatory force posture alignments. Second, we are moving an additional force of about approximately 2,000 troops from the United States to Europe in the next few days. The 82nd Airborne Division is deploying components of an infantry brigade combat team and key enablers to Poland, and the 18th Airborne Corps is moving a joint task force capable headquarters to Germany. Now, both of them, as you know, are based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Collectively, this force is trained and equipped for a variety of missions to deter aggression and to reassure and to defend our allies. Not surprisingly, we work very closely with our Polish and German allies to set the stage for these movements, and we absolutely appreciate their support. Again, these are not permanent moves. They respond to current conditions. We will adjust our posture as those conditions evolve. Third, and finally, all of these forces are separate and in addition to the 8,500 personnel in the United States on heightened alert posture that I announced last week. Those 8,500 are not currently being deployed, but remain ready to move if called for the NATO response force or as needed for other contingencies as directed by the Secretary or by President Biden. We continue to review our force posture and the situation in Europe, and we will make adjustments as the situation warrants. I also want to take this opportunity to correct some misconceptions around last week's announcement. NATO as an organization does not have veto power over U.S. Troop deployments, and media reports to the contrary represent a mischaracterization of that. Nothing precludes the United States from making its own decisions on force movements, including those forces that are being placed on heightened readiness. That said, any movement of U.S. forces involves consultation with the host nation, as we have done with Romania and Poland and Germany prior to today's announcements. And we're mindful of the competing needs of operational security and our obligation to be transparent, and we'll provide you additional information on these and other movements as available and as appropriate. As we have long said, we are continuously reviewing our posture, so there may soon be additional posture decisions to announce, including movements that are part of ongoing military exercises. This is not the sum total of the deterrence actions we will take or those to reassure our allies. I think it won't surprise you, we take a theater-wide approach to deterrence and defense, and we welcome the additional announcements by Spain, Denmark, the UK, and the Netherlands of their consideration to deploy additional forces to reinforce NATO's eastern flank. The United States has robust capabilities distributed across Europe, including in the Baltic region, and we will continue to assess needs in that area in cooperation with the relevant allies and, of course, the full NATO alliance. We stand united. We have said that repeatedly. We say it again today. These movements are unmistakable signals to the world that we stand ready to reassure our NATO allies and deter and defend against any aggression. Now, as the Secretary said Friday, we do not know if Russia has made a final decision to further invade Ukraine, but it clearly has that capability. The Department of Defense will continue to support diplomatic efforts led by the White House and the State Department to press for resolution. We do not believe conflict is inevitable. The United States, in lockstep with our allies and partners, has offered Russia a path to de-escalate. But we will take all prudent measures to assure our own security and that of our allies. Now, finally, just one note. I note that in the past few hours, a proposal made by the United States leaked to a European news outlet. We did not make this document public. But now that it is, it confirms to the entire world what we have always been saying. There is no daylight between our public statements and our private discussions. NATO and its partners are unified in their resolve and open to constructive and serious diplomacy. The United States has gone the extra mile to find a diplomatic solution. And if Russia actually wants to negotiate a solution, as it claims it does, this document certainly makes clear that there is a path forward to do so. And with that, we'll take questions, starting with you, Lita.
Hi, John. Thanks. Just a couple details on some of this. Is it still 8,500 total that are on prepared to deploy orders, or are there additional ones? And there's a brigade at Fort Carson that already is scheduled to rotate into Europe. Are you including them? There's been some confusion. Are you including that Carson brigade in the prepared to deploy orders, or are they completely separate because they're an already scheduled deployment? And then one other, are there more, are these troops that are going, are they under NATO, or are these all unilateral U.S. moves? Thank you.
Let me see if I can remember all those. The troops that I'm talking about today will be going under U.S. command. But as I said, in the case of Romania, we know the French are going to be preparing to deploy troops there. We will find ways to complement that force presence, again, in full consultation with Romania. So I wouldn't describe these as unilateral moves. I mean, this is a bilateral arrangement between the United States and Romania. But to your question, they will be going under U.S. command. The 8,500, they still remain on prepare to deploy orders. As I said when I talked about it last Monday, the vast majority of them are designed for the NATO response force. As I said in my opening statement, that force has not been activated, so they aren't going anywhere. The Secretary has, as you might imagine, as we have worked towards these troop movements, there have been additional forces put on prepare to deploy orders or shortened tethers. I'm not prepared to go into great detail today about that, but yes, there have been additional ones. And as I said in my opening statement, you can expect that could continue to happen going forward. We're going to constantly look at the conditions in the region and consult with allies and partners. And if we feel we need to make additional forces more ready, we'll do that. If we feel that we need to send more forces to certain eastern flank countries, we'll do that too, in full consultation with NATO and in full consultation with the specific allies and partners. And I think I missed one of your questions, Lita.
Well, I just want to clarify.
I'm going to have to take that one, Lita, because I don't have the breakdown of every single unit in that original 8,500 in front of me. So let me just take that rather than speculate and guess. Jen?
John, do you have any evidence that Putin plans to move beyond Ukraine's borders? Why are you bolstering these eastern flank allies if you do not have evidence of that?
Because it's important that we send a strong signal to Mr. Putin and, frankly, to the world that NATO matters to the United States. It matters to our allies. And we have ironclad Article 5 commitments. An attack on one is an attack on all. And so we know that that he also bristles at NATO, about NATO. And he has made no secret of that. We are making it clear that we're going to be prepared to defend our NATO allies if it comes to that. Hopefully it won't come to that. Nobody wants to see, as I said, conflict's not inevitable. There's no reason for there to be armed conflict in Ukraine or anywhere else on the European continent. And Mr. Putin can go a long way to serving that end by taking seriously the proposals that we have put forward diplomatically and by de-escalating through moving some of those troops away.
But is there any evidence that he plans to, that anything you're seeing that suggests those troops that are outside Ukraine might carry on to Poland, Romania?
What we see, Jen, is clear evidence every day that he continues to destabilize the environment by adding more forces into the western part of his country and along Belarus, in addition to additional naval activity in the Mediterranean and the North Atlantic. So he clearly is providing himself many options, lots more capabilities. For exactly what purpose, we don't know right now. And because we don't know exactly what his purpose is, we want to make sure we're ready on the NATO front to defend our allies. Barbara.
I want to follow up on Jen's question. You said at the beginning, the current situation demands we reinforce. So what specifically demands the reinforcement that you are laying out today? And the reason I ask this, this is bilateral, as you said. Originally, you spoke at length several days ago about the NATO response force. They have not activated that. You are moving ahead bilaterally, not under a NATO umbrella anyhow. So what signal does that send that you're not waiting for a NATO vote? And what is the current situation that demands this reinforcement outside of Russia, outside of Ukraine? I don't think I heard a specific answer.
I think the signal it sends that we're moving additional U.S. forces into Allied territory at the request and with the invitation of those countries is that we take our NATO commitments very, very seriously. And I put that right in the opening statement. And as for, I think your question is sort of why now?
Why are you doing? I don't understand. I'd like an explanation why you're doing this now without the vote at NATO, which does not appear readily apparent, for them to activate the response force. What has led you to say, okay, the United States will act on a bilateral basis? You have the invitations. You could have waited for a NATO vote. You decided not to. So what is the
it's not just us, Barb. Other nations, and I mentioned Denmark, the UK, France. I mean, other nations, other NATO nations are likewise discussing in bilateral ways with Eastern flank nations the addition of forces and capabilities to those nations. So it's not just the United States. It's other NATO allies that are doing this. And you talk about this vote thing. Let's be clear. What I think you're getting at is the NATO response force. That's a 40,000-person strong force that is designed for high readiness. And that is a decision that the alliance and only the alliance can make. We have a contribution to that. We have gotten those forces alerted to be ready to go if needed, and they still will be. We also can, if the president decides, as commander-in-chief, to take some of those alerted forces and move them in a bilateral arrangement as well, he can do that. As I said at the top, it's not like the alliance has a veto authority on any of those troops that were put on prepare to deploy. But in terms of why now, here's just a couple of factors. Mr. Putin continues to add forces. Combined arms, offensive capabilities, even over just the last 24 hours. He continues to add in Western Russia and in Belarus, and again, as I said, in the Mediterranean and the North Atlantic. He has shown no signs of being interested or willing to de-escalate the tensions. And it's not just the United States that's noticed this. Our NATO allies have noticed this, and we have been in constant communication and consultation with them, and they have expressed their concerns. We have shared our perspectives on what we're seeing with them. They have shared their perspectives on what they're seeing with us. And as a result of these bilateral discussions, we are now prepared to make these moves. I say again, two things. These are temporary moves, not permanent deployments, not permanent basing. And two, we're not ruling out the possibility that there will be more coming up in future days and weeks.
So my last question. The bottom line here is you cannot, the United States, the Pentagon, the White House, you right now could not rule out the possibility that Putin could make a move outside of Ukraine into an East European country that's friendly with NATO, friendly with the U.S. and ally. You can't rule out that he's going to make an additional move beyond Ukraine.
We're not ruling anything in or out with this announcement, Barb. This isn't about making this. This isn't about an intel assessment about what Mr. Putin will or won't do. As I said again in my opening statement, we still don't believe he's made a decision to further invade Ukraine. And if he does further invade Ukraine, obviously there's going to be consequences for that. But he has many options and capabilities available to him as to how he might do that. And we simply don't know. We want to make sure that he knows any move on NATO is going to be resisted, and it's going to trigger Article 5, and we're going to be committed to the defense of our allies. And that's what this is all about. Yeah, David.
When President Biden previewed this last week, and he said he'd be sending forces in the near term, he also said not a lot. Do you consider 3,000 not a lot, and how does 1,000 troops, infantry troops, stop the kind of force that you've been describing that Russia has been amassing in Western Russia and Belarus?
We think that these orders that the Secretary is giving today are very much in keeping with the President's comments. And to your other question, I remind again that we hold the option open of additional force movements if that's desired and needed. So the steps I'm talking about today could very well be preliminary steps to future ones that we might take. And to your other question about, is that enough? Again, I think it's worth reminding that Romania, as a sovereign state, has their own military, and a very capable one at that. And it's not just the United States sending a Stryker squadron. As I mentioned earlier, the French are going to be sending additional troops. I'll let them speak to what they're going to do and on what timeline and how much. And as I also said in my opening statement, other countries are likewise moving forward to provide bolstering capabilities to NATO allies on the eastern flank.
How long will it take these troops to get in position, and do you expect the infantry combat team from Fort Bragg to jump in?
I'm not going to talk about the specifics of their movement, but as I said in my opening statement, we expect them to start moving in coming days. I don't have a more specific timeline for you in terms of exact departure date and exact arrival. Obviously, it'll be obvious when they get there, and certainly we'll try to keep you informed all the way. Court.
I just want to say, you've made it clear several times that these troops won't be brought into Ukraine and that they won't be in combat. But can you rule out that any of these troops, specifically some from the 82nd Airborne, might be brought into Ukraine in the coming days to help with a non-combatant evacuation? Is that possible that they could be used for that?
As I think you heard the Secretary say on Friday, our troops are multi-mission capable, and they will be prepared for a range of contingencies, and I won't go any further than that.
Is that one reason, though, that the 82nd specifically was identified as one of the units to go forward early? Is that because of that capability, because they have the power?
They are, as you know, already a ready force. They are already at a heightened state of alert. That's the raison d'etre for that force, and they are multi-mission capable. They can do a lot of things. It's a very versatile force, and I think their versatility, their ability to move quickly and to conduct a range of missions across a range of contingencies, which is well proven. That's the reason why the Secretary has ordered them to go. Okay. Let me get to, I promise I'll get to everybody, but I haven't done, other than Lita, I haven't done anybody on the phone, and I need to do that. Sylvie?
Hello, thank you. I would like to know how many soldiers you are going to send to Poland, because you said 2,000 from US to Germany and Poland. So how many soldiers will you have in Poland all in all?
The majority of the 2,000 that'll be moving from Fort Bragg will be going to Poland. The 18th Airborne Corps, as I said in my opening statement, that's going to Germany, that they are going to form a joint task force headquarters. And that's usually, depending on the need and the task at hand, several hundred people. So the majority of the 2,000 that I mentioned that comprise the 82nd Airborne Brigade Combat Team, that leading element, they'll be going to Poland. Kelly from News Nation.
Hi, John. Thanks for taking my question. I know you said we will adjust this posture as conditions evolve. I was curious because we're seeing, ordinary Ukrainians, teachers, moms, dads, dentists, learning to use guns to defend themselves. There are calls in Washington for the Pentagon to support them. Are any of these troops going to help them? And how will the president's order change the mission of the Florida National Guard troops currently in Ukraine?
As I said at the top, Kelly, the president's been clear, and I think we made it eminently clear in my opening statement. These troops will not be going to Ukraine to participate in the defense of Ukraine. The president has been very clear about that. These forces are going to reassure and to bolster capabilities inside NATO's eastern flank. And as for the Florida National Guard, trainers, they are still in Ukraine. There's been no decision to change their status. They are still there providing advice and assist to Ukrainian armed forces. And if and when there's a need to make a different decision about their presence there, the Secretary will absolutely do that in consultation with the European Commander, General Walters, but no decision has been made yet. Tony Capaccio.
Hey, John, when you said it'll be obvious that the 82nd Airborne arrives, I want to piggyback on David Martin's question. Is it likely they're going to parachute in as a symbolic drop to send a message to Putin?
Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to talk about their travel there and how they're going to arrive. I don't anticipate it will be a tactical operation in that regard, though, Tony. David, I said I don't expect it's going to be some sort of tactical operation, but I don't have additional information today about that. And quite frankly, I'm not sure that that's all that relevant. They're going to bolster our capabilities in NATO, and that's the most important part here.
Relevant or not? You just seemed to say no. Did you say no?
David, I didn't say no. I said I don't expect that there'll be some sort of tactical operation here.
Who will command these troops? Is it General Walters, and is that splitting his role as?
Oh, he already has a split role as a Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. Ultimately, he will be the top of the chain of command for them while they're in Europe. I don't have, I don't have more additional information about the C2 arrangement right now, but we can get that. Let me go back to the phones here. Tara Kopp. Nothing heard. Carla Babb.
Hey, thanks for doing that.
Sorry, John. I'm on. I didn't unmute myself. Can you talk about whatever additional airlift capacity might be needed to shift these troops, and what role Air Mobility Command would play in this?
I don't have specifics on the airlift here, Tara. Obviously, this is a reasonable amount of forces that Air Mobility Command will be able to transport. I don't foresee there a need for some sort of surge of airlift activity to get these folks over there. Go ahead, Carla.
Hey, thanks for doing this, John. Most of my questions were answered, so I just need a couple of clarifications. The 8,500 forces that now remain on heightened readiness, so that means that 2,000 additional troops were put on readiness. Where are those people located? And then my second follow-up is concerning the National Guard forces that are still in Ukraine. Does that mean that since you're not sending any more to help with their security and they're not pulling out, that DoD at this point does not feel that their safety is threatened? Thanks.
On the numbers, I think I'm just going to leave it the way I couched it in my opening statement, because I don't. There's really no changes here. As I said, the 8,500 are still on prepare to deploy orders. They have not been activated. We have, as you clearly know now, activated others to move them as a U.S. decision. So and as I said, I think earlier to Sylvie's question, there are additional, in addition to the 8,500, yes, the Secretary has put on prepare to deploy additional U.S. forces. I'm not prepared to go into detail about that today. When and if we are able to speak to future movements, we will speak to future movements. We will be as transparent with you as we possibly can, but we're also going to need to be, as you might understand, a little careful with the amount of detail that we put out there ahead of time. So we'll do the best we can to be transparent with you. On the National Guard, again, no change to their presence or posture in Ukraine. As I've said many times, the Secretary takes their safety and their security to be a paramount concern. We are in constant communication with European Command about their presence, what they're doing, and if and when the Secretary believes that it is the appropriate time for them to leave, if it's sooner than their deployment is up, then he'll make that decision. And again, we'll let you know. But right now, they're still there, still providing training, advice, and assistance to the Ukrainian armed forces. Helene Cooper.
Hey, Kirby, thanks for doing this. I'm still trying to figure out I'm still a little bit stuck on the numbers. You said that you're not ruling out possible additional troops to being deployed to Europe. Are you saying that would be in addition to the 8,500 who are on higher alert?
Exactly what I'm saying. The vast majority of the 8,500 are designed for the NATO response force. That response force has not been activated, as I mentioned in the opening. But we are not ruling out the possibility that there will be other U.S. moves inside Europe. In other words, just like we're moving the Stryker Squadron from Germany to Romania, there could be other movements inside Europe, intra-theater moves that we would speak to. We're not ruling that out. We're also not ruling out the possibility that additional forces from the United States could deploy to Europe. All we can speak to today are the troops that we've announced, and as decisions get made, if there's a need, as I said in my opening, we're constantly looking at the conditions there. If we believe the conditions warrant, if we believe consultations with the allies also would demand additional U.S. force capability, we'll entertain those discussions and we'll make those decisions and we'll announce them. Louis Martinez.
You're on higher alert right now?
Sorry, Helene, I cut you off, I think.
Are there additional troops in the U.S. who are on higher alert right now?
Paul McCleary. I'm sorry, Louis Martinez.
Hey, John. Question is about your comments earlier saying that NATO matters. You're saying that these troops are going under unilateral U.S. control, that this is a U.S. mission. Are you inferring that these troops would immediately transition to NATO control should NATO decide to activate the NATO response force? And another question as well about there's a deployment ongoing right now in Estonia of some F-15s. Have they been extended beyond the current end date of this week? Thank you.
I don't have anything on the F-15s, Louis. I can ask about that, but my hunch is that no, that there's no plans to extend them. But let me just check on that. And then to your other question, these forces are going under bilateral arrangements between the United States and the country in the countries in question. In this case, Poland, Germany, and Romania, and they will remain under U.S. chain of command. That is a separate and distinct mission than the NATO response force, which we've talked about our contribution to that being the bulk of that 8,500 that we talked about last week. That would be under, NATO command and control structure. I'm not going to hypothesize or speculate about the future for these U.S. units and what it's going to look like going forward. There's no expectation at this time that they would necessarily have to fall under some sort of NATO command and control. They are going as a U.S. contribution in consultation with the allies in question to help bolster their defenses and to prove and to show and to demonstrate our commitment to the defense of our NATO allies. And again, I don't foresee any command and control changes for them going forward. Paul McCleary.
Hi, John. Is the United States prepared to negotiate with the Russians over the Aegis Ashore sites in Poland and Romania, or possibly allow for Russian inspections of those sites?
Look, I'm not going to speak to the negotiate. I'm not going to certainly not negotiate here in public. We have laid out a very serious set of proposals diplomatically to Russia. As I said at the outset, a European news outlet decided to publish that proposal. You can go look for it yourself, but it demonstrates what we've said publicly is the same as what we've been saying privately to the Russians, that we are willing, with an eye towards reciprocity, to consider addressing mutual security concerns on the European continent. And I'd leave it at that and refer you to my State Department colleagues. Again, I'm not going to negotiate here in public. You can go back into the room, Janie.
John, on Korea issues, it was reported that the United States and South Korea are coordinating the postponement of joint exercises. As you know, that North Korea continues to conduct winter military exercises. Why U.S. and South Korea exercises is always postponed or canceled? Can you confirm that?
Janie, I mean, as I've said many times, we take our readiness on the peninsula very, very seriously. Decisions about how we preserve that readiness and maintain it are decisions we make in lockstep with our South Korean allies, and that includes training events. You talk about it as if we've not done any, or we're not doing any, or that we're not taking training seriously. That is not the case. But as we do anywhere in the world, we do the same in Korea. We constantly evaluate and review our training exercises, our training events, training and education, and adapt it as conditions warrant. And that's no different than what you're seeing on the Korean Peninsula. Pierre.
Clarification, please.
Sure.
And South Koreans want additional THAAD missile deployment in the Korea to defend against the North Koreans' missile threat. Of course, China didn't want this. Are you considering this?
We are constantly consulting with our South Korean allies about readiness and capabilities. I have no announcements on missile defense systems to make today. Pierre.
Thank you. If I may take you back to the readout of the call of Secretary Austin with the Crown Prince of the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah.
There is an announcement, in fact, in the readout that a USS Cole will be deployed, and also fifth-generation fighters aircraft sent to United Arab Emirates. Can you talk a little bit with some details about what is the mission? What are we trying to achieve? What is also some details about what they will be doing?
Pierre, I think it's very much in keeping with what we've said just in the last few days as we've seen attacks on Al Dhafra. We take our defense relationship very seriously with the Emiratis. We recognize the threats that they are under in a very real way, and some of the things that the Secretary discussed yesterday, and you saw in our readout with his counterpart, is that we want to add to their ability to help defend themselves and to demonstrate clearly and tangibly our commitment to this important partnership. And so these are two tangible ways in which we believe we can help the Emiratis deal with these very serious threats. Again, we're not going to rule out additional steps. As I said yesterday, we're constantly looking at this to make sure that we're best postured to help defend our interests and the interests of our partners. And the Emiratis are a terrific, strong partner in the region. Jen.
John, Secretary Austin and General Milley are on the Hill today for closed-door meetings about the Afghan withdrawal.
Yeah.
And there are notes that came out from an NSC meeting that suggest that on August 14th, their preparations had not been made for where to evacuate both Americans and Afghan civilians who had applied for SIV status. In those late hours, those decisions were still being made as the Taliban were moving into Kabul. Is that accurate, and is that true that at that late stage preparations had not been made as to where to evacuate Americans and others?
Now, I'm not going to speak to leaked documents. What I can tell you is that that we were all working as an interagency very, very hard throughout the summer, but certainly in August, to make sure we were best postured to conduct an evacuation if one was needed, and clearly one was needed. And I would point you to, as early as in the spring, the Defense Department was already trying to, gaming out what a non-combatant evacuation would look like. And the Secretary pre-positioned forces, well before August, pre-positioned forces in the region so that if they were needed to respond quickly, they could. And in fact, they did. Within 48 hours, we were able to get some 3,000 troops on the ground at the Kabul airport because we had been pre-positioned and prepared for those kinds of contingencies. But again, I'm not going to talk about the details in leaked documents. We conducted 2 press briefings a day for those 17 days here at the Pentagon, and were nothing but transparent about the steps we were taking, literally in real time, about what we were doing to try to get as many people out and as safely as possible. Barb.
All right, that's the latest from the Pentagon. More strong words coming from Russia's president as the standoff between Moscow, NATO, and the United States and Ukraine continues. Now, thousands of American troops headed to nearby countries. We will revisit this announcement from the Pentagon in just a bit, but first we do want to share some breaking news with you all. This update coming from the White House, a statement from President Biden saying, last night at my direction, U.S. military forces in northwest Syria successfully undertook a counterterrorism operation to protect the American people and our allies, to make the world a safer place. Thanks to the skill and bravery of our armed forces, we have taken off the battlefield the leader of ISIS. All Americans have returned safely from the operation. I will deliver remarks to the American people later on this morning. May God protect our troops. And we are learning more about this situation courtesy of the Associated Press. We know that the United States Special Forces landing in helicopters assaulted a house in a rubble-held corner of Syria, clashing for 2 hours with gunmen, this according to witnesses, in what the Pentagon called a large-scale counterterrorism raid. First responders reported that 13 people had been killed, including 6 children and 4 women. Now, residents described continuous gunfire and explosions that jolted the town near the Turkish border, an area dotted with camps for internally displaced people from Syria's civil war. Now, the 2-story house that was attacked was surrounded by olive trees in the fields, and it was left shattered with blood splattered inside. Pretty gruesome details, according to our colleagues over at the Associated Press. Again, President Biden is supposed to address this later on today. Let's take another live look from Washington, D.C., where President Biden, as well as Vice President Kamala Harris, is expected to speak later on today at the National Prayer Conference. We also know that President Biden is headed to New York City a little bit later to talk with New York City Mayor Eric Adams as it relates to gun violence prevention measures. A lot of news coming to our desk right now at 8:05 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more raw and unfiltered news right after this.
allies, but to Mr. Putin, that we take our NATO commitment seriously. As for a specific timeline, I'm not prepared to give you that right now. As I said in my opening statement, these are temporary moves. We will constantly evaluate the conditions there on the continent to determine how long they need to be, but they are not meant to be permanent. And as we are able to redeploy, in other words, to remove those troops or send them to different places, perhaps back to their home stations, we'll obviously let you guys know. Let's see. I got a few more. Phil Stort.
Thanks. Real quick, you mentioned that you hope the situation in Europe doesn't get to the point where you need to use these forces. But I'd like you to talk a little bit about your concerns about spillover. Is there a risk that this conflict or any conflict between Russia and Ukraine could have spillover in countries that are under the NATO umbrella? And if not, if you're not prepared to say that, then what do these deployments amount to? Thanks.
Phil, I at the risk of sounding repetitive here, I mean, we've kind of been talking about this. We don't exactly know what Mr. Putin has in mind. We don't exactly know what he's going to do. And if it is another invasion and it does end up in armed conflict, the one thing that we've learned specifically over the last 20 years is armed conflict is difficult to predict with any great specificity. What we want to make sure is that that there's a clear signal that we're not going to tolerate aggression against our NATO allies, and that's what we're doing here. I can't be perfectly predictive about how this is going to go, and it's precisely because we can't be perfectly predictive that we want to be prepared and we want to be ready. Courtney.
I have one more on Afghanistan. The Axios report seems to indicate that on August 14th there still wasn't a plan for where to send civilians, Afghan civilians, during this non-combatant evacuation, but U.S. troops were told to deploy 2 days earlier. So I guess the question is, when the U.S. troops were given their orders to deploy to Afghanistan for the non-combatant evacuation, did they know where they would be taking civilians yet?
We were still working very hard. We had some temporary safe havens that we knew we could use, but we also knew that we might need more, and so there were constant discussions about doing that. And as you saw, we ended up with several, half a dozen or so, not just in the region but elsewhere. So there were very active discussions about that. Yeah. Sangman from RFA.
Yes, I have a question about North Korea. Ever since North Korea launched their multiple missile launch, U.S. has been said they are looking for the additional measure to hold DPRK accountable for their missile launch. So can you tell me about the additional measure U.S. looking for? So it's a resumption of large-scale U.S. ROK joint military exercise can be one of the options as an additional measure to North Korea?
Yeah, I don't know if I got everything there in the question, but again, we condemn these launches. We're monitoring them as closely as we can. We certainly call on North Korea to meet their obligations under U.S. Security Council resolutions and stop these provocations. In the meantime, here at the Department of Defense, we're going to do what we have to do to make sure our ROK U.S. alliance is as strong and as flexible and as capable as possible, and that's what our focus is on here. Heather?
Thank you so much. Can you talk a little bit more about the coal being sent to UAE to help with patrols and how that will affect the Harry S. Truman Carrier Strike Group that's under NATO command right now?
The USS Cole will be making a port visit in the UAE, and then my understanding is that she will have opportunities to do some joint training with the Emirati Navy. That is not unusual. We do that almost every day in the Gulf region, and we're glad to be able to send her to that mission. It won't have any practical or tangible effect on what the USS Harry S. Truman and the rest of the strike group is doing right now in the Mediterranean. J.J. Green. Okay, JJ, I'm not getting you. Dan Lamoth?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for your time. Wanted to see if I could draw you out a bit on the strikers. Is that something specifically Romania asked for? And I guess what is the messaging value of of having the strikers there? And then a follow-up question. Fifth Corps, the Army's Fifth Corps was activated a year and a half ago or so with sort of the idea that they could potentially be a headquarters for this kind of thing. Are they involved? And do we expect General Donahue, General Kurilla, anyone like that to be going forward? Thank you.
On the strikers, I mean, this was the result of a discussion that the Secretary had with the Romanian Minister of Defense, and there was a good exchange back and forth about what sort of capabilities they might need and might desire, and sort of how we could best fill that. And in the context of that mutual dialogue, we decided that these 1,000 troops from the Striker Squadron in Germany fit the bill quite nicely. And again, we're going to keep talking to Romania going forward, and we'll see what the future holds there in terms of any potential additional capabilities. On the Fifth Corps, Dan, I don't have anything specifically on that for you, other than to say, as I said in my opener, that what we're doing right now is sending a headquarters element from the 18th Airborne Corps to go to Germany, again, as a headquarters element. So it's several hundred folks. I don't have any other headquarters or staff elements to speak to. But again, if that changes, we certainly will be transparent about it. As for what, who's going in, by name, again, I'd refer you to the 18th Airborne Corps for that. Let's see, Nancy.
Thanks. In light of these bilateral decisions you described across the alliance with the U.S., France, and others, could you help me understand at what point you would use the NATO response force? Isn't what you're describing a series of de facto NATO response forces? I'm trying to understand under what conditions the alliance would need a NATO response force, given that there are all these agreements being made across the alliance.
So it's a NATO decision to activate the response force and to employ it. It is as I briefed back last week, it's a 40,000 person strong force. It does half of that. 20,000 is a what they call a very ready joint task force capability across combined arms, sets of military capabilities. And so the decision to activate it and to deploy it would be a NATO decision. So we obviously respect that process. In the meantime, we're having discussions with allies and partners about their own capabilities there, particularly on the eastern flank. And as we've said all along, if we feel like we can contribute to some of their capabilities and to help with their defense, we're serious about doing that. And so I wouldn't get too wrapped up in comparing this versus that. We're sending forces and units that we have worked out in a bilateral way with these countries to meet their needs and to demonstrate our resolve to the defense of NATO's eastern flank. The readiness, the NRF, the NATO Readiness Force, I mean, that also is multi-mission, multi-capable, and very flexible. But again, the decision to employ that would really be one for the alliance to make. And as I said earlier, it's not like NATO has veto power over our ability to unilaterally send troops in a bilateral arrangement with allies. And so some of the forces that are designated for the response force, they have not been activated, but if there comes a time where we might want to employ some of them as well in a more bilateral relationship, we're certainly not going to close that option off to the Secretary or to the President. Jared Suba.
Hi, Mr. Kirby. If I could bring it back to the announcement yesterday about the deployment to the United Arab Emirates. The statement said that U.S. fifth-generation aircraft would be deployed, quote, to assist the UAE against the current threat, end quote. Do you happen to know what Air Force units will deploy, and will U.S. pilots be engaged in targeting Houthi projectiles or potentially launch sites inside Yemen? Thanks.
I don't have the specific unit right now. I think, like all things, we have to, when we get a request like this and we work it out, we source it, just like we've been talking about with this with these Europe moves. There was a discussion with Romania about what their capabilities were, and we sourced it with this Stryker squadron from Germany. So I don't have specifics on units today, and I'm certainly not going to get into specific ROE or operations. They're going to demonstrate, first of all, demonstrate our commitment to our Emirati partners, but also to be prepared to deal with very real threats that the Emiratis are under. And quite frankly, it's not just the Emiratis, it's our people there at Al Dhafar too. So we're going to do what we need to do to protect our troops and our partners. And you can, I think I'll just leave it at that rather than get into hypotheticals about what they'll be doing. Okay, thanks very much, everybody.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We were just taking a look back at the most recent Pentagon press briefing as we learned yesterday that thousands of troops were going to be deployed overseas to Eastern Europe amid the rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. But we are expected to get some more updates today regarding some breaking news. First, I want to show you inside of this room here at Washington, D.C. Soon, President Biden is expected to speak at the National Prayer Breakfast, but we are learning of some breaking news this morning, and we did just get word that President Biden is going to be speaking on it at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. This is news that we just broke to you earlier. The U.S. military saying an overnight raid in Syria was successful, but a Syrian group claims that women and children were killed. Now, U.S. Special Operation Forces conducted this large-scale counterterrorism raid in northwestern Syria. The Pentagon called the operation a successful mission, as we mentioned. The military operation included a ground assault, helicopters, and an attack on a house. Now, civilian groups claim there are civilian casualties from the raid with differing numbers of victims. We're waiting on an exact confirmation of that, but we have heard that it included women and children. Now, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby says there were no U.S. casualties, and just within the last couple of minutes, we got word from President Biden. Here is his official statement right here, saying, last night, at my direction, U.S. military forces in the northwest Syria successfully undertook a counterterrorism operation to protect the American people and our allies. Thanks to the skill and bravery of our armed forces, we have taken off the battlefield Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurayshi, the leader of ISIS. So just within these last minutes, we did learn who the intended target was. He said all Americans have returned safely from the operation and that he is going to deliver remarks to the American people later this morning. So we did just get confirmation that could be happening around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Just a little more than an hour. But first, he is expected to speak at this national convention. And it looks like we may be getting some action now. So you know what? While we are here, let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Please welcome the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Good morning.
All right, everybody. As this National Prayer Breakfast gets started here, I do want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the latest on the breaking news situation that we are following. We are learning this morning President Biden confirming that a U.S. raid in Syria has killed a top Islamic State leader. Again, some of you will see that quick break. We'll bring you the latest right after that. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. As promised, we are back from break and we are going to bring you the latest on what we've heard from President Biden and Pentagon officials about a U.S. raid in Syria killing a top Islamic State leader. Now, the U.S. military confirmed that an overnight raid in Syria was successful. U.S. Special Operations Forces conducting the large-scale counterterrorism raid in northwestern Syria. The Pentagon called the operation a successful mission, saying that it included a ground assault, helicopters, and an attack on a house. Now, civilian groups claim that there are civilian casualties from the raid. There's differing numbers of victims at this time, including women and children. So we are going to wait to get confirmation on those numbers. But Press Secretary John Kirby with the Pentagon says there were no U.S. casualties. Now, we just got word, a statement from President Biden confirming the target in this mission. I do want to read you this here on Live Now from Fox, saying last night at my direction, U.S. military forces in the northwest Syria successfully undertook a counterterrorism operation to protect the American people and our allies and make the world a safer place. Thanks to the skill and bravery of our armed forces, we have taken off the battlefield Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurayshi, the leader of ISIS. All Americans have returned safely from the operation. I will deliver remarks to the American people later this morning. May God protect our troops. Now, we did just get word that this press conference from President Biden is expected to happen around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So you can bet that we will bring that feed, those remarks here live, raw, and unfiltered in just a little bit. In the meantime, we do know that President Biden is expected to address the National Prayer Breakfast. This is the feed that we've got coming in right now. We did just see some speakers step up to the podium, so I'm going to raise the volume so we can listen in here for just a couple of minutes. I do want to let you know in just a couple of minutes as well, we are going to be touching base with Fox Weather because we've got a major winter storm expected to impact more than 100 million people from Texas to the Midwest and even the Northeast. So busy morning here on Live Now from Fox, but again, I do want to listen into this National Prayer Breakfast for just a moment.
And give you peace. Amen, amen. Amen. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. May his presence go before you and behind you and beside you, all around you and within you. He is with you, he is with you in the morning, in the evening, and you're coming and you're going, and you're weeping and rejoicing. He is for
I would now like to invite up to the podium Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock and Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers for our...
All right, everybody, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We are tapping into a feed of the National Prayer Breakfast happening here in Washington, D.C. Well, we're in Orlando, Florida, but out there in Washington, D.C., this is where it is happening right now. You can see Reverend Senator Raphael Warnock stepping up to the podium. We also do know that President Biden is expected to speak at this prayer breakfast, and we did just get word that at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, he is expected to speak on a U.S. raid in Syria that we have confirmed killed a top Islamic State leader. So that was breaking news that we brought to you earlier. But do want to switch gears here for just a moment as we are monitoring a storm that is expected to impact millions of people and really already has. I do want to head out to Tennessee this morning, where we are being joined by Fox Weather's Will Nunley. As Will, I hear that a huge portion of Western Tennessee is under an ice storm warning. So good morning. Hope you're warm out there. Can you tell us what you're feeling and seeing right now?
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a serious situation developing here this morning, Regina. We have already ice on the trees and power lines. As you know, that's what starts to really cause the problems, and they're stacking up here for the Memphis area this morning. Most notably on a national scale, we're going to be keeping a close eye on FedEx. Their operations headquartered here, based here, and this is leading to delays and some concerns for them. They have to de-ice the planes if they can get them in the air at all. Also, all the ground transportation that leaves out of this area as well. So there could be FedEx saying some issues here, moving things along this morning, and they have a lot of weather to contend with. We were checking in with the Memphis International Airport as well, and boy, do they have delays and cancellations really at this point. Just stacking up. So this is a day here in the Mid-South, especially parts of West Tennessee, parts of Arkansas that just are not able to get out and move today because of this serious icing concern. And we dropped below freezing early last night, probably about 11 o'clock. And have stayed below freezing ever since, about 30 degrees right now on our Fox Weather app, and that's what's producing this freezing rain and sleet scenario that we're experiencing. I'm going to kind of zoom over my shoulder here and show you the top of this tree. This is, by the way, the beautiful Mississippi River, Memphis waterfront, but you can see the glaze that's already forming in the background of those trees, just kind of encasing them. And so there's only so much these branches can hold. And although that tree looks pretty good, the trees that are much larger, that have much older branches, are starting to kind of succumb to the weight of that and are crashing down. We have hundreds of power outages already reported here in the Memphis, Shelby County area alone, and that's not even taking into record all of these rural areas that are seeing those sporadic power outages as well. And Regina, really, we're just kind of in the beginning stages of this. We're going to stay below freezing here all day and continue to have some freezing rain for these morning hours. It's just going to stack up and add to these serious problems here that we're already seeing develop on the trees and on the roads today.
Yeah, and you know, when you mention the roads, Will, you talk about ice. I can't think of a more dangerous situation to take your car on the road. What are you recommending for travelers? And also, kind of going off of that, how has this impacted local airports?
Yeah, absolutely. Serious impacts to the airports, and we're starting to see along the bridges here as well. Interstate 40 already getting reports of some slipping and sliding on the bridges, and we were taking a look earlier at some of the traffic cameras that we can all see, and it's kind of hard to see out a few of them, in fact, because there are icicles forming on the cameras at this point. So that kind of also tells the story of just how significant this is, just a glaze over everything. Time to get off the roads and stay that way, Regina.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Will, we really appreciate you and your team braving these conditions to bring us the very latest out in specific locations. So we'll be checking in with you again soon, but stay warm and stay safe out there. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Anytime.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are tracking this very large, potentially dangerous winter storm. You just heard Will say that this is really serious when you talk about freezing temperatures, bitter coldness, how it's impacting the roads, how it's impacting travel. Expected to go from the Midwest to Texas all the way to the Northeast. Millions of people under winter storm warnings across the nation. Here is one more look at our XRAD infrared radar this morning, showing you the very, very cold temperatures, especially out there in the Midwest. I'm looking at 0 degrees, 3 degrees, 1 degree. So definitely be careful if you are joining us from any of these areas right now. I actually can give you a different vantage point also from Ohio. This is Marysville, Ohio, and you can already see the snow coming down. Looks pretty, but can pose very dangerous conditions. So again, stick with us for all the latest updates when it comes to weather across our nation. We've been speaking with our Fox weather correspondents all morning long, and will continue to do so throughout the day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are keeping tabs on a major winter storm where 100 million people are in its path. It is expected to bring snow and ice from Texas to the Midwest, all the way to the Northeast. So we've been touching base with our Fox weather correspondents all morning long, and will continue to do so throughout the day, getting an update on conditions in several different states that are already seeing freezing temperatures, snow, and it can be quite dangerous. So again, stick with us for all of the latest developments on this major winter storm here on Live Now from Fox. I actually do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez. She has more on what she is calling this very fierce forecast.
A massive winter storm is bringing snow, ice, and freezing temperatures to more than a third of the country throughout this week.
This is unreal because it's so cold.
The mercury is plummeting in Colorado as Arctic-like temperatures are putting residents on high alert, with more than a foot of snow falling in some areas outside of Denver Wednesday.
I don't want to freeze to death.
The same bitter cold is targeting parts of Texas, where folks are desperately trying to save their homes from bursting pipes.
Low water pressure, if you have any discolored water or no water pressure at all, then you definitely need to go ahead and shut the water off to the house.
Meanwhile, snow in Missouri is creating dangerously slick roadways and causing accidents.
It was terrible. I mean, the semis were going sliding off the road. I was sliding off the road.
And in Illinois, it's all hands on deck to stay on top of the snow removal, but some say it's important to still have a little winter fun.
My son is out helping as well, and in between we are sledding and playing in the snow.
It's a similar tale for Michigan residents, with some hoping all this white makes them a little green.
It's been a slow winter so far this year, trying to keep guys busy and employed. They really haven't had much to do with a couple 1 and 2 inch snowfalls. So this one here, we're looking for a good 2-3 days worth of work.
All this wicked weather is also creating a mess for airlines, with aviation company FlightAware reporting more than 4,000 flight cancellations nationwide Thursday. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Again, we will be keeping tabs on this storm for you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, millions of people, a third of the country already being impacted, and it is expected to continue throughout the rest of this week. So we will keep you updated with the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. Continuing on and bringing you what we know about this breaking news situation that has unfolded overnight. U.S. military leaders saying that a raid in Syria was successful, killing a top Islamic State leader. Now, U.S. Special Operations Forces conducted this very large-scale counterterrorism raid in northwestern Syria. The Pentagon called the operation a successful mission, and the military operation included a ground assault, helicopters, and an attack on a house. Now, we did just get word from President Biden of the intended target. This is a statement coming from him earlier this morning saying that thanks to the skill and bravery of our armed forces, we have taken off the battlefield Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurayshi, the leader of ISIS. Now, we do know that no U.S. casualties were reported, but there are casualties being reported from civilians out there, and these include women and children. We do not have an exact number of the victims right now. We are waiting for that information. So we did get word that President Biden is expected to speak on this operation at around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So you can bet that we will be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, continuing on with some more international news, more strong words are coming from Russian President Vladimir Putin as the U.S. and Ukraine continue to interact on the tensions that are happening there overseas. Yesterday, we learned that thousands of American troops are headed to nearby countries to support NATO. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
Ukraine is preparing itself for all possible scenarios. We do not underestimate the threat.
Ukraine is gearing up for whatever Russia's leaders decide to do. New satellite images show a buildup of the Russian military. It's estimated 100,000 Russian troops are now near the border of Ukraine. Wednesday, President Biden said he will move 3,000 American troops to NATO countries nearby.
We certainly don't want to see war. This is about reassuring them and making sure that we as NATO allies are able to defend ourselves.
Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke out against the movement of U.S. troops, calling it unjustified and destructive. And on NATO, he clearly does not believe they're negotiating in good faith.
They said one thing and did another thing. As the people say, they played us. Simply lied.
Wednesday, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson spoke with President Putin, but they made little headway.
The situation is very perilous. It is vital that diplomacy finds a way forward.
The Pentagon has already put 8,500 U.S. troops on high alert, and the White House is changing their language, no longer calling a Russian invasion imminent.
They want to show strength, but at the same time, they're trying to get Putin to de-escalate, and they're just, it seems to me, just sort of grasping at straws.
The U.S. has sent Kiev hundreds of millions of dollars worth of military assistance, but the president says there will be no U.S. troops in Ukraine. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Meanwhile, this morning we are learning more about the moments during the U.S. withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan last summer. I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin. She's got the latest from the Pentagon.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Antony Blinken were grilled during closed-door Capitol Hill briefings on the Afghanistan withdrawal, the humanitarian disaster that's followed, and a resurgent ISIS and al-Qaeda. Leaked notes from a national security deputies meeting on August 14th, one day before Kabul fell, indicate the Biden administration had not yet finalized where to evacuate thousands of Americans and allied Afghans, something the Pentagon had complained privately for months was held up by State Department bureaucracy. The notes obtained by Axios read, quote, "State will work to identify as many countries as possible to serve as transit points. Transit points need to be able to accommodate U.S. citizens, Afghan nationals, third country nationals, and other evacuees." Is that true that at that late stage preparations had not been made as to where to evacuate Americans and others?
In the spring, the Defense Department was already trying to, gaming out what a non-combatant evacuation would look like. And the Secretary pre-positioned forces. Well before August, within 48 hours, we were able to get some 3,000 troops on the ground at the Kabul airport.
In Afghanistan in the past week, scenes of near famine and a collapsed economy following the U.S. withdrawal have led to the following warning from aid groups.
23 million people don't know where their next meal is coming from. We're calling this a race against time.
A message amplified in a recent Fox interview with the World Food Programme's director in Kabul.
They said the torment of hunger that they were living through today is worse than any of the war that they have lived through. The humanitarian imperative needs to be separated from the political discussions.
The World Food Programme says aid can be channeled through humanitarian organizations to bypass the Taliban, a moral imperative right now, it says, that's needed to stop this mass starvation. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Meanwhile, President Biden, after he speaks at the National Prayer Breakfast and then makes his remarks on the raid in Syria, he is expected to travel to New York City today, making a big pivot to talk about crime. He will join New York City Mayor Eric Adams as well as Governor Kathy Hochul to speak on the rising crime rate specifically in the city, especially after the killing of 2 NYPD officers. We brought you both of their funerals within the last week. So Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater is giving us a little preview at what we can expect from that conversation this morning.
The White House has faced a number of questions on this. Look for the president today to blame rising crime rates on the pandemic and the availability of guns. New York City mourning the loss of another police officer. 27-year-old Wilbert Mora and his partner were both killed by a career criminal after responding to a domestic violence call. New York Mayor Eric Adams was furious.
We will not lose. We will protect our city.
And today, Adams will meet with President Biden and U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland to talk about solutions.
The president outlined a comprehensive plan last year to tackle gun crime.
Look for the president to talk about some initiatives he's already pushed. More money for police and violence prevention programs and more gun laws. A recent Fox News poll shows that 81% of registered voters are extremely or very concerned about rising crime rates, second only to inflation. Republicans blame a new wave of progressive prosecutors who are often unwilling to charge criminals.
The president should use his bully pulpit to tell DAs and prosecutors to enforce the laws in our country. That's why they're there. They keep our officers safe.
The president, though, is likely to point at guns and the pandemic as pressure mounts on local officials, too.
And add police officers.
In the nation's capital, the mayor was confronted by a constituent who asked for help.
We need to stop defunding the police.
I agree with you.
And also,
where you live?
I live right around the corner.
All right, call your council member.
And the president has urged communities to use unspent federal money meant for COVID relief to help crack down on crime. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, our very own Live Now from Fox host Daytona Everett did speak with an official in California to see how lawmakers out there in the West Coast are trying to combat crime and violence in cities across their areas as well. So that's coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm joined now by Nathan Hoffman, a former U.S. Assistant Attorney General and candidate for California Attorney General. Thank you so much for being with us here on the show.
My pleasure, Daytona. Thank you for inviting me.
So we have some pretty alarming stats coming out of Los Angeles right now. The most hate crimes among cities last year. That's what's being recorded right now. A 71% jump in incidents. What is Los Angeles doing wrong? A city that states they're extremely progressive when it comes to fighting hate crimes.
You know, what Los Angeles is doing wrong is that it is not basically prosecuting crimes in general, so that people have a feeling that they have a license to commit crimes, not just property crimes, not just violent crimes, but hate crimes as well. Because very often what's happening is that you're having various individual groups, whether it's Blacks, Latinos, Jews, Asians, that are targeted for their race. That's what makes the crime a hate crime. And the people targeting them, the people committing these crimes, don't feel that the district attorney is actually going to do anything about it.
When you say that, what do you mean? There seems to be a lot going on in Los Angeles when it comes to communication between departments that are fighting crimes such as this. So is it safe to say there's a miscommunication between local law enforcement and the DA's office?
Well, I think local law enforcement is doing its best to do its job. And it very often investigates these cases. That's why we have the recognition that there are these additional cases, like as you said, over 71% increase, because these cases are being better reported to law enforcement and then better investigated by law enforcement. The question is whether or not the DA will actually bring the cases. And this DA has made it very clear that he won't bring certain enhancements. He won't bring a gang enhancement. He won't bring a gun enhancement. He won't prosecute the cases to their full extent. So whether or not, even though he might bring the hate enhancement, whether or not these cases end up being prosecuted in part is giving incentive to criminals to engage in hate crimes.
Why isn't he doing that?
It's a great question. I think that he has a theory that if he doesn't prosecute certain crimes to their full extent, that somehow our streets are going to be safer and more secure than if he brought the full weight of the law against people committing that crimes. The problem with that is that he sends the wrong message. Part of prosecution is not just punishing the actual person in front of you, but sending the message of deterrence to others that might be contemplating committing this crime, that if you do this crime, there are consequences for your actions. By not prosecuting someone up front for the full extent of the crime, you're now sending the anti-deterrence message that there won't be full consequences for your crimes, and therefore not disincentivizing people from committing crimes, if anything, incentivizing them to do so.
Well, and interestingly enough, these incidents are primarily against Black people. The most common they were the most common race to be targeted, and it jumped 91% over 2020. And Black people are the only 8% of the population out in Los Angeles. So about 148 alleged hate crimes being committed against the Black community, which is definitely a community that's been outspoken about this, and still things don't seem to be changing.
And again, in order to change what's going on, the message needs to be sent from the leadership of the district attorney's office that we take these cases seriously and will prosecute them to their full extent. I've been involved with fighting against hate crimes and discrimination my whole life. My father came from Canada. When he came originally to Los Angeles, he was greeted both with opportunity and the fact that as a lawyer, he couldn't get a job in downtown Los Angeles because he was Jewish. So fighting against discrimination, and then when finally these hate crimes came on the books, both federally and in the state of California, that was a very welcome development. In fact, the fact that the Hate Act or the No Hate Act passed, and now we're having even greater funding to get people to report hate crimes, has also been a welcome advancement in the fight against hate crimes. But you need to have very consistent messaging coming out from a district attorney's office that we are going to punish things to the full extent of the law. Otherwise, what happens is that people who might have otherwise thought, I'm not going to do a hate crime in Los Angeles because the consequences are so high, think to themselves, well, I probably, even if I get arrested, not very much is going to happen to me, so I'll go ahead and commit that hate crime. And unfortunately, the bulk of the hate crimes have actually occurred against blacks in Los Angeles proportionally, or actually disproportionately to their numbers. Although the numbers are up by double digits on religious discrimination and hate crimes against Jews, against Muslims. You see it against Asians. I mean, the Asian increases in hate crimes has been probably exponential over the last couple of years. Again, as there's more anti-Chinese sentiment, unfortunately, that falls on Asian Americans who've done nothing wrong whatsoever, but people harbor these sort of hate-filled thoughts against Asians generally, and Asian Americans bear the brunt of what's going on. So again, we need to fight this at all different fronts.
So obviously, prosecution is an answer, but also enforcement on the ground, boots on the ground. But even officers are getting absolutely destroyed on the ground here. We're seeing an incredible increase in crime against first responders. Just today, a funeral being held for a former LAPD officer, Fernando Arroyos. He was laid to rest, and that was because of a robbery that was being committed. He was gunned down. What should they be telling their officers to keep them wanting to come back and not quit their jobs and stay protecting the civilians, not only in LA, but nationwide?
And it is a nationwide problem because the defund the police movement, the movement that views the police as the enemy rather than a partner, has incredibly negatively affected morale amongst the police. The police have an enormously dangerous job. They already are being underpaid, in some situations even undertrained and undersupervised. I haven't met a police chief or sheriff that says, please give me more money and I will train better, I will hire better, and I will supervise better. But instead, the movement has been to defund or sort of cripple a police's budget and try to reallocate those funds to other means. There's nothing wrong with funding social service organizations, but don't do it at the expense of the police. So again, in California, we have an attorney general that believes that the police are part of the problem rather than the solution. And I couldn't disagree with him more. The police need to be the partner, and a partner that is you're consistently telling, we got your back, so that they go out and do their job, and it's a dangerous job. And as unfortunately the officer Arroyos experienced, and he was off duty at the time, but that again, what I found very telling about that case is who ended up prosecuting that case, who the sheriff of LA County and the district attorney, the police chief of LAPD brought the case to. I'm sure you probably are very aware of that because it wasn't the LA DA's office. I mean, that was amazing. They actually brought it to the feds, the US Attorney's Office, because they did not believe that George Gascon in LA, because he says up front he will not prosecute a gun enhancement, he won't prosecute a gang enhancement. So the murderers of this police officer would have gotten off potentially with only 15 years in jail, as opposed to life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty on the federal side.
Explain how unprecedented that is to sidestep.
So there's nothing that is more sacred for a district attorney's office than supporting its officers.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody listening in as our very own Daytona Everett is speaking with an attorney out there in the state of California, as they are one of the many states that are trying to combat hate crimes and violence in cities across the area. We do know that President Biden is expected to talk about this on the East Coast. He's going to head to New York City later today to hold a news conference with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as the governor, Kathy Hochul. really following the string of shootings that we have seen across New York City specifically. But I do want to entirely switch gears here as we are still monitoring this very, very large winter storm impacting a third of our nation throughout this week. So we are going to check in with our Fox weather team this morning. We've got Hunter Davis joining us live from Oklahoma City. Looks like the snow is still coming down. Hunter, good morning. What can you tell us? How's it looking today?
Hey, Regina, good morning. Oklahoma has already seen 1 to 3 inches of snow. Another 1 to 3 inches is expected by the time this thing wraps up later on today. Fortunately, though, this is the last day of those kind of big impacts, the snowfall, the ice that we were seeing coming down from the sky. The bad news, though, all of this stuff is going to stay on the ground overnight. If you actually kind of look around me, you can see the amount of snow that is on the ground, and there is a pretty good amount of ice under it. That's a big issue because we're well below freezing. We're going to stay well below freezing through at least the morning tomorrow. So none of this is going to have a chance to melt. And as people, drive throughout the day, all of that slush and stuff is going to refreeze overnight. So those driving conditions are going to stay dangerous. If we take you kind of up above over my head to those flagpoles over there, that's another issue this morning is the wind. That wind chill putting us well below zero. I think -3 the last time I checked, the normal temperature in the teens. So it's already rough enough, and then you add that wind chill in, and it's just absolutely brutal out here. Definitely a perfect day to stay inside. Walking forward, I want to give you a better look at what I was talking about when it comes to that snow and the ice that sits under it. So if I kind of come down here and I go like this to move this snow away, you can see that there is a pretty good sheet of ice just sitting right under the snow. That's going to be a massive issue as people start to drive and hit their roadways this morning. Now, teams are out. Oklahoma had crews prepared really days before the storm. They were treating those roadways, and we've seen several plows coming through to move the snow off the roadways. They also have designated snow routes here in Oklahoma that they established back in 2007. Those are basically those routes that they have deemed necessary across the state. So they have provided a map of that on the Department of Transportation's website. If you are planning to travel, those are the routes that are going to be the safest because they are treated first, they are salted first, and they are plowed regularly. Those are the same routes that the buses use here in the city. The streetcars, though, have also been running, so they're keeping those tracks clean as well. And really, just to give you guys some perspective as I toss this back to you, Regina, this is a state that typically sees less than 10 inches of snow a year on average. So, 1 to 3 to 4 to 5 inches came in one storm. And that's pretty massive for a state like this that really doesn't see, what we saw in Boston over the weekend, that 2 feet of snow totals, and they can just continue on normal. This is definitely something that will impact them for days. School has already been canceled for a good chunk of Oklahoma or switched to that virtual learning. The further south you head, the less, capable they are to deal with this type of weather. So in Texas, some areas have even canceled school all the way through Monday. So these are really going to be some lingering impacts even as this storm works its way out of this area and heads east. Regina.
Yeah, and Hunter, I remember speaking with you earlier this week, and you and your team were some of the individuals impacted, trying to fly out of areas impacted by winter weather. So what do we know about the airports in your area where you're standing right now? Have they stopped operations? Was this enough to cancel 1 million flights like we saw earlier this week?
Oh, absolutely. There were cancellations, just as this storm was being predicted. Once the storm hit, those cancellations got worse. Like I said, as you head south, the more impact you see. So as of right now, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport is completely closed. So no flights in and no flights out for at least the remainder of the day. And really, that's just a reflection of what so many of these airports, here in Oklahoma and then in Texas especially, are seeing. Really just no flights at all. There are a few that can get off the ground the further east you go because they're more prepared for weather, and also that storm is really just starting to hit them, so you might be able to get a flight in or out, the further east you are, but the more down south you go, the harder it's absolutely going to be, and especially if you're in the Texas area, not a chance you're going to get out of those airports.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Hunter, we really appreciate you keeping our viewers up to speed on these conditions. We hope you stay warm and safe, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, Regina.
All right, everybody, we are going to entirely switch gears here on Live Now from Fox. We've got President Biden stepping up to address the National Prayer Breakfast happening in Washington, D.C. This is happening just minutes before he is expected to address the nation on the U.S. raid in Syria that killed a top Islamic State leader. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
A child, I lost a mother, a father, a husband, someone close to them. Just plucked away. And they get up every single day and put one foot in front of the other. And they're the people who deserve our recognition and our credit. I think I've talked to Bill and Grace Nelson about this. The only thing, today is my son Bo's birthday. But the only thing that Bo said to me when we were told he was going to die within minutes or of an hour, that he looked at me and he said, "Dad, promise me, Dad, you're going to stay involved." I said, I'll be good, Bo." He said, "No, Dad, promise me. Give me your word as Biden that you're going to stay engaged." Because he knew, like a lot of you, what you've been through, the first instinct is you just want to crawl up in a ball and just leave. No longer do what you've done your whole life that he said, Dad, promise me." I give my word. That was the last conversation in Walter Reed Hospital, lying there in the bed. And then he looked at me and said, "And Dad," and his brother Hun, who was his closest friend. We were all three on the bed. And he turned to me and said, "Dad, I want you to know, I'm not afraid." So, I had so much help, starting from the time that I lost my wife and daughter in that accident. But look, everybody has got horrible things they've had to deal with. And we've watched them I sat in the Senate for 36 years. We watched people literally die in our midst. Remember that scene where Teddy walked out? I'm flattered that you think as highly as you stated, Kristen, but I had a lot of help. And I want to thank you for the introduction. It's very gracious, but like I said, there's a lot more people who've done a lot more. And to my good friend, Chris Coons. Two things I tell everybody about Chris Coons, you gotta know. One, he's smarter than you. And two, the boy can preach. He's the only guy that went to law school and got a divinity degree at the same time. I worry about divine lawyers. But anyway, Chris, thank you. You've been a great friend. And as Brian, as you were speaking, Chuck sort of leaned over. He didn't say anything, but just like, was that Delaware? But it was Delaware. That's why I got involved in politics in the first place. I remember going to a little Catholic grade school in Claymont, Delaware, which was a steel town that was dying. And the bus my mother would drive me to the school parking lot. It was called Holy Rosary School. From it was called Brookview Apartments. It used to be Section 8 housing later. And I get out of the bus, I get out of the car, and that's where I-95 runs parallel to these days. And I said, "Mom, why are all those kids," it was then called colored, "why are all those colored kids in that bus?" Because in Scranton, there weren't any. There were very few blacks. So they're not allowed to go to school with us here in Delaware. So, and Milton wasn't what you might call the epicenter of desegregation. And so you've been through a lot, but you've done a lot as well. And I thank you. And Carrie Job, you're the voice of an angel, kid. I tell you what, you really do. And that guy sitting next to you, he's a lucky guy. He's a lucky guy. And besides, he has all his hair. And Vice President Harris, Majority Leader Schumer, Mitch McConnell. Mitch, I don't want to hurt your reputation, but we really are friends. And that is not an epiphany we're having here at the moment. You've always done exactly what you've said. You're a man of your word, and you're a man of honor. Thank you for being my friend. And folks, members of Congress and spouses, I'm honored to join you all today. You know, we're keeping our prayers for Senator Lujan, and keep him in your prayers today. I think, from what I understand, he's going to be okay and be back with us in not too distant future. But we pray for safe recovery. And a special thank you to the bipartisan chairs of this breakfast, Representative Lamb and Wahlberg, Gillibrand and Rounds. Mike, I know it's been 3 months to this day that you lost Gene to cancer. So you know of which I speak. And it's like losing a piece of your soul. And I remember. Today, as I said, is a day that a lot of us can remember the times and what we lost, each of us. And just like I miss my son every single day, I know he's always with me, for real. He's always with me. Congressman McBath, just like your precious son Jordan, he's always going to be with you, for real. It becomes a piece of you. You know, how many times have you all been through this, about to make a decision, say, what would Bo want, or what would Jill want, or what would, whatever it is. It's and for everyone out there who has lost a piece of their soul, they're always with you. And all through the pain, I think if you can find purpose of a life that makes you worthy in their eyes of what they expect of you. This breakfast usually is held in a big Washington hotel with a big crowd. Today we're here in the Visitor Center of the United States Capitol with a much smaller crowd. A more intimate setting to see each other here and listen to each other, standing in this, which is in governmental terms a sacred place. And think about our former colleagues and close friends we lost in this year. Bob Dole, Harry Reid, Johnny Isaacs, who was a hell of a guy, Max Cleland, Carl Levin, Mike Enzi, John Warner, Walter Mondale. And, I learned a long time ago, never make one good eulogy. Because if you make one good eulogy, you got to do a lot of eulogies. But I've had the pleasure of knowing their families, and there's a lot of good friends, both sides of the aisle, who disagreed on many, many things, who still talk and listen to one another. I think I've said to Mitch and some of you earlier in the last couple of years that, one of the things I don't know for sure, but I think is missing in the Congress, we don't spend as much time with one another as we used to. We used to eat lunch together. I mean, literally sit down, not in the Senate dining room in the Senate, with that small dining room off to the right across the hall from the visitors' dining room. And there's two big round tables, big dining room tables, and a buffet. And I remember when I first got here, after my wife and daughter were killed in an accident, my boys were still in the hospital. And I remember Teddy would always come and say, come to lunch. I didn't want any part of going to lunch. And one day he just dragged me over to lunch. He said, you'll learn more there than any place else. And I would go to lunch there literally every day and listen to the senior members. And you learn about their losses, their happiness. You learn about them. You learn about their, I remember one day I walked in and there was a little corner in the table, or a corner table, when the big table was filled. And I sat there and Jimmy said, come over here, Joe, sit down here. And I wasn't about to sit in John Stennis' seat. And because he sat at the head of the table. And he said, no, come on, you're gone. So I ordered my hamburger, whatever the devil I ordered, took a couple bites, and then walks John Stennis. And I immediately put a napkin on all my stuff, and I said, I'm finished, Mr. Chairman. Come on, right here. I later got a handwritten letter from him about 3 o'clock afternoon. I appreciate the honor of you recognizing my seat, but you didn't finish your meal. I promise this favor will be returned. It was returned. He actually endorsed me when I ran for president from Mississippi. I think I was an expensive hamburger for him. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, when you know one another, when you know, and no matter how badly you disagree, and people think, Rev, that in the days that's divided here, we had a lot of flat-out old segregationists still in our caucus. But Teddy Kennedy would argue like hell with Jim Eastland, and they'd go down and have lunch. Didn't agree with one another, but they treated each other with respect even in that day. And I just think that when you learn that another man or woman, you're flying a Codell and someone has their husband or wife with them, and you learn that they have a kid with a problem with alcoholism. You learn that they have a daughter who has breast cancer. You learn that they have. It's hard to dislike the person. And so one of the things I pray for, and I mean it, is that we sort of get back to the place that's so busy. I think things have changed so much, but that we get to really know each other. It's hard to really dislike someone when you know what they're going through the same thing you're going through. You know, like President Eisenhower, the first president to attend this 7 years ago. At the time, President Eisenhower said, he said, there's a need we all have in these days and times for some help which comes from outside ourselves. Outside ourselves. I've attended many of these prayer breakfasts over the years with our nation at war, in struggle and strife, peace, and times of prosperity when everybody was getting on. But a nation in prayer. Jill and I have been humbled by the prayers of so many of you, and it means everything to us. We pray for our nation as we face the inflection point in our history. So much is going to change, no matter who's sitting in my job. The world is changing. The world is changing. There's the moment, but there's also a moment of great progress, of lives saved in this pandemic, not just the ones lost. New jobs created for people, new hope, rebuilding the nation, but also a moment of pain for the lost lives and the lives that lost in this pandemic, and the cruel twist of fate that occurred. You know, at a moment of great division of our democracy is at grave risk. I pray that we follow what Jesus taught us, to serve rather than be served. I don't always do it. I hope try. I don't always do it. I pray to keep the faith, that the very promise of America, believing that there's nothing we can't do, where every person is created equal in the image of God, no matter who, where we come from, who we are, what our color, or how we choose to pray, or whether or not we choose to pray. They deserve to be treated equally throughout their lives. Faith in the very idea of America that can be defined, in my view, by a single word. I've been saying this for over 30 years. When I get asked to define America, one word: possibilities. Possibilities. One of the reasons why other countries sometimes think we're arrogant is we believe anything is possible. Anything is possible. And faith in the American people will prove each and every day we're a great nation, because we're at our heart a good people. We do bad things and we get frightened. St. Augustine wrote that a people was a multitude defined by a common object of their love. I believe the common objects of our love that define us Americans are opportunity, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, service, truth. Things everybody recognizes both here and around the world. As I stand in this citadel democracy that was attacked 1 year ago, the issue for us is unity. How do we unite us again? Unity is elusive, but it's really actually necessary. Unity doesn't mean we have to agree on everything, but unity is where enough of us believe in a core of basic things, the common good. the general welfare, of faith in the United States of America. The United States of America. Nearly 3 weeks ago, we were reminded of that truth. A gunman entered a synagogue in Colleyville, Texas. He took 4 worshipers hostage, including a rabbi, for 11 hours. But violence and vengeance didn't pierce the goodness and grace of that scene. Heroic law enforcement officers were joined by local faith leaders, including an imam, a Baptist minister, who offered their help. Nearby Catholic church opened its doors for the hostages' families. At sunset, a group of Muslim women, friends of the rabbi's wife, walked in with one of the rabbi's favorite foods. They hugged and they wept because of the bravery of the hostages and the law enforcement officers. The hostages escaped safely, and the families were reunited. When asked later if he would change anything, the rabbi said, quote, "We will do what we always do, which is the best we can," which is the best we can. I had a long conversation with the rabbi. It was interesting to hear him describe the scene and how faith mattered. Whether you're in a synagogue or a church or a mosque or a temple, whether you're religious or not, we're all imperfect human beings trying our best, the best we can, because we can't know the future. We can't know what's coming. We also can't live in fear every step of the way. That's America. From darkness, we've found joy, hope, and light. Rather than driving us apart, faith can move us together, because all the great confessional faiths have the same fundamental basic beliefs. Not just faith in a higher power, but faith to see each other as we should. Not as enemies, but as neighbors. Not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. As leaders of this nation who work and pray together, there's an oath to God and country to uphold, and a charge to keep, to stand in the breach, and to protect our democracy, to work together to right wrongs. That's how we all came here, to make the most of our time on earth. For if a house divided cannot stand, surely a house united can do anything. And if we do that, I think we'll have done our duty. With history and God watching, we will have to prove that there's nothing beyond the capacity of the United States when we're united. United States. You know, some of the senior senators are here used to kid me because I was quoting Irish poets on the floor of the United States Senate. And there's a poem, The Cure at Troy, written by an Irish poet who I got to know. It says, history teaches us not to hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, that tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhyme. I honestly believe we're at one of those moments. There's so much at stake. The division has become so palpable, not just here, but around the world. We have a chance. We have a chance to make hope and history rhyme, because the rest of the world's looking to us. Every time I'd walk out of my Grandpa Finnegan's house up in Scranton, some of you heard me say this before, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." My grandmother yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Let's go spread the faith."
You're streaming streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. We were just bringing you some live remarks from President Biden as he addressed lawmakers at the National Prayer Breakfast out there in Washington, D.C. Now, interesting to see where he is going to go next. In just a couple of minutes, a press conference is slated for 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, where the president will deliver remarks on that counterterrorism operation that happened in northwest Syria that killed an ISIS leader. So we should be getting those remarks relatively soon here on Live Now from Fox, and when we do, we will bring them to you in its entirety. But I do want to let you know, as you can see to the right-hand side of your screen, we've got our XRAD radar showing you the entire system that is impacting 1/3 of the United States throughout this week. And specifically, we are showing you some of the conditions to the bottom right-hand side of your screen in Cleveland, Ohio. Lots of snow coming down there. You can see it on the tops of the rooftops. Here's the XRAD radar in full. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more weather coverage as we await this very anticipated press conference from President Biden. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing to monitor a very powerful winter storm that is expected to impact millions of people throughout this week. We do know that the East Coast is specifically in the crosshairs of its second major storm this week. I was just talking to Fox Weather's Hunter Davis on Monday. I spoke to her in Boston, Massachusetts. Then she was in Oklahoma just a couple of minutes ago. We actually do have her shot still of the snow coming down very hard and coating the streets. She said that travel was a very dangerous idea, but as you could still see there, people are trying to brave the conditions, get on the road. So if you do plan on traveling in the wake of this storm system, that it's making its way from the Midwest through Texas and then up through the Northeast, we advise that you be very careful and keep an eye on conditions here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of, I do want to let you know that we are able to take our Fox Weather's broadcast when it comes to major conditions like this. So we are going to do that in just a minute. But do want to let you know that we are getting these feeds from the nation's capital. We do know that any moment now, President Biden is expected to speak on the raid in northwest Syria that we have learned killed an ISIS leader. That is slated for 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So as you could see, he is still making his way out of the Capitol building. He just addressed the national prayer breakfast there. So it does look like he might be a little bit behind schedule. But when we get those remarks for you, we will certainly stream them for you in their entirety here on Live Now from Fox. We were just chatting with our own team here, whether he will just be going to a different room inside the Capitol or will be heading to the White House to make these remarks. We are not entirely sure. I cannot tell if that is an exit to the outside of the building where they are going. So again, we are just going to monitor that closely for you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, again, we are in touch with our Fox weather reporters who are out there braving the conditions and giving us an update on how the snow and ice is impacting 1/3 of the United States. It looks like they did just go into a quick commercial break, so we will get that for you in just a moment. But they have provided some recorded segments for us to kind of give you an update on the conditions. So I do want to bring that to you here this morning. Melissa, Texas, that's about 35 miles north of Dallas, where we're seeing some of that freezing rain and a thick layer of ice covering the ground here, and also all of the trees and the limbs here behind us, where you can see those icicles just hanging from all of the branches. That's what a lot of people are seeing around this area, and it was very loud for one neighbor when a large tree fell in his front yard. Now, Brandon Smith sent us this video from Plano. He says he believes that tree that fell was about 30 years old.
The dog started barking and the tree fell on the ground, loud thud, woke us all up. I moved here just for the trees, so it's kind of sad to see it fall.
Now, this morning, we also saw several tree service trucks ready to go. They'll be working to cut down any tree limbs that could be dangerous or may fall on any power lines. And on our drive this morning, we took it very slow. We didn't see too many other drivers out on the road, but we did see some sanding trucks who are working on the roads and some power utility trucks responding to any power outages here in North Texas. I'm Shannon Murray. All right, everybody, as promised, we've got our Fox weather team bringing you the latest as they track this winter system. So let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox.
Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport is closed right now until noon Eastern time because of that severe winter weather. Runways are not operational while they're being treated with the snow and the ice, but the airport does anticipate reopening the first runway in the next half hour to an hour. Let's go through where the storm is now and where we're seeing the major impacts within this storm system. So on your screen, you are seeing the ice right around Dallas, just north of Dallas, maybe even seeing some flurries mixing in with that. That's where we're seeing the bulk of the storm system really move into place. And we have that we also have colder conditions moving through at this moment too. So as you can see, that ice really lingering from Dallas all the way down towards Waco, right along I-14 there. That's where we saw the major reports that really came in filtering in as some ice on those roadways out there, all the way down from Waco towards San Antonio, seeing the icier conditions right along I-14. I-10 should be okay right now, seeing some light showers move through, but that could change at any given moment as well. For now, we are seeing freezing rain alerts moving through for LaGrange all the way down towards Willow City, seeing those freezing rain alerts as well, and maybe even 1/10 of an inch of ice out towards Georgetown. Heading up a little further north, Memphis, Tennessee, getting in on some of that ice too. So the ice threat does stretch all the way up towards Kentucky there. Memphis really under the gun there with the ice, and as we can see, those ice reports still flooding into Kentucky as well. Paducah seeing those ice reports heading a little further to the north and east. Cincinnati getting in on that ice, as you can see, all the way up towards Pittsburgh Pittsburgh, ice does filter in and as far south as Louisville. That's why we have many winter weather alerts remaining in place. The ice storm alert is going to be in place, that ice storm warning from Memphis up towards Louisville, right along those areas that we saw the ice filtering in. North of that, we do have that winter storm warning in place, and still several areas are under a winter storm advisory as well. Stephen?
Well, Fox Weather's Hunter Davis, Kiana, is in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It is cold and it is snowy. Hunter, you're bundled up. It is pretty, I mean, but you've seen a whole mess of things there in Oklahoma City. Walk us through that.
Hey, Stephen. Yeah, it may look like a winter wonderland, but it certainly does not feel like it, nor does it drive like it. That's the reason that everybody is supposed to stay off of the roads today. We have seen a little bit of traffic, but even the Oklahoma Department of Transportation took to Twitter this morning in their latest winter weather advisory to say that roads are still bad and that travel is strongly discouraged. If you are having to get out, though, when we take you back out here to this live shot, the streetcars actually are still running. You'll see that come by here in just a second. We saw some plows actually go through and clear off those tracks. So a streetcar may actually be one of the safer ways you can travel. There it goes, about to just take off behind me here. The roadways, however, not going to be very safe. While the crews are doing their best to keep up, the snow just keeps falling, and with those well below freezing temperatures, everything just keeps freezing. All of these vehicles that are traveling also kind of slushing all of that stuff up. So as you know, things start to calm down and the less traffic we see on the roads, the more freezing is going to happen. Also, if we take you up and show you those flagpoles, that just shows you the wind that we're seeing right now. You'll get these moments where it's very still. Actually, right before this live shot, things were really calm. And then all of a sudden, the snow is going sideways and that wind is really just smacking you in the face. So it's definitely not even favorable conditions to be walking around. If you do choose to walk, though, here's kind of what you're experiencing. Lots of snow under your feet. Definitely wear those snow boots today. You're also experiencing the ice. So if I come down here and I wipe this snow away, you can see this ice layer that we have under the snow here, and that is going to be really dangerous. I mean, I do want to point out that, of course, this is a parking lot, so it's not been treated, like the roadways have and like some of the main sidewalks have, but that's what your neighborhood sidewalks are likely gonna look like. So as you're walking, that's something to keep in mind. It's really easy to bite it, honestly, for lack of a better term, pretty quickly. As you do get out and about, just keep in mind here in Oklahoma, we are still under that winter storm watch through midnight. And then we're also still under that wind chill advisory through noon tomorrow. So it's going to be a pretty brutal 24 hours. The storm, the brunt of it, that snowfall that we've been seeing is expected to move out, as we head toward the afternoon, evening hours. Today, we should be completely done with the storm, but the effects of this storm are going to stay lingering. So it's best to just, chalk this day up to a snow day, probably chalk Friday up to a snow day as well. Some schools here in the area have already done that, in fact, canceling school or shifting to those virtual classes, and really, seeing an airport the size of DFW, like you guys were just talking about, be completely stopped. No flights in or out for at least a few hours. That should really put into perspective how massive this storm is, that an airport the size of Dallas-Fort Worth International is having to stop all flights in and out. So really just reflecting kind of all that we've been saying to you guys, which is stay home. It's not the time to travel. It's still extremely dangerous out here, and it's really just going to get worse as we stay below freezing throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow. Stephen.
Hunter Davis there, that wind chill at Will Rogers in Oklahoma City, -4 right now. Find a way to stay warm. Appreciate that report. And this moisture, the precipitation that Hunter's even seen, we'll see that transition happening there in Cincinnati as we work later on. Already maybe seeing some of the effects of it. Yeah, as it looks like we're dealing with maybe some sleet, a bit of a white coating there at the stadium. It's a mess. That's the word of the day, really is. And as we head into, the next 24 hours or so from the Ohio River Valley, we're going to see this translate into the Northeast. Some of the reports, though, that we've seen: Macomb, Illinois, 14.5 inches. South Haven, Indiana, 13.5 inches. All of these reports over a foot, and the snowiest that many of these locations have seen in years. Augusta, Illinois, 13.5. And those totals not so much adding up in these locations now, but we're still seeing the snow in parts of Missouri and Illinois, even Indiana this morning. And looking at future track, this is for the Ohio River Valley. We'll continue to see that snow in and around St. Louis. You head a little farther south to Paducah and Memphis and Jackson. Well, that's going to be more of an icy mess. And even into Nashville, we'll see that transition maybe occur toward the end. Look at Ohio, though. It's either going to be snow or it's going to be sleet. As we work into the day on Thursday, today, overnight hours, and then Friday, that moisture continuing to build into Pennsylvania, even as that cold air tries to sink onto the south. And then we might be getting hit with a quick burst of snow there in Pittsburgh, perhaps, as this storm eventually winds on down. So how much snow will we see additionally? Well, Indianapolis, possibly 3 to 5 inches, and then Shelbyville, maybe 3 to 5 inches too. And then eventually all of this will shift off to the northeast, finally coming to an end by about Sunday.
Well, by tomorrow, places like Albany, New York will see snow as the winter storm creeps further to the north and east. Right now, it's quiet there, but like we said, tomorrow we get that second round of some snow, maybe even some ice across most of the northeast too. So taking a look at the alerts, we do have plenty of them in place, remaining in place at least throughout tomorrow. We can see that winter storm warning remaining in place to the north in the shading of blue. That is a winter weather advisory. And as we head throughout most of tomorrow, we will continue to see snow moving into portions of Buffalo, where we can see those temperatures are really taking a toll there. Jeff, if you could advance my graphics just for me for this one. Here we go. So Buffalo seeing temperatures in the upper 20s. That snow is going to continue filtering into place. It already is in place throughout this morning, and heading throughout the afternoon will continue to pull into place as well. Temperatures taking a really tank. 21 as we head into the 5 o'clock hour, and as we head into tonight, back into the teens once again, really supporting that snow to move into place. How much snow is going to filter in? 5 to 8 inches out towards Lackawanna, and as we head towards Orchard Park, 8 to 12, so almost a foot, maybe even more than that, a little further south of Orchard Park. Again, as it does remain, we do have to keep a close eye on the temperature profile. So at the surface, temperatures are lingering around freezing, but 5,000 feet above that, it's just far too warm for any snow. So any snow that is falling at 10,000 feet tends to start to melt for a second, and then at the surface refreezes in portions of Pennsylvania like Scranton. Here's a look at Philadelphia's forecast for the next 5 days. Rain at least through Friday, and a little too warm for anything other than that. As we head into the weekend, we do have sunshine right back into place, but temperatures are in the 30s. Stephen?
Well, let's head back to where we're seeing that right now, that winter storm, a warning in effect for most of the state of Arkansas as a powerful storm blankets the state with sleet, also snow. Osceola, Arkansas. Yeah, that's just not the sight you want to see when those tree lights light up, when those trees light up in the darkness because there's a glaze of ice. It is a mess.
Yeah, many are waking up to icy roads and strong winds causing hazardous driving conditions and leaving more than 24,000 people without power outages, which can be a scary thing, but there is a way to prepare for them, and we have a way to keep them close to their family and keep their family safe too.
Yeah, Rob Rodell with the Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas joins us now. Rob, thank you. Good morning. Hope you're safe. I know a lot of people without power throughout the state of Arkansas. So if they are, how can they reach out and let you guys know we're without? And is there a timeline of when they could potentially have it back on?
Yes, certainly, Stephen. The best thing for them to do, of course, is be patient. We're aware of the power outages. In the event that they think they need to, please call your local electric cooperative or your electricity provider and let them know. They certainly want to know when the power is out. Generally, what's happening right now, we've got about 10,000 electric cooperative members, mostly in eastern and southeastern Arkansas without electric service. We have had some instances of galloping transmission lines, which is a thing that occurs when ice accumulates on the power lines and the wind picks up. It actually makes the lines gallop. It looks like a jump rope, if you can imagine that, at 60, 50 feet up in the air. That's quite dangerous, of course, and it does cause blinks and outages at times. So we're dealing with that right now. The conditions, of course, those of you that have been good viewers watching Fox Weather, you know that the conditions in Arkansas shifted to the east and southeast overnight. We do have crews on the ground addressing any outages that are occurring at this time.
And you know, preparation is key. So if you could, what are some of the safety precautions that you would share for those without power that should be taken prior to getting to that part?
Yeah, Kenya, some of the best things they can do, of course, if you do have someone that's on oxygen or requires special medications, plan ahead for that at any time that a power outage is predicted to occur, like in this situation. Thank goodness for all the weather technology that we have nowadays, so people can know in advance that this could happen. Those are the best things to make alternative preparations for a place to stay, and just in case it goes out. Those are the crucial things to do. Elderly, young, of course, be cautious of that. We're optimistic that this will be less than a 24-hour event. We do have crews at the local cooperatives that are addressing the outages. We've got cooperatives, 17 additional cooperatives within the state that are available to assist in need. We've also made arrangements with cooperatives in Mississippi and Louisiana, and those guys are anxious to get in their trucks to come over here if we need them, but hopefully we're not going to this time.
Yeah, hopefully not. Well, Arkansas, no stranger to some of these winter events. Rob Rodell with the Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas. Appreciate you joining us this morning. Stay safe, you and your state, throughout the day. Let's head a little north of Arkansas to Clarksville, Tennessee. Ice storm warnings in effect this morning. It's a slow go. Best idea not to hit those roads, especially as those temperatures continue to drop. It's rain transitioning to freezing rain. Stay with us. Much more straight ahead.
All right, everybody, that was the latest coverage from our Fox weather team as they have meteorologists across the nation tracking the conditions of this major winter storm that is impacting literally 1/3 of the country. So we are doing the same here on Live Now from Fox. This is our XRAD radar showing you the really chilly temperatures, especially in the Midwest. -6, -9 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm looking at 0 degrees, 3 degrees. So even in some of these states, as Fox Weather's reporter Hunter Davis was saying, even if the snow moves out of the area, it is really going to turn into ice because of these freezing temperatures. So definitely a good reason to stay off the roads. Thousands of flights impacted and canceled or delayed due to these conditions. So we are tracking this storm for you here this morning and throughout the rest of this week as it continues to make its way from the Midwest through Texas and kind of swings up to the northeast. You heard our Fox weather team say that just in a couple of hours, starting really tomorrow morning, they are going to expect some really snowy and icy conditions in the state of New York, upstate in New England. So we'll be keeping tabs on that for you as well. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know that we are still anticipating a press conference from President Biden this morning as we have learned of a raid in northwest Syria that killed a top Islamic State leader. He was just speaking at the National Prayer Breakfast in the U.S. Capitol building. It did look like he left, so he could be making these remarks from the White House. Now, he does need to catch a flight on Air Force One, not that it won't wait for him, but he is going to New York also today to speak to New York City Mayor Eric Adams, Governor Kathy Hochul about the rise in gun violence and crime, specifically in the city of New York. So we will be monitoring his travels there for you throughout the day as well. Again, some of you will see a quick break. We'll be back with some more coverage. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Wanted to bring you this feed that we've got coming into our desk. We just got this shot a couple of minutes ago. I am learning that here in just a couple of minutes, this is slated to get underway at around 10 a.m. Eastern time. The House Oversight and Reform Hybrid Roundtable team are going to hold a discussion with former Washington football team employees on their concerns about what they are calling a toxic workplace while working for the team. Now, just yesterday, they announced the new name of their team, the Washington Commanders. So we are going to monitor this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to let you know that any moment now, we are also expecting a press conference from President Biden as we bring you the latest on the raid in northwest Syria that President Biden confirmed killed a top Islamic State leader. So that was slated for 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. He did go a little bit longer than anticipated at his address at the National Prayer Breakfast. So we did see him exit the Capitol building, and he is probably making his way to make these remarks from the White House. Now, also important to mention that after he does that, he is boarding Air Force One to head to New York City, where he is anticipated to hold a discussion with New York City Mayor Eric Adams and the governor of New York about the rise in gun violence, the rise in crimes, especially in the city. Just yesterday, we brought you a second funeral for the NYPD officer that was killed while responding to a domestic disturbance call in Harlem 2 weeks ago with his partner. Just last Friday, we brought you the funeral of his partner as well. So I do want to bring you the latest. Our Fox 5 New York team is giving us a closer look at what we can expect from that visit today.
I promise you.
This afternoon, President Joe Biden and Attorney General Merrick Garland joined Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul at police headquarters to discuss the Biden administration's plan to reduce gun violence. The White House touts historic levels of funding to put more officers on streets and pay for community violence prevention and intervention programs and increased enforcement against illegal gun traffickers. The president's visit comes one day after the city buried Detective Wilbert Mora. He and his partner, Detective Jason Rivera, were ambushed and killed by a career criminal with an illegal gun. Thousands of police officers came to Mora's funeral to show their support. An NYPD officer presented Mora's anguished mother with the flag that had covered her son's casket. So far this year, 6 police officers in the city have been shot, including an off-duty cop in Arvern, Queens on Tuesday night.
The conversation we have been having over and over again, the overproliferation of guns, ready to use them on individuals in blue uniforms or blue jeans. They don't care.
According to the latest NYPD statistics, shooting incidents and shooting victims have each increased by more than 30% this year compared to last. One of those victims was Crystal Barron Nieves, who was working as a cashier at a Burger King in East Harlem when a robber shot and killed her last month.
Yo solamente quiero
all I want
que lo que le pasó a mi hija no le pasa más a nadie.
that what happened to my daughter don't happen to nobody else.
Through her tears, Christy Nieves sent a message to the president ahead of his visit to the city today.
Quiero decirle al presidente
I want to tell the president
que necesita cambiar todo su sistema
you need to change all his system
y sacar todas estas pistolas
and take out all these guns
de la calle.
from the streets.
Again, when we do get those remarks from the president as well as the mayor of New York City later this afternoon, we will be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and in their entirety. Meanwhile, staying in New York, here's a Live Now look over the Empire State Building this morning. Also keeping a close eye on the city as Michael Avenatti, who is the disgraced attorney representing himself on trial for allegedly stealing nearly $300,000 from adult film actress Stormy Daniels. The state rested their case on Tuesday without calling any witnesses to the stand. So our very own Daytona Everett spoke with a defense attorney about what we think we could expect after those closing arguments that happened recently. So I do want to listen to this segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Doug Burns. Doug, thanks for joining us late this evening to talk about this case. I'm sure you have a lot to say after that recap.
No, I do. I mean, it's an interesting case. You know, first of all, in terms of his closing argument, you know, I've been in many situations in the last 35 years where lawyers get up and they say, when I was a kid on the streets of Brooklyn, ladies and gentlemen, you know, and the judge is like, Mr. Smith, could you please confine yourself to the facts of the case? So, you know, those type of gambits sometimes can work. But in this case, you know, we do have a saying, a little bit cute, but it's like, look, if you have the facts on your side, you talk about the facts. If you have the law on your side, you talk about the law. If you have neither one of them with you, then you go into that kind of extraneous stuff about, you know, a plate of spaghetti and I'm Italian. You know, that doesn't really help them. Okay, now let's break down the case real simple. When you're practicing law, there's two types of payments that you're handling, seriously. Number one is a legal fee. Okay, so if somebody pays me a legal fee, either because I sent them an invoice itemizing it and they pay me for that amount, or they're giving me a retainer, right, that I'm going to start using. The point is you put it into your business account, obviously, your lawyer's account. Here, it's even more compelling because the point is if I'm representing a client in a real estate closing and there's a down payment in the transaction, or here I'm representing a client in a book deal and that client is getting an advance for the book, that money goes into an escrow account.
Right.
Okay. And you hold it there in escrow. But now let's put a little finer point on this pencil. There are situations where I may be escrowing money, but then I'll ask the client specifically, I'd like you to authorize a disbursement to me for, let's say, in this example, we'll say for $10,000 for the work I've done so far. They give me that in writing and I disperse it from the escrow account to myself. Here, what happened was he took the entire amount. It was the claim, $300,000. Okay. And then it got much worse for him because what happened was if you simply did this without the letter he sent in, which I'll explain in a second, then you would say, look, my assistants handle these type of transactions in my office and all of that. But here what happened was the allegation was, and I assume that they put in good evidence on it, is that he wrote to the publisher, forged the client's name and said, please disperse the monies to this separate account. That's pretty devastating if they were able to prove that. The reason I'm saying that is I wasn't, you know, the case wasn't on television. I'm not familiar with all of the record, but I'm telling you right now, reading the tea leaves after all my years, he seemed very despondent, interestingly enough, outside of the courthouse. That's one thing that goes into my sort of Sherlock Holmes analysis. Number two, he didn't take the stand and didn't call a single witness. Not taking the stand was very well explained by you and the reporter, which is you get a clear instruction, ladies and gentlemen, you are to draw no inference, not hold that against the defendant, and all of that. And I think juries take that seriously. But, you know, having said he was going to put on a case and then never called a single witness, I think he's facing an uphill battle. And from his demeanor outside the building, I think he knows it.
Really? Because he seems to have been walking around pretty confidently and is pretty sure in his case right now. Him representing himself, you don't think that's going to make the difference for the jury?
Well, you know, I'm not big on the cliche phrases, but the other one is a lawyer who represents himself in a case has a fool for a client. I'm sure you've heard that, right? And so the point is, you know, going pro se, which is the Latin, you know, we love Latin, right, lawyers? Pro se, representing yourself, but there's also an advisor there, you know, a legal advisor who's a lawyer, to prevent later claims that you really didn't want to represent yourself. But the point is, it's a tricky landscape. Now, in fairness, Michael Avenatti is a lawyer, and he's a trial lawyer, and he knows his way around a courtroom.
Sure.
But again, it starts becoming kind of kooky because he's referring to himself in the third person. You know, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Avenatti didn't really do that, you know, and it kind of just comes across kind of strange. I've myself, you're not going to believe this, I prosecuted 3 cases in federal court. 3 different individuals represented themselves in those 3 trials. So I know a lot about pro se. I'm not bragging. And I'm just telling you, I've been through these rodeos many times. So again, with the caveat that I didn't see the case on TV where I could really, you know, give you a better explanation of, you know, how I thought he did. I'm sure he did okay, but at the same time, let me explain this. I did read in the media that when he said, you know, my father sold hot dogs from a stand when I was a kid, the judge, Jesse Furman, a very, you know, brilliant judge, jumped right in and said, stick to the facts of the case. Then he said, Italian food, you know, et cetera. And the judge jumped in there and said, this case is not about Italian food. So the point is, I think that the judge was, you know, slightly upset with him. Also, if it was quoted correctly in an article I read, he said, this was my firm's money. We did not owe it to her. Trust me when I tell you that the judge is not going to take kindly to that type of an argument. I mean, you can go back and forth on some of the mechanics of the money. Now, in fairness to Avenatti, let me say this. There was a clause in his retainer agreement that said that they, and you probably heard this, and so did your viewers, that he would be allowed to be compensated a reasonable amount of money from the book advance, okay? But the problem, as I explained earlier, is that the word reasonable, sometimes it can help you, but it can also really hurt you. So if I have an agreement with a client that I'm gonna hold their $300,000 book advance, and I'm entitled to a reasonable fee for it, again, I can't just A, take all of it, B, divert it away from the client with a forged document,
right,
and then C, when it comes time to explain it all, just go into sort of, you know, vague generalities. So again, while my analysis may be slightly against the grain of some of the vibes that people are getting, I do think that they put in a pretty strong case, it seems to me, without having seen it all.
Well, and as you heard, as the reporter was kind of breaking it down, of course, he is charged with wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. When she said that if they can prove that first one, they'll get those other ones, do you agree with that? Is it kind of a one and done?
Well, it's funny that you asked me that, because I really can't remember, in all the trials I've been in, I can't remember a situation, believe it or not, and I'll talk to some of my, you know, friends and colleagues about this, where a judge instructed a jury that, you know, one count goes with the other. But to explain it in simple English, basically, the wire fraud is devising a scheme to get money from somebody and engaging in fraudulent conduct to do that. So under that umbrella, I suppose is a good way to look at it, is this thing about the document I explained, which is that he sent a document to the publisher purportedly from Stormy Daniels, which he created. And so the point is, you know, one falls under the umbrella of the other. So if he's not guilty of engaging in fraudulent conduct as a general proposition, the wire fraud, then it kind of flows that he wouldn't be guilty of the identity theft. But again, it's unusual. I haven't really seen that too much. But, you know, you also have to remember, sometimes two counts can really be sort of for the same conduct with just a slightly different label. So I think that that's what Judge Furman was getting at, which is the two of them rise and fall together. That's all you're saying.
Right, and possibly something that can be inferred by the jury. If they're going to find you guilty on this, they'll likely find you guilty on this as well. So going into tomorrow, jury deliberations, there's just a couple of hours of deliberations today. What are your expectations?
Well, first I start with the general rule that we always talk about, which is, you know, one full day of deliberation for every week of trial. You know, that's not a hard and fast rule. I've seen exceptions, obviously, shorter ones, longer ones. But again, the point I'm making right out of the gate is that it was a relatively short trial. So I don't expect, you know, a super long deliberation of, you know, 4 and 5 days. I'm not anticipating that. Jury deliberations, however, sometimes are a little bit misunderstood. So I'll walk you through some of the basics, which is, you know, the jury just kind of settles in, you know, for 2 hours and then left at 5, I believe it was. Then tomorrow, you know, you may see a note or two, very just ritualistic. Judge, we'd like to hear the testimony from so-and-so. Judge, we'd like to see a particular document. I mean, juries, I should say, often sort of retry the case quickly. They start at the beginning, they go through it, and they start discussing it. And they're like, well, wait a minute, on this question of him being entitled to the money, you know, and they'll express their opinions. They'll say, well, it seems to me, I don't know if they called an expert, by the way, a lawyer, to explain what I explained at the outset of discussing this with you, which is, the mechanics of what you do with escrow money, okay? It's not rocket science. It's not, MIT nuclear physics. If you're taking a down payment on a real estate transaction, you're taking a book advance, any monies that are the client's funds, a settlement in an auto accident case, okay, those go into escrow accounts, okay? They don't get shipped into side accounts. So back to the jury deliberation. Sorry for that digression. No, I think that, just crystal ball, I think, you may have a verdict by Friday afternoon, certainly.
Well, we will hopefully be getting that by Friday so it doesn't push into next week as well. But Doug, we know that can always change. We've had you on for a lot of these trials, and we just never know, do we?
Oh, no. I mean, jury, it's interesting because you've heard lawyers say this, and sometimes it's like a little melodramatic, but it's so true. Pacing the halls, waiting for a jury, particularly in a criminal case where the stakes are high, and I've done it a zillion times, very, very, very stressful.
Yep.
So again, this isn't a murder case, and he's not facing life imprisonment, but at the same time, it's a $300,000 fraud, and he was convicted of the other case in the same building, the Southern District of New York, which was the extortion attempt against Nike. He received a 2.5-year sentence on that case, which is not inconsiderable. So unfortunately for him, and I take no glee in saying this, it's a tough legal situation that he's in. He's got that case, and then there's a case in California, believe it or not. Right. So, we'll see what happens. I never prejudge anything. I don't know the evidence specifically, dotting I's and T's, because it wasn't on television. And I wasn't in the building. And so the point is, we will see what happens. But tea leaves from outside the building are no case at all, and again, it's the same legal principle, though. He has no obligation to put on any case, okay? You can't draw any inference. The government always shoulders the burden of proof all the way throughout. And as you guys explained very well, the person, he's innocent until such point in time as the jury is convinced and then decides unanimously that the government has proven he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Every single point up to there, he's innocent. So, but again, my little Sherlock Holmes, I thought his demeanor outside the building was interesting.
Yes.
I don't have a perfect track record like, sports handicappers who predict games. But again, he seemed a little bit sullen about the way the case went in.
Yep. Well, 2 years, definitely different than 22 years. So a lot on the line for Avenatti here. And we'll be watching it every step of the way here on Live Now from Fox. Doug Burns, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. This feed just popped up seconds ago. President Biden, any moment now, expected to speak on the U.S. raid in northwest Syria that killed the violent Islamic State group leader, whose name is excuse me, I do want to get this right for you, Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurayshi. Now, we did just get a little more information. A U.S. official actually says that al-Qurayshi died, as al-Baghdadi did, just a couple of days ago in another raid where he exploded a bomb that killed himself and members of his family, including women and children, as U.S. forces approach. So the operation came as the Islamic State has been trying to gain a resurgence in certain areas there, with a series of attacks in the region, including a 10-day assault that happened late last month to seize a prison. So again, any moment now, we are expecting remarks from President Biden. Shortly after, he will be boarding Air Force One to head to New York City with AG Merrick Garland, where they will be speaking with the mayor, Eric Adams, as well as the New York Governor, Kathy Hochul, on the uptick in gun violence and crime across the city. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez joining you here from Orlando, Florida. I do want to let you know that just within the last few minutes here, we have gotten this feed coming from inside of the White House, a podium standing there where President Biden will soon address the nation on the U.S. Special Operations raid in northwest Syria that killed an ISIS leader. So we are going to learn more from that from the president here in just a couple of moments. We are continuing to monitor this feed, and once we do see him stepping up to make this address, we will cut right to it. But in the meantime, I do want to stay in Washington, D.C. We are getting feeds from inside of this House Hybrid Committee roundtable as employees of the former Washington football team, now just recently changing their name yesterday to the Commanders. We've got employees talking about what they are saying was a toxic work environment when they were working there. So let's listen in here for just a bit, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Slate of solutions to rein in the use of non-disclosure agreements that prevent workers from speaking out about sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace. We are also examining ways to promote accountability and strengthen protections for all workers. I now yield to my friend, Ranking Member Comer, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Americans across our nation are facing multiple crises today because of the Biden administration policies. Inflation is at a 40-year high. We're experiencing the worst border crisis in our nation's history. Energy prices are surging. China has yet to be held accountable for covering up and unleashing COVID-19 on the world. Our adversaries are emboldened because of President Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. And as my colleague, Congressman Donalds, pointed out in a letter he sent last night, historic black colleges and universities face numerous bomb threats this week. Yet Democrats on this committee continue to ignore these and other crises that are impacting Americans' everyday lives. Instead of adhering to our committee's mission to root out waste, fraud, and abuse and mismanagement in the federal government, Democrats instead are holding a roundtable about the work culture in one single private organization. Make no mistake, no one should face harassment at work, and bad actors must be held accountable. But it's unclear why examining harassment that took place a decade ago in one private workplace warrants oversight from this committee. This issue is best handled by human resources and the courts, not Congress. Further, because of the bravery of the women testifying before us today, the culture of the franchise has completely turned around. And I want to thank the ladies for being here today. After the NFL's investigation into the football team last year, Commissioner Roger Goodell levied the highest fine on an owner in the history of the sport and suspended the owner from team's operations indefinitely. In addition, the commissioner made a series of recommendations to the team to improve its culture. This week, an independent audit confirmed those recommendations are working. Madam Chair, I'd like to submit the audit for the record. If that's okay. The audit found... Okay, thank you. The audit found the Washington Redskins culture, leadership, human resources, practices, diversity, and morale all have improved. In fact, the audit noted 80% of team employees strongly agreed they had witnessed, quote, positive improvements in the team's culture of the past year, unquote. Because of the commissioner's leadership, bad actors have been held accountable and the culture at the football team has improved. So why are Democrats utilizing committee resources today to examine an issue that is on the path to resolution and is outside this committee's jurisdiction? This committee under Democrat leadership is failing the American people. It's past time for this committee to get back to its mission and hold the Biden administration accountable for the many self-inflicted crises that are hurting everyday Americans. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to depart this hearing for just a moment because we've got Senate Chuck Schumer speaking on the floor right now as he addresses the U.S. raid in northwest Syria that killed an ISIS leader. So let's listen in to him live, raw, and unfiltered.
In the first year Under President Biden and the Senate Democratic majority, America saw its strongest economic growth in decades, including increases in wages, very, very important to the American people who have not seen enough of that over the last 2 decades. And this week, Congress is taking a major step to build on that success by advancing legislation that will help lower costs, relieve U.S. supply chains, and bring manufacturing back to the United States. Over the next 2 days, the House will debate and vote to pass a companion bill to the Senate's U.S. Innovation and Competition Act, which we approved last summer, of course.
All right, everybody. So he was just in the beginning of his remarks addressing the raid in Syria. It does look like he is moving on to the rest of the Senate's legislative agenda. So I do want to continue to listen in. And as we do that, I do want to let you know we are monitoring this feed as President Biden expected to speak on the raid any moment now. And once we see him step up to the podium, we will cut right to it here on Live Now from Fox.
Cost of living, and businesses from coast to coast need help to relieve supply chains strained by the pandemic. Legislation along the lines of USICA is just what the doctor ordered. It would provide the long-term help our country needs to lower costs and help businesses grow right here at home. Jobs here in America, not overseas. One of the best examples of why this bill is needed is our nation's dangerous chip shortage. The shortage has sent shockwaves across the economy, hamstringing the production of everything from cars, cell phones, refrigerators, medical devices, equipment used by our military. It has increased the costs of all of those items, and American families are paying for those costs. USICA would help relieve them and make sure these supply chain bottlenecks are relieved. Our proposal would provide $52 billion to help relieve those supply chain pressures and bring production back to America. Instead of relying on other countries for our chips, let's bring these jobs back home. Typically, it's America that provides the research, the R&D in cutting-edge chips. But somehow this country has allowed them all to be made, or the vast majority of them to be made overseas. Let's make them here with good manufacturing jobs, in addition to making sure we stay at the top of the game in terms of research. USICA does both. Increases R&D, increases manufacturing jobs, all here in America. So I want to commend my colleagues for pushing this legislation forward. Of course, we'll have much more work to do to bridge our 2 proposals together, but the House's vote this week.
All right, everybody, we've got President Biden stepping up to the podium here. Let's listen in as he makes remarks on the U.S. raid in Syria.
The global leader of ISIS, known as Haji Abdullah. He took over as leader of ISIS in 2019 after the United States counter-terrorism killed al-Baghdadi. Since then, ISIS has directed terrorist operations targeting Americans, our allies and our partners, and countless civilians in the Middle East, Africa, and in South Asia. Haji Abdullah oversaw the spread of ISIS-affiliated terrorist groups around the world after savaging communities and murdering innocents. He was responsible for the recent brutal attack on a prison in northeast Syria holding ISIS fighters, which was swiftly addressed by our brave partners in the Syrian Democratic Forces. He was the driving force behind the genocide of the Yazidi people in northwestern Iraq in 2014. We all remember the gut-wrenching stories, mass slaughters that wiped out entire villages, thousands of women and young girls sold into slavery, rape used as a weapon of war. And thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision, and I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties. Knowing that this terrorist had chosen to surround himself with families, including children, we made a choice to pursue a special forces raid at a much greater risk than to our own people, rather than targeting him with an airstrike. We made this choice to minimize civilian casualties. Our team is still compiling the report, but we do know that as our troops approach to capture the terrorist, in a final act of desperate cowardness, He, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just with the vest, but to blow up that third floor, rather than face justice for the crimes he has committed, taking several members of his family with him, just as his predecessor did. I'm grateful for the immense courage and skill and determination of our U.S. forces, who skillfully executed this incredibly challenging mission. The members of our military are the solid steel backbone of this nation, ready to fly into danger at a moment's notice to keep our country and the American people safe, as well as our allies. And I'm also grateful to the families of our service members. You served right alongside these soldiers and sailors, Marines, Special Forces, the loved ones, giving them the strength and support they need to do what they do. To our service members and their families, we're forever grateful for what you do for us, and we owe you a debt. Thank you. We're also aided by the essential partnership of the Syrian Democratic Forces. I want to commend our dedicated intelligence community, the Department of Defense, and members of our national security team throughout the government, whose meticulous and tireless work over the course of many months ensured that this mission succeeded. This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country. And we'll continue working with our close allies and partners, the Syrian Democratic Forces, the Iraqi security forces, including the Kurdish Peshmerga, and more than 80 members of the global coalition to keep pressure on ISIS to protect our homeland. We remain vigilant. We remain prepared. Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you. Once again, today, we continue our unceasing effort to keep the American people safe and to strengthen the security of our allies and partners around the world. I want to thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. I'm heading off to New York right now. I'm late, and I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, has the threat from ISIS been eliminated, sir?
How many U.S. troops were involved, sir?
Mr. President.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. A very quick briefing from President Biden there, talking about the U.S. raid in northwest Syria that killed an ISIS leader. He said that this leader was a major threat to the world and that he is no more. That is a direct quote, saying that he detonated himself and several others, killing several others when he did that. And he thanked U.S. men and women, service members, for their efforts and for an effort that really took away a major threat to our nation and the globe. So again, a very quick briefing from President Biden there as he spoke on that breaking news situation that we have been updating you on for the last several hours. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here and speak on the latest when it comes to Meta's stocks and fourth quarter earnings. So we'll bring you the latest here after this quick break. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, February 3rd. We are taking a live now look at the White House in our nation's capital, where President Biden just gave a very brief but powerful address to the nation, talking about the U.S. raid in northwest Syria that ended up killing the main ISIS leader out there. Now, he did clarify for us that this leader did detonate himself with a suicide bomb, killing other civilians around him. There were reports that they were women and children. He thanked the brave U.S. servicemen and women who made this possible. And we just wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. It has been breaking news that we've been monitoring all morning long. Meanwhile, I do want to entirely switch gears here for the moment, because this has also been a story that we've been following very closely here when it comes to Meta, so formerly known as Facebook, now known as Meta, reflecting its focus on the metaverse. The company actually posted weaker than expected fourth quarter earnings on Wednesday, and daily and monthly active user numbers were also down. Shares plunged 18% as we learned this news. So what exactly does this all mean? Well, I do want to welcome into the conversation Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady. She's with us here from Los Angeles, California, to do exactly that. Kelly, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, Regina.
Absolutely. So, Kelly, just really nuts and bolts to start us off here. What did we see with Meta just yesterday?
Sure. I still can't get over calling it Meta, so I might say Facebook every now and then.
That's fine.
But to me, it'll always be Facebook, the sophomore high schooler. But listen, Meta missed their earnings by nearly 15 cents a share. And this was a pretty big deal because we had Alphabet, formerly known as Google, and Apple post really, really high earnings. You know, those are their key competitors. But Facebook, they beat on revenue slightly, but revenue dropped for revenue expectations for their next quarter dropped $1 to $3 billion below what analysts are expecting. And that's for a number of reasons. Okay, so they've cited iPhone privacy changes that might see a $10 billion drop in revenue. They also cited supply chain issues and inflation. One of the big things that Facebook makes its money off of is advertising revenue. And when you have companies experiencing supply chain issues, they don't spend as much there. And so it's kind of snowballing. All of these things are interconnected. The other thing that I want to hit on is, of course, they are investing big in the metaverse. Now, this segment that all of their money is going into when it comes to Oculus, into AI investment, dropped $3.3 billion in this quarter alone. It was $10 billion all of last year. So it's a little bit of a headwind that, okay, they're investing in the metaverse, but we're not going to see that profit, that revenue from them for quite some time in that space. So that's kind of the high level of what's been going on there. But yes, the stock is plunging.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to other companies, Kelly, I'm also seeing here that they said that they took a big hit from Apple's privacy changes, and it showed the first quarterly decline in daily active users on record. So how do the different companies kind of coincide and compete against each other?
Yeah, you know, it's so interesting, right? Because you have Facebook's apps existing on Apple. You have big tech companies like Apple, Amazon, Google with YouTube, all in the streaming space. I think they're becoming so big that it's really hard to define what their core business is. I mean, that's also some of the issues they're having. So in a lot of cases, they're partners, but a lot of cases they're competing against each other. And I think what you're seeing is because they compete and are in so many of these similar spaces, that's what's causing the drop in Alphabet today, what's causing the drop in Amazon, what's causing the drop in Apple, because we're seeing, even though Apple and Alphabet did really well earlier this week and last week, Facebook, now people are saying, okay, whoa, they're all in the same space. Maybe I need to pull out of big tech. I think it should be actually interesting to see what Amazon contributes to the conversation. They're reporting later today, so maybe we'll see a big swing back if they report well.
Yeah, and you know, talking about today and moving forward, as you're mentioning, we're seeing that it's still pretty early this morning. I know it's only like a little after 7:30 a.m. out there for you on the West Coast, but it is after 9:30 here on the East Coast. So we've got stocks trading, and we see that shares of Facebook's Meta, as you said, they're going to sneak it in there sometimes. They're down more than 25% already. So what does this mean moving forward?
So here's the thing. Okay, these companies have very big valuations, and that means high volatility because big tech did so well during the pandemic, right? We all watched Netflix. We all just spent all of our time on these social media apps, and we saw a huge increase in their valuations. But people are getting a little bit antsy. Everyone's expecting, when is this market going to turn? When is the big tech bubble going to burst? And so I think that's what you're seeing. You're seeing investor speculation that this might be the turning point. Now, I do think what you are going to see, though, is as Facebook, Meta, invests more in their metaverse and that becomes a bigger part of their business and we actually see what their strategy is, I mean, that's where the future is. So many companies, brands are investing in that space, but they're waiting for Meta to make that first move. So right now, I think you're kind of seeing some growing pains as they are transforming into Meta, Facebook 2.0, whatever that means when it comes to the metaverse, but don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, and you know, you and I, right before we went live on air, were speaking about investing for everyday Americans. So is this or is this not the time to invest in some of these stocks?
Such an interesting question, right? I mean, it's something that I grapple with daily. I would steer clear of some of the stocks that are facing a lot of regulation and antitrust, because I think over the next 6 months to a year, we're going to see bipartisan effort when it comes to those spaces. Now, it might have no teeth, right? We've seen many congressional hearings where lawmakers, it's really more political theater than actually anything happening. But everyone hates Facebook in Washington or Meta. So, you know, I think you might start to see some of that come to fruition. Personally, I think with the metaverse becoming so big, a lot of the transactions in the metaverse are actually going to be cryptocurrency. So we've seen crypto take a huge hit, but this might be a good time to consider investing in that space since it's down if you can weather the volatility.
Very interesting. Well, Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady, is there anything else our viewers should look out for given this news? Anything else you want them to take away as this conversation comes to an end?
I would look for Amazon later today. They're going to report. And, you know, Amazon has been the shining star of the pandemic and continues. You know, I wish I had invested in Amazon prior to the pandemic. Maybe my business school loans wouldn't be there. But I would look out for that because I think you might see a swing back if they report well, because it's one of the FANG stocks, as we call them, you know, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google. So that's what I would look out for.
FANG stocks. That's the first time I've heard that. Very interesting.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Very good conversation, Kelly. Thank you so much. This helped a lot when it comes to just learning more about what we saw yesterday, because a lot of numbers, a lot of information to take in. So we really appreciate you and your team, and we'll be chatting again soon, because I guarantee you that this is not far from over.
Definitely. Thanks so much, Regina.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. That was Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady breaking down what Meta saw over the last couple of days and how their fourth quarter earnings can kind of impact the future, as we are learning that the stock started out down 25% today, and it's still very early in the morning. So we will keep a close eye on this for you here throughout the day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to shift our focus back to weather as we are continuing to monitor this huge winter storm as it makes its way from the Midwest to Texas and then kind of hooking around up towards the Northeast. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We are continuing to monitor this major winter storm impacting 1/3 of our nation throughout this week. In the midst of conditions of systems like this, we are able to take our Fox weather coverage. They are talking about how this winter storm is really pushing east as the hours and days go on. But before we do that, we actually did just get a feed of Senator Mitch McConnell speaking on the Senate floor, likely referencing the U.S. raid that killed an ISIS leader overseas that President Biden just spoke on. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Are extremely important. Now, Congress has given the Fed a statutory mandate that is really very clear and very limited. The Fed's dual mandate is maximizing employment and stabilizing prices. That's it. That's what the Fed exists to do. The Fed is meant to serve as our central bank. It's not meant to act as an unelected super legislature that dabbles in broader economic policy making should it strike their fancy. Its current leader, Chairman Powell, understands this keenly. But unfortunately,
All right, everybody, it does look like every time I bring you to the Senate floor, we just miss those remarks that I had literally heard seconds ago. It does look like Senator McConnell is speaking on economic legislation. We did just hear from Senator Schumer moments ago. But as promised, I do want you to continue shifting our focus to weather this morning, as we do know that a huge portion of our country is feeling the impacts of a winter storm. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. I'm also going to keep this shot up for you as we've got President Biden heading to New York City here in just moments to speak with Mayor Adams, as well as the governor and AG Merrick Garland on the rise in crime that we have seen across the city. Just moments ago, he did address the nation on the U.S. raid in northwest Syria that ended up killing an ISIS leader. So busy morning for you here on Live Now from Fox, but we're going to stay on weather as the day goes on.
For sure. New York City is going to get in on that rain, 41 degrees, really warming up and then dropping in temperatures quickly as we head into Friday. We could get a quick dose of that ice as it pulls out of the area, but beyond that, we will continue to see winds push into the area too. So temperatures into the 20s. We start to clear out around the New York City region and into the Long Island region as well, with any type of precip as we head into tomorrow evening. And following through, we do have those winds starting to push in as well. Stephen?
Meanwhile, the mess is ongoing through the Mid-South. We're taking a look this morning in Clarksville, Tennessee, where that temperature is 34 degrees. It's getting close to the freezing mark. It'll be dropping below it here shortly. Stay with us. Ice storm warning in effect there in Clarksville.
All right, what a busy morning here on Live Now from Fox. Does look like we caught the tail end of their coverage before they went into a break. So we are going to get out of that and continue to monitor their meteorologists reporting, as they have reporters all across the nation. We've been speaking with them all morning long. They're in Tennessee, Oklahoma, Illinois, all major parts of the Midwest that have already seen these wintry conditions. We're talking snow, we're talking ice, and below freezing temperatures. So again, we'll continue to touch base with Fox Weather and their coverage from New York here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day. But let's head back out to Capitol Hill, where we've got Senator Mitch McConnell speaking on the Senate floor about economic legislation that they are planning on discussing in the coming days and even hours.
A radical agenda that can't make it through Congress. So, you better believe liberal activists are already acknowledging this would not stop with climate issues. They've got a whole list of ideological goals they'd like the Fed to literally force on our country. A year and a half ago, Democrats introduced legislation that would assign the Fed the mission of racial redistribution. They want to hardwire a kind of financial affirmative action plan into our banking system. Look, the American people don't want these wild ideas. So their elected representatives actually don't support them. Now the far left wants to transplant these radical campaigns out of Congress and onto our central bank, where American voters don't get a say. This is just another example of today's Democratic Party refusing to work within the basic rules and institutions, and instead trying to steamroll the guardrails to get their way. Ms. Raskin's crusade would hurt working families, kill American jobs, make our nation less independent, and cripple the Fed's independence in the process. And she wouldn't even need her colleagues' votes to do this damage. The vice chair for supervision has significant unilateral powers. She might be able to do this all by herself. Here's the bottom line. Working families can't afford a nominee who is dying to jack up their bills and gas prices. Kentuckians and middle Americans can't afford a central banker who wants to bankrupt our industries and kill our jobs. The global economy can't afford for the Fed to become a partisan battlefield. And the American people will not accept their central bank acting like some woke super legislature where citizens get no say. Now, on an entirely different matter, this week, two of America's closest partners in the Middle East made history. The UAE welcomed a president of Israel for the first time, laying another diplomatic stone on the foundation of the Abraham Accords. But within mere hours,
like I said, a busy morning here on Live Now from Fox, going from political news to weather to international news. We are currently listening in as Senator Mitch McConnell speaks on the legislative agenda there, talking about some of the policies and bills that they will be discussing in upcoming hours and days. As you can see to the right-hand side of your screen, we've got President Biden expected to make his way to New York City with AG Merrick Garland to speak on crime with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. And then we are tracking that major winter storm impacting 1/3 of the nation. So I do want to entirely switch gears here. Once again, we've got our Fox weather correspondent, Robert Ray, out in Columbus, Ohio with an update on conditions. So I do want to bring you the latest.
As it was just all rain, so I'm sure that created some problems for crews working to pre-treat the roads. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're exactly correct. The deal is that they did not go out last night or yesterday because of all the rain and what you're seeing right now on the road. Because if they put down that salt, then that rain was just going to push it away, and it would do no good. Here's a vehicle going way too fast. That's the thing. You see cars like that on the road, and what they don't realize is that when they go to put on the brakes, they may slide and go flying into a structure. I mean, actually, in the state of Ohio here, the Department of Transportation put out a Twitter pics of one of their plows that got overturned on a road because of ice. And a big vehicle like that getting overturned, that takes a lot. So super dangerous. And, you know, I don't know if you can hear all of this, like, freezing slush coming down, but it's something else. I mean, again, Stephen, look at this. Even the pole, totally iced over here in downtown Columbus. Nasty conditions.
Yeah, that's that glaze, that sheen of ice that you just don't like to see. I mean, if there's any good news, the sleet pellets better than the ice that sort of glazes everything as it falls in as rain and freezes on contact. Nonetheless, it is a mess out there in Columbus, Ohio. Robert Ray, appreciate the report this morning.
Thank you, Stephen.
Well, transportation crews may be out plowing the roads, but for many people, it's up to them to clear those driveways in their cars.
Yeah, unfortunately, and sometimes it's a lot of work for folks. Shoveling, it's a strenuous activity. Like all forms of physical activity, it can cause harm if it's not done correctly. Each year, get this, around 11,000 people in the United States are treated in emergency rooms for injuries related to snow shoveling. It sounds simple, but it's important to do it right. Joining us is chiropractic physician Dr. Mike Evangel. Thank you, Dr. Mike, this morning. So when we talk about injuries that could be sustained from shoveling snow, what type of injuries are we talking about exactly?
Well, the worst injury you can get is a heart attack. And so we have to make sure that before somebody goes out to shovel snow, to make sure that they are physically capable of vigorous physical activity. And you should check with a primary care physician if they're not sure, if they're not used to activity, then I say pay somebody to do it. But the injuries that you get in the emergency room mostly are musculoskeletal injuries, low back problems. For over 35 years, I've treated people for injuries that they sustain from shoveling snow every winter. And an important thing to do is to make sure that you're ready before you go out. And by ready, I mean make sure that you have proper clothing, good boots, and have your head covered if it's cold. You make sure that you warm up a little bit before you go out because you want to get your core body temperature up so that you're warm but not sweating. You want to make sure you're hydrated and also that you have a little bit of food in your stomach, not too much food, but enough so that you're not going to be fainting from lack of blood sugar. And also to make sure that you don't have too much caffeine in your system because that can constrict your blood vessels and that could lead to a heart attack, constricted blood vessels. And alcohol too should be avoided, even though people sometimes think they're warmer with alcohol, actually can cause problems because it can't carry oxygen. But I teach my patients proper biomechanics, how to shovel properly, because you should try to keep the base of your skull over the base of your spine when you're shoveling, and don't throw the snow over your shoulder, but to step and throw it straight. And a lot of times people overdo it, they go too fast. Pace yourself and make sure that you're not, going at a pace that you're going to get exhausted. It's like a cardiovascular workout. You want to go for a jog, you don't want to go for a sprint.
Aside from the weight of the snow, is there any other things that folks should look out for, any other red flags associated with shoveling snow that could impact your health? Like maybe cold temperatures?
Definitely. If it's, as far as getting overheated, if they start sweating a lot too and getting dehydrated, that's why you should take breaks. It's like slow and steady wins the race. You don't want to overdo it. And especially if it's a big storm. And, different types of snow shovels are good too. The ergonomic ones with the bend in it, or the push shovels are good for a small amount of snow. But you should hold the shovel about shoulder width apart as far as your hands go. And if you are very tall or very short, you might need a special shovel because the average person is what the average snow shovel is made for.
Yeah, yeah. And I want to ask real quick, Dr. Mike, because I know your practice is based in New Jersey there. Do you see an uptick in some of your work in the winter months from people who have that injury when they should have just asked the neighborhood kid down the road to shovel it for them?
Definitely. But besides that, slipping and falling on ice is a huge problem too with snow. There's ice underneath and, losing your footing and, black ice especially when you can't see it that well. But I've had a number of people, the snow giveth and taketh away, I say, for chiropractors, because people cancel when there's a snowstorm. But then unfortunately, you get more people later on that either slip and fall or hurt themselves shoveling and overdo it. But the main thing is to make sure that you're physically capable of doing it and pace yourself. Those are the keys.
Well, all good tips. Thank you so much for sharing them with us and keeping the community safe. And thank you for joining us this morning on America's Weather Sunrise, chiropractor physician Dr. Mike Evangelo. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Mike, good tips there. And for people who live in the South, may not be used to shoveling some stuff, listen up. Take those warnings, heed the advice, I should say. Here's a look at Dallas, Texas, Fox 4. Does it look like Dallas? Certainly does not. It's a bit of a mess on the roads there this morning. Those temperatures in the 20s, dropping still throughout the day. And so we're going to see the sleet and the snow continue to fall. Accumulation's not going to be much. But when we look at what we're tracking in and around Dallas, I mean, we've seen that cold air move into Waco, College Station. It's getting pretty close there. Here's Houston. We've seen some storms there in Harris County, a little closer to Galveston Island too, but it's up to the north in Dallas, where the biggest mess has been ongoing. We head east, a little closer to Texarkana, and it's more of the mix too, right? Temperatures are hovering right close to that freezing mark, so that's the threat that we have. Once they drop below freezing, say for example in Memphis, well, we have those problems, right? Memphis, Tennessee, up into Jackson, Tennessee, that freezing line not advancing much farther to the east and the south, but it'll continue to get colder. In Clarksville, we are expecting that rain to transition, unfortunately, to some freezing rain and sleet. So we're going to watch that. So Lexington, Kentucky, just another one of those cities that will be dealing with the inclement weather. We need to pay attention because Lexington under the threat for that ice and then also probably some snow as we wrap things up with this system. It'll eventually be coming to an end, but not until Friday. More Fox Weather is up next.
And as we head to the break, here's a look at your forecast across America.
All right, everybody. Again, we were tapping into Fox Weather's live coverage as they monitor this winter storm that is impacting literally 300 million people across the nation. That's about 1/3 of the United States. However, we were also keeping a close eye on this shot for you here. Now, we just heard from President Biden. First, at the Capitol building, he was addressing the National Prayer Breakfast. Then he went back to the White House to address the nation on the U.S. raid in Syria that killed an ISIS leader. And now he is making his way to Air Force One. You can see the vehicles pulling up as he is going to board and head to New York City, where he's going to meet with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as the governor, Kathy Hochul. I also do believe that he is accompanied right now by AG Merrick Garland. They are going to be speaking on the string of shootings that they have seen in New York City, across the state, and really talking about combating gun violence. Now, we do know that they are expected to make some remarks later this afternoon, I believe at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. So when we get those for you, we will bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we've got these feeds for you, so let's continue to watch as President Biden boards Air Force One there at Joint Base Andrews.
And good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We do have President Biden, who just boarded Air Force One as he gets ready to head off to New York City here today. He's going to be going there to talk a little bit more about some of those anti-gun violence measures, asking and pleading for an end to all of that violence that we've been seeing here in the recent weeks, especially New York City having 6 police officers who have been shot just in this year of 2022. Now, again, this has been some tragic weeks for police nationwide, but specifically New York. Again, 2 officers were killed in Harlem in late January. So President Biden is going to be making stops across the city, meeting with both state and local leaders before calling on Congress to pass a bill to fund programs that will stop gun violence. Now, the president will discuss a strategy he released focusing on reducing gun crime, which involves slowing the flow of firearms to commit violence, as well as supporting local law enforcement and investing in communities across the country. So you can see the motorcade leaving the tarmac here as they get ready to jet off again to New York City. And of course, when it comes to all of the movements President Biden is going to have here today, we're going to be showing you some of those different events. Just a few to look ahead to here. Not only will the president again be speaking about this gun violence, he's actually also going to be visiting a local school, a public school, with Attorney General Garland, as well as New York City Mayor Adams and New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Also, other elected leaders are going to be alongside them. Every time the president goes to visit any area, I feel like all of the local leaders try to make sure they're there at those events. So that is going to be happening. The school tour is going to be happening around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. And then coming up shortly after that, the president will then make his way to yet another location. He's going to be visiting, obviously, the New York Police Department headquarters, also with a lot of those elected leaders that we just mentioned. That actually is going to be scheduled for a little bit ahead of the public school visit. So again, as soon as we do have those shots in New York City, where the president again is going to be visiting here through the day, we of course will keep you covered on his movements right here on Live Now from Fox. So as we get ready for Air Force One, they're preparing to go wheels up and take their trip to New York. Of course, so we want to continue to give you other stories coming to us from across the country. There's been a lot of folks who've been talking about that rainy, wet, cold, snowy, and even severe winter conditions. We have a major storm that has been making its way up along from Texas and the Great Plains up to the Midwest and over to the East Coast. We do actually have quite a few people who are in the path of this storm. So here's just a live look at that big storm system. Again, you can see a lot of areas covered in that blue. That's going to be that snow that's going to be coming down, especially as we do have some of those cooler temperatures. So we had a cold front move in. We also had some moisture move in. So the mix of that has created not only some snow, but also icy conditions. Ice is beginning to form in places like Memphis. That's been making road conditions dangerous, especially when it comes to those people who do have to be out there on the roads. I know a lot of folks have been talking about safety surrounding the weather, not only on the roads, but also as you're cleaning up in your own driveway, you're cleaning up in your own neighborhood. You have to be careful because obviously we have some heavy snow when it has so much moisture in it as well. So a lot of people in this path of this storm, 100 million people going to be impacted by this latest system. It is going to be continuing to make its way east. So those folks who just had the nor'easter last weekend now dealing with more winter weather to be coming their way. This is something we expect to have happening here in these later winter months. It seems like You get a little bit of a warm up, you get moisture that moves in, then all of a sudden some cold air moves in, so then you get more snow that comes down. So hopefully the biggest thing that I know some other people worry about is how this new snow that's coming in melts down. Hopefully they can have a slower melt, which can help prevent some of that flooding we see after some of these bigger snow events as well. So as we've been saying, we of course always try to keep everyone up to date on the latest, especially when it comes to all of the weather coverage, as well as needing to know about the latest breaking news. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Going to take us back out to that shot where you can see it is definitely rainy and cloudy, just a gray, wet day out in the DC area. They're already being impacted by that storm. Hopefully the president does have a safe trip getting out to New York City and then back as well, since we do know that there's been flights, a number of them that have been canceled across the country because of all of these latest storms that have been moving through. So the president again here today going to be making his way again over to New York City. He's going to be talking about all of the latest when it comes to trying to reduce crime, especially crime involving gun violence. So as we see Air Force One preparing to go wheels up, of course, a lot of people have been talking about travel, not only because we've had so many flights that have been impacted by this latest winter storm. It's been bringing a lot of strong wind gusts, slick roads, and as you can even see here, a lot of reduced visibility. This, of course, is out at an airport, but when people are on those roads and you have reduced visibility, you can't see sometimes other vehicles that may be stuck on the sides of the roads, or possibly even folks who are going to be a little bit slowing down to try to keep themselves a little bit safer. So we'll head into some more weather coverage here in just a moment. Again, just going to be seeing our Air Force One go wheels up here today as we continue to keep you covered on the president's latest movements. I do want to let all of our viewers know, too, again, later he does have a few more events that he'll be at, not only visiting with the New York City Police Department at their headquarters, but he'll also be in a New York City public school as well. A lot of our local leaders are going to be also making their way to all of those events with President Biden. And of course, as I mentioned, we'll try to keep you covered on all of his movements right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to let all of our viewers know, though, as we did see now Air Force One take off, while we know that this isn't going to be the only weather is not the only impact to travel when it comes to some of the new things we have to deal with. So there's actually a lot of COVID-19 restrictions that have been put in place, new rules, new guidance that have been given as you are out traveling, but especially for those who are coming from international destinations and entering into the United States. So we do have hopefully soon a change in COVID policy for international travelers. Well, it may happen. A series of airline and tourism industry groups, they're asking the White House to remove the testing requirement for international arrivals into the U.S. They wrote a letter to the White House. The group asked for pre-departure testing requirements to be lifted for those passengers who are vaccinated and coming into the United States. So they say by doing this, it will help support the airline industry's recovery after being hit by those lockdowns back in 2020. A lot of people still trying to recover from that, including our travel industry, of course. In doing so, it could help bring more people into the U.S. and help also all of those different destinations that really do count on those tourism dollars as well. So that's just one more top story that we had here for you on Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, there's going to be a lot of changes to your flights and weather, especially making a big impact. So let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll get into not only more weather coverage, but also we have some other events that have been coming up here on Live Now from Fox. We'll jump into some of those with some of our other local leaders as well. Again, here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to bring you some of these different top stories as well as live events right here. Going to take us out to Texas. We do have an event going on at this time in Fort Bend where they are talking about some new body-worn video cameras that are going to help all of their men and women out in the field. Let's listen in live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
If the suspect is complying, or if he re-engaged, we can also recharge it by pushing the button. So I couldn't be here today without the collaboration of all law enforcement agencies, the county commissioners and the county judge, and also the DA Brian Middleton and Bridget Lawson, all of us coming together and looking for the best product out there, and we found it with Exxon. We should have all the cameras here sometime next week. So 6 to 8 weeks, 50% of those cameras will be out on the street with my sheriff deputies. So again, thank you. Thank you for your trust in us, and always, please stay safe and take care of one another. God bless.
Thank you, Sheriff. We started this conversation together with our District Attorney, Brian Middleton, maybe when we came into office in 2019, January. And so we are here today. And I will invite you to say a few words about today and what we are doing here, and the significance of it, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. And the first thing I want to say, for all the people that have been contacting me in my office asking when we're going to get body-worn cameras in Fort Bend County, you can stop. Mission accomplished. I will say this, it took a lot of effort, and it took everyone up here on this podium to accomplish that. But, you know, scientists will tell you that people behave differently when they're being watched. And so now that we have these body-worn cameras, one of the greatest things for a district attorney is that we're going to have stronger cases, right? Just like the sheriff said, we don't have to rely on eyewitness testimony. We'll have an actual recording. You can see what happened. But also the people involved will have greater accountability because they know their actions are being recorded and they will be held accountable for it. So that applies to our police officers and to the general public. So I am glad that we finally reached this point, and I think this effort will improve public trust in law enforcement and help us move forward together and build stronger cases so we can continue to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Brian, I'm glad you're not entertaining any more call about when we are going to get the body cam. And so thank you. That's actually a good thing. And of course, this is all, once again, all elected officials coming together. And, you know, it is so important because everybody on the same page and working towards a common goal. This is a good example of it. And in that process, Fort Bend County Attorney, Bridget Smith-Lawson is also played an integral part. I will invite Bridget to say a few words.
Thank you, Judge. This is indeed a great morning for Fort Bend County. We are moving forward. We are moving in a manner that's strong, that's cohesive, and that sends a message of transparency to our community and also responsibility to law enforcement. My office represents the county when we are sued for excessive force incidences out in the public. So having the body-worn camera will allow us to be able to look at what happened out on the street at the time that it occurred to make true assessments about the case, whether we need to formulate defenses or if we need to settle because someone has done something wrong. And this also gives us an opportunity too to make recommendations to our law enforcement brothers and sisters as it relates to training. This is what Fort Bend needs right now. In light of all of the police shootings and the need for accountability of those who have done our law enforcement agencies wrong, we need this piece of evidence, body-worn camera evidence, on the spot at the time the events occur, so that not only can the criminal prosecution be enhanced, but also the civil litigation that results from these actions also be enhanced. Whether it's, again, formulating stronger defenses or indeed settling with families that have been done wrong. So I am happy, I'm grateful to have had a part in this. This is, again, a wonderful day for Fort Bend County, and congratulations to all of our law enforcement agencies who are that much more equipped out there on the street in protecting our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. And you all know that without Commissioners Court support and approval, nothing will happen in Fort Bend County or in any counties in the state of Texas. So the commissioners and Commissioners Court members are an integral part of this discussion today we are having, and we unanimously approved this. That means everybody agreed the need of what we are talking here today. And I will invite Precinct 1 Commissioner Vincent Morales to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Judge. You've heard from the judge, you've heard from county attorney, the DA, and of course the sheriff, the benefit of expanding this body cam program. Commissioners Court, as the judge said, supported this because it will keep our officers safe, and it will also keep you as Fort Bend residents safe because of the information that they will get that will be able to determine what needs to go forward on solving the crime or the issue at hand. So I am very pleased that Commissioners Court unanimously approved this with the collaboration of working with all the agencies within the county. So again, thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales, and I will invite Precinct 4 Commissioner Candy Merchant. Please come forward.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to say that I guess, like the judge, when I came into office in 2019, I was surprised that either sheriff or constables had body cameras at the time, and I set about to make sure that we headed in that direction, and found the funding for Constable 4 deputies to be all outfitted with body cameras back in 2019, and basically became a pilot project for what is happening now. And I'm happy to be on the Commissioners Court that approved this. Body cameras are a must-have these days, and now we have that. So thank you, everybody, for coming out, and God bless.
Thank you, Commissioner. And of course, we are joined by numerous constables. They are also part of this discussion. I will invite Constable, please come forward and say how it is important, how it is going to help your agency.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. As a judge, commissioner, county attorney, District General said, it's about transparency. When I took office in 2017, I was fortunate enough to come into a position that we did have body cameras at Precinct 1 constables at that time. And again, it's about transparency. I'm looking forward to the new cameras and getting them to my officers on the street. Again, it's about transparency for officers and the public, and I appreciate everything the Commissioners Court did to get these body cameras for all law enforcement officers in Fort Bend County. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, Constable. I will invite one more constable is represented here, Mr. Evans.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chief Deputy Jimmy Evans from the Bill Shikes office, Fort Bend County Precinct 3. We're currently using body cams, like Commissioner DeMerchant said earlier, that was funded a couple of years ago. And I must say that it has been a joy, and it has saved us in a couple of instances where we've had pursuits and then we used force. And thanks that we did have the body cams. Any questions about what occurred, we had those body cams. We are delighted to be a part of this collaborative team in bringing out these body cams, and we think it'll be it's an excellent idea for transparency for the community and for the safety of the officers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This contract or this agreement is a next 10-year. This is a 10-year agreement with a cost of more than $22 million. And obviously, technology is all about, we are talking, everything is about technology. And I will invite our IT director, Robin Doherty, to explain how those things are going to work and little details. Please.
Thank you. Good morning. So when we were looking at body-worn cameras and digital evidence management system, we wanted to make sure that we found a company that was compatible with the county, that was able to meet our needs and meet the needs of our law enforcement agencies. So from a technology perspective, we wanted a centralized network that was standardized across all of the agencies. And we found Axon to be one of the most technologically advanced companies out there. We partner with them on, as the judge mentioned, on a 10-year agreement with the ability to upgrade. So that means that it's kind of similar to a cell phone, where you get the upgrade, except this is at no additional cost. Our body cams are going to be upgraded every 30 months, and then our actual devices are going to be refreshed about every 5 years. Additional, some of the technology benefits that we have, those include the evidence.com. And so certain actions that are going to be automatically recorded are going to be stored on evidence.com, and each agency will have their own separate account, which means that the sheriff's office, even within the sheriff's office, there are separate divisions, and each division will have their own separate account, separate from the constable, separate from the district attorney, and so forth. Each of those videos will also be encrypted as well, and it will be easy for them to share with different agencies. So if they need to be able to share video with the district attorney's office, that they will have that capability. For us as well, from an IT perspective, it is great to have this as a cloud-based solution. Storage is expensive, and so for us to be able to maintain that on site, it is easier for us to be able to do that with it being hosted with Axon. Another benefit that we have is the video quality. So right now, the Axon has the ability for low light visibility, which renders excellent video quality. And then we also have 4 built-in microphones in each of the body cameras. So it also has noise cancellation features as well. Additionally, there's built-in GPS in each of the body cameras. So each law enforcement agency will be able to, once that recording starts, they will be able to find where their officer is, their exact location. Another added benefit is the virtual reality training that is offered. So Axon offers this training, and you'll have an opportunity to see it later today as well. But with that, the officers will be able to engage in different scenarios, real life scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. And I tell you this, after George Floyd's death, me and my daughter was talking about how we can engage our youth, and she felt like, injustice was happened, and what do we do about it? And that's where our office started talking about, we need to bring our young people to this discussion. And everything we do here today or even beyond is all about our young people. And so we started a leadership program that summer and brought a number of vibrant young people from our community so that they could come up and with ideas, and we divided them into different segments, different groups, and we actually gave them 1 or 2 mentors and said, go and find your issue you like to deal with, and or let's talk about, do research and come up with solutions. And one of the teams selected body cam. And so they did an amazing job, and when they presented their work, and I invited a number of our constables and law enforcement officers, they said, man, you know what, I'm excited about the future because these young people can make a big difference. And so we are joined here today with a number of people here. Part of that discussion, I will ask the lead in that. Please come and talk about what did you do? What was the reason why you selected this body cam as a subject? And please go ahead. Nice.
Thank you, Judge. On behalf of Group 3 for the Fort Bend Youth Leadership Group, I'm just happy here to present the work of the students who were part of that. I just kind of helped lead and guide the way. They immediately came up with their topic in light of all of the social events taking place during the summer of 2020. They immediately said, we want standard operating procedures for body cameras, and we want both our officers to feel protected, but we also want accountability and transparency. And so it was amazing to sit back and watch a team of almost a dozen young people in our community, mostly students here in our Fort Bend community, to come up with those ideas on their own and really to engage in the research. When they presented their presentation to Judge and the officers, it was amazing to see just how much detail and work they put into it. We have 2 members here from my Group 3 who were able to make it today. We have Michael Nguyen and Lilia Mitra, who were leads in the group, and they were instrumental in really putting the plan together. And we're just happy to see their work come to light. This is the purpose of empowering our students. So that way we know that as young people, they are guiding us into the future, and the decisions that they make will ultimately impact us all years down the road. So I thank them for their hard work and staying committed and on top of this for the past few years, and thank you for letting me lead you.
Thank you, Chastity. That is absolutely good, and you work and you have other stuff to do, but you took the time to invest in our young people, and they came up with an amazing presentation. And people who haven't watched it, I encourage you to watch. This happened almost 2 years ago, and so that they're talking about the same thing today, what is happening here. And so again, this technology will allow us to provide law enforcement with surveillance tools to promote officer safety, efficiency, and prevent crime.
All right, guys, we've been listening in live here with some of our officials in Fort Bend County, Texas, as they are talking about ways that they are trying to continue to improve what they have for their officers as resources out there when they are on the streets. Body cameras, you just heard them mention, not only brings an extra amount of safety for their officers, people when they're on camera feel like they act a little bit different, but also then they can rewatch that footage to help them in investigations in the future. I do want to just show our viewers a shot of New York City, gray, rainy day, but later this afternoon we will have President Biden. He is on his way. He's up in the air in Air Force One. He'll be headed, though, to the Big Apple to plead for an end to gun violence. Of course, this is coming after some tragic weeks of violence against police all nationwide, but a lot of focus has been on New York City since we have had 2 officers lose their lives here in these last few weeks. That was that attack in Harlem in late January. So we'll be bringing you more of President Biden's events in New York City. You can see also they're being impacted by some weather. We do have a couple different areas that are seeing some huge impacts because of this storm, getting a lot of snow and ice and wind gusts. We'll be bringing you more updates on what to expect as we continue to deal with this winter storm right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to pop up the big board here for all of our viewers as we continue to keep our eyes on the stocks. A swing in the markets here this week following last week as well when we were down Remember, nearly a week ago, down more than 1,000 points. Now here today, looks like we're having another day in the red, down near 250 points. But of course, it all continues to change, not only because of all of the different coronavirus pandemic issues we've been dealing with, inflation, but also the conflict over in Ukraine and Russia. Everything's been really taking a different approach to how our markets have been reflecting. And let's also just remind everyone, too, that also being seen here is a trend that I'm not happy about. I'm sure a lot of people aren't. Gas prices continue to increase just weeks after week after week, and just 3 cents shy now of a new 7-year high. So according to AAA, the American Automobile Association, the average price of gasoline is currently $3.39 per gallon. Gas prices have surged continually for the 5th week. Inflation, which surged 7% in December, has affected the prices of fuel, diesel, natural gas, and oil over these last few months. Energy costs have rocketed 29% over the past year, due mostly to large demand. Also being impacted by inflation is Starbucks. They are expected to increase their prices to offset inflation. This is going to make coffee lovers' pockets hurt a little bit more. Now, the popular franchise will raise menu prices. And their price change is going to be followed by their most recent hike in January. Now, according to company officials, Starbucks plans to cut spending on promotions and marketing campaigns. The chain is also dealing with an increase of COVID cases among its employees. So a lot being attributed to these prices. But if you have your favorite coffees, you might want to start learning how to make them from home so that you can make sure that your pocketbook doesn't also see a little bit of that pain. So what we'll do is continue to keep an eye on all of these top stories. As we mentioned, President Biden is on his way to New York City. He's going to be speaking about gun violence and crime, how to continue to try to reduce it. So we'll be in New York City a little bit later this afternoon. Again, he is going to be visiting with the New York City mayor as well as the governor, Kathy Hochul. They're going to be visiting the police headquarters and then also then going to be visiting a public school later in the afternoon. So a lot of more events coming with President Biden here today. But we do have a lot of winter weather to talk about as well. A lot of Americans being impacted, more than 100 million in the path of this storm. You can see here on our radar, it's stretching all the way from Texas up past New York. So we do have some different alerts here, some severe potential because of the way this storm is shifting. It could cause some other problems for areas that aren't getting that snowy cold, but they have a mix of that cold air mixed with their warm air. You can tell that it could produce some severe storms for those areas down in Alabama area. But up here is where we have that winter mixed precipitation. So it's stretching all the way from Memphis through Pittsburgh. A lot of folks who have been dealing with this winter weather know that they could see even up to 6 inches or more of snow. So what we're going to do is continue to give you some more of this coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox with our Fox weather team. They've been giving us some great content. They have some of their reporters out there on the roads. I do want to join in live with them and listen into some more of their reports that they have for us here today.
Sooner State and heading east, it's really going to be focusing on those lingering effects, which are these below freezing temperatures, and then of course the snow and precipitation that's sticking around. That ice under the snow has been a big deal. More snow has fallen since the last live shot that we showed you guys. When we clear it out, that ice is still sitting under there, and literally as the snow continues to come down, it's going to just keep getting packed in and freezing down. So there's still a lot of concern here as we move into the next 24 hours, even though the snow itself may be stopping here in the next few hours. Power outages, a big one of those concerns. Fortunately, right now, Oklahoma is sitting just under 4,000 people without power. And when you look at, 2 million customers when it comes to power, and just to remind you, a customer could be a family of 4 or 8 or 10. So it's hard to say how many people specifically don't have that power. But when you look at 2 million customers and outages of just under 4,000 customers, not doing too bad. The state actually posting that those power companies have people across the state ready to deploy resources to these areas to get power back on. Last night, 8,000 people lost power. This morning, we were sitting at just about 1,200 for OG&E specifically. So just to give you some perspective for how quickly those crews are moving. Overall, though, really just a day to stay inside. I was telling you earlier, Stephen, there's no sugarcoating it. It's brutal out here. It's so cold. And honestly, the snow isn't even really good for snowball fights. So it may be good for a picture or two, but then probably just pop back inside, cuddle around the space heater. The one picture you can do, though, the snow angel. Stephen, I finished the blizzard with a snow angel. I finished the Missouri coverage with a snow angel. So here we go. I will now finish
Make it
Oklahoma
a tradition.
City coverage for the day with a snow angel. Here we go. Laying on ice because it's under the snow like I warned, so be safe.
Oh my, doing that even in a winter storm in Oklahoma City. I wasn't even going to ask you to do it because of those wind chills. Hunter, you're great.
I overperform
Yes,
every time.
yes, you did. Appreciate that report. Get inside now, get warm. We have another city that we're tracking, unfortunately, that's dealing not so much with the snow that Hunter gets to enjoy now, rather it's the ice. This is Memphis, Tennessee. We need to watch Memphis throughout the day because that temperature has been real close to the freezing mark, and we're seeing ice accretion happening in real time. Windshield wipers are going. That's not sleet bouncing off the windshield, maybe here or there. That's rain. It's freezing on contact. It's the dangerous setup that we have going on. From Paducah into Cincinnati, that's where that freeze line is located, the boot heel of Missouri. Nashville, it remains all rain, and it might remain all rain for a good chunk of this event. We have flood watches that close. This cold air, though, it's deep enough to get into, unfortunately, Memphis. So this is where we're looking, Paducah, where temperatures throughout the entire column below 32. So we'll eventually see some of that snow, but not until, later on. This is Thursday afternoon around 4 o'clock, where we'll have that layer that might be slightly above freezing. That would most likely mean sleet falling, as most of the column is, and the surface, no problem there, being below freezing. And then, yes, as we head later into the evening, that's when we'll see that temperature continue to drop through the low 20s. So we'll watch that. Also, we're going to be watching these snow totals pack up into Ohio, because that's where this system is going to be heading. In fact, that's where the system already is. And before it's all said and done, 5 to 8 inches there in Cleveland, down into Medina along I-71. 5 to 8 inches look to be the possibility. Here's the thing with the forecast. Once this storm system moves out, some dry time. It's finally going to be improving. That's what we like to see. Friday, still we'll hang on to those snow showers in the morning, but then by Saturday and Sunday, perhaps even warming above freezing by Sunday.
And Stephen, we'll see that clear out in places like Ohio, but by tomorrow, places like Albany, New York will actually still be seeing snow from this winter storm as it creeps off to the north and east. So we will continue to see here, taking a look at Albany. Again, the roadways are damp out there. The fog is there as well. It's kind of like that pre-wreck to the snow that's going to continue moving into the area by tomorrow. We're still tracking snow in portions of parts of this of New York as well. As you can see on our radar here, Albany, just seeing that rain as we just saw in that outdoor shot. Maybe some heavier rain going to start pushing in from the west, but we will continue to see that rain at least throughout today, switching over to ice as we head into this evening, and then eventually snow as we head into tomorrow. That ice is going to be very widespread for the start of the overnight hours into tomorrow. This is a look at 3 a.m. and then that snow starts to filter right on in as we head into the daytime hours for tomorrow. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, dealing with some snow in Albany. Out towards New York City in the metro area, still dealing with rain, far too warm for anything other than that. Temperatures are going to get up near 50 as we head into the overnight, over 50 as we head into the 4 o'clock hour, and then tank from there on out. And that's where we get our chance for ice, a very slight chance of that ice as we head into tomorrow. Stephen?
Chances for freezing rain going up in Clarksville, Tennessee. That's where an ice storm warning is in effect. We're watching it carefully all throughout the Mid-South. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
And thanks so much to our Fox weather team for their ongoing coverage with this winter alert. A lot of people going to be under some sort of winter alert all the way across. You can see stretching from Texas up to our northeast friends there, New York and New England area. So a lot of people dealing with this mix of not only heavy snow, but then also a lot of ice. Because remember, we have the cold that's been making its way in, but then all of that moisture as well. So there's a lot of people who've been reporting. We just heard from some of our meteorologists, and even yesterday when we were reporting the snow as well, they were saying it's that really heavy, wet, dense snow. We just heard from some of our reporters on the ground who said it's not even good for making snowball fights or snowmen. So really is going to continue to be a problem for everyone who's in this storm's path. Of course, we'll be dipping in and out of a bit of weather coverage with our friends from our Fox weather team throughout the day as we continue to track this storm's path. So with that being said, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We do have a few other events that are happening here. Not only do we have a Senate hearing on some of the Washington football team's environment that they create. Some people saying it's a toxic environment, but we do also have another press conference that's going to be coming up. Here you're seeing a table set up for our Texas governor. So we are expecting to hear from him as well as officials as well here shortly. So a lot to come here this morning, as well as President Biden traveling to New York. More coming up here after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, we do have a press conference that will be coming up with Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He is going to be speaking about the winter weather that is impacting Texas. They have seen temperatures about a 30-degree difference from one day to the next, as they did have that cold front moving through. And of course, some parts even going to be impacted by some of that storm system with snow and ice that has been leaving behind a trail of items for people to pick up after. So again, here's that look at our radar as we continue to see these storms make their way across the country. Of course, now the East Coast, there's no letting up for them. We will be seeing that movement go more east, so those states can only expect to see even more snow and rain mixture coming their way. I know that they just had it last weekend with the nor'easter, but now here again, we're dealing with this major winter storm. So I do want to show people just some of those areas that had been impacted by this snowstorm. So let's go ahead and show you some of those videos that have been coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Here is just a look at just some of what people were dealing with as we have some of these different videos showing us the East Coast getting ready and prepared to welcome all of that snow. We do have millions of Americans who are facing this wicked winter weather, and we will also be seeing a lot of people still having to clean up here. So the East Coast now in the crosshairs of its second major winter storm in just 1 week. 3,000-mile-long storm made its way across the middle of the country. It's dumped snow from New Mexico to Michigan. Front now expected to dump snow and ice on Thursday in a band ranging from Texas to Maine. We've had hundreds of flights that have been canceled on Wednesday, as well as even some delays and cancellations already being proactively canceled here today. And now we're seeing more even into these later hours. So with that being said, since winter weather is impacting so many people, let's go ahead and get the latest update from our Texas governor. Looks like they have just began that meeting. We're going to join in live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Conditions out west. Impacted. We also expect a potential of up to 1,200 megawatts of additional wind impacted along our southern coast as the freezing rain passes through that area. Even with those outages, we are anticipating about 12,000 megawatts of wind energy production on tomorrow morning at our peak time.
Okay. I've been following the graph and stuff like that. It looks like it's outperforming the prognostication.
Yes, sir, it is. We just recently converted over to a new weather forecast for wind because what we found is that there was less icing that impacted our western fleet than what we expected to occur. And so we converted over to this new forecast.
All right, guys, so it looks like our crew's moving a bit around here today. It looks like they're doing a little bit of an update at one roundtable event, and then going to be hopefully giving us another update here where we have this other table set up. So not only will Texas Governor Abbott, but some of those other officials that we just saw there are going to be making their way into this second room to talk and relay the message of some of that conversation they were just having. Obviously, Texas does not want a repeat of what they had last year when we had all of those cold weather impacts on the state, where it then unfortunately meant some people were without power for multiple days and even unfortunately had some loss of life because of that issue. So Texas getting prepared and continuing to talk about how they're adapting with this storm. And again, it has impacted millions of Americans across our country. That band showing us, again, it's going all the way from Texas to Maine. We know that this is a more than 3,000 mile stretch of a storm. And again, this is going to be the second major winter storm in a week for those folks who are out there on the East Coast. So we're going to continue our weather coverage with our Fox weather team as they continue to give us some of their updates from across the country, and just going to be joining in as they're talking about how it is making its way a little bit more east.
Report in Memphis, it's 34 degrees. We've seen a fluctuation from 34 to as cool as 32. That freezing rain, a big situation. Of course, that reporting station at one location does not represent the entire region, of course. And so you get out away from the airport, perhaps those temperatures are a little cooler. It's just the type of weather that you don't want to see. Not good to be in. And when we look across the country, I mean, we're taking a look from coast to coast. Yes, the West Coast is quiet, but this storm, we have moisture, the moisture sources from the Pacific and the Gulf of Mexico just feeding into this system, and that snow extending from Dallas through Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, on into Ohio and the Northeast, and that's going to continue on. And we'll watch. I mean, Houston, we've seen the rain, even the storms this morning, and that cold air is getting a little closer. In fact, getting close to the Woodlands floods. Conroe, right along I-45. I mean, College Station, we're seeing that maybe changeover occurring slowly but surely. Austin as well. In San Antonio early this morning, we were dealing with some of that freezing rain and that sleet. In fact, the airport in San Antonio reporting heavy freezing rain. Meanwhile, in Dallas, it's remained that more sleet and snow mix as that colder air is a little denser. We're tracking some storms. As we go throughout the afternoon, we might be dealing with some severe weather in southeastern Louisiana through Mississippi and Alabama. Those storms are really getting going this afternoon. St. Louis, well, that snow continues. This has been a pretty prolonged event for Missouri and Illinois. Nashville will remain rain, but Memphis, right along the Mississippi River, that's where we have to watch. And of course, we will be paying close attention to it. This storm, while it might be leaving and exiting one spot, it's moving into another. Lexington, Kentucky. We have those temperatures that are very close to the freezing mark, an ice storm warning in effect. So we have to be mindful of that. Of course, those ice storm warnings extend from now southern Ohio through as far south as Arkansas, as this storm is not going to be ending anytime soon, nor are we, as more Fox weather is up next.
And as we head to the break, here's a look at your forecast across America.
Happy Thursday. I'm Dave Osterberg from Fox 13 in Tampa. A whole different ball game in the southeast for today with rain and thunderstorms on tap for places like Jackson and New Orleans and Atlanta. Hey, at least the ice stays up to the north, which of course we don't want anybody to have, but it does stay out of the southeast in general. Rain again in the Raleigh area, Charleston at 74. But what another lovely day in Florida with Tampa and Miami likely back into the 80s.
Hi there, I'm Christy Siefkin with Fox 10 in Phoenix with a look at your West Coast forecast. We're looking at some very cold temperatures today for several cities. Great Falls topping out at just 31 degrees with partly cloudy skies. Same story for Salt Lake City, but in Pueblo only making it into the upper teens or low 20s. Albuquerque 26 for the high. Now Seattle will see some light showers to start off the day, upper 40s by the afternoon. Vegas lots of sunshine, but only 55. And even here in Phoenix, well below average with a high of just 60.
Hello, I'm meteorologist Jennifer McDermott from Fox 9 in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities. And it looks like your Thursday, majority of us are going to be staying on the cold side. 26 for a high in Denver, 19 for Kansas City, 46 in Houston. And that winter storm continues to ride away from the Midwest up into the New England region. For tonight, temperatures will be crumbling across the Midwest. 12 for an overnight low in Milwaukee, 8 for Kansas City. Dallas expecting an overnight low temperature of 22 degrees.
I'm Sue Serio from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Precipitation throughout the Northeast in various forms. We have snow in Detroit today with 23 degrees, 32 in rain and a wintry mix in Cincinnati. In the 40s in Pittsburgh, a rainy day there. Snow in Syracuse, 40s throughout the coast. And despite what the groundhog said, a spring-like 61 degrees with rain.
All right, guys, going to be continuing more coverage of all the top stories here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Good morning. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I wanted to first start with a map of what's been happening with our weather as many Americans are being impacted by this winter storm. It is stretching all the way from Texas up through New York, and there's a massive winter storm that's going to be continuing to make its way east. A lot of folks who have already dealt with the nor'easter last weekend now dealing with their second major winter storm of this season, and so we will continue to follow this here for all of our viewers, especially as there is a lot of ice and other issues that people have been dealing with. I know my in-laws, even though they don't have this band of the storm, they're up in northern Minnesota, where we're seeing some of those really cold temperatures. Just along the North Dakota-Minnesota border, you're seeing minus 17. And I have to tell you, my father-in-law just sent me a picture of his car thermometer, and it said minus 21. So we do continue to keep an eye on all of those dangerous temperatures. I know a lot of folks know once it gets that cold, it can really pose a threat to everyone who needs to stay indoors. Our heater's going to continue to work. Well, one of the areas that's being impacted by that cold weather is Texas. So here's a live look at a press conference we're waiting on right now. We do have Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He is meeting with some of their officials. They are off in a second room here at this location, and then they'll be coming in front of the cameras, relaying everything that they're doing to try to continue to prepare their residents for this ongoing cold front that they've been seeing, and also how they're going to stay out ahead of what's been expected there. Those cold temps, some snow in some areas, and a mix of some rain and ice. Ice has been the story for some locations. That's definitely made it dangerous as we continue to see everyone dealing with it. Let's go ahead, listen into a little bit more on what this wicked weather has brought with some of our Fox team.
A massive winter storm is bringing snow, ice, and freezing temperatures to more than a third of the country throughout this week.
This is unreal because it's so cold.
The mercury is plummeting in Colorado as Arctic-like temperatures are putting residents on high alert, with more than a foot of snow falling in some areas outside of Denver Wednesday.
I don't want to freeze to death.
The same bitter cold is targeting parts of Texas, where folks are desperately trying to save their homes from bursting pipes.
Low water pressure, if you have any discolored water or no water pressure at all, then you definitely need to go ahead and shut the water off to the house.
Meanwhile, snow in Missouri is creating dangerously slick roadways and causing accidents.
It was terrible. I mean, the semis were sliding off the road. I was sliding off the road.
And in Illinois, it's all hands on deck to stay on top of the snow removal, but some say it's important to still have a little winter fun.
My son is out helping as well. And in between, we are sledding and playing in the snow.
It's a similar tale for Michigan residents, with some hoping all this white makes them a little green.
It's been a slow winter so far this year, trying to keep guys busy and employed. They really haven't had much to do with a couple of 1 and 2 inch snowfalls. So this one here, we're looking for a good 2-3 days worth of work.
All this wicked weather is also creating a mess for airlines, with aviation company FlightAware reporting more than 4,000 flight cancellations nationwide Thursday. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
All right, so once again, a live look at that radar. Of course, a lot of people dealing with this winter storm. What we want to do is continue this conversation with Fox Weather's Hunter Davis, who is joining us here live in Oklahoma City. And I know that there's still snow coming down. I can see that behind you there, Hunter.
Hey, Christy. Yeah, we've seen some steady snowfall here for that second round of snow after we got a brief break overnight, kind of into the morning. But this is also on its way out, which is good news because we have gotten some significant snow totals here in Oklahoma City. In fact, this is going to be one for the record books. We got at least 3 inches yesterday, probably another 1 to at least 3 inches in Oklahoma City today. So hard to say where it'll fall when it comes to those records. 2009 was one of the biggest ones set for single day snowfall totals. That was more than 13 inches that fell then. In the last 10 years, 2020 is holding the record. They had 4.6 inches that year. So hard to say if we'll beat either of those big records, but we could definitely get close. To give you a look at some of the conditions we're dealing with now, this is one of the roadways that we have been at. We have kind of been tracking this area all day, doing our live shots in front of it, and it's gradually getting more slushed up. There we go, freezing mouth syndrome. And that's going to be the big problem as we move throughout the day, because all of this, snow that is becoming just this big slush pile is going to be a big deal when it comes to refreezing. Right now we're sitting well below zero, -4. Those temperatures, those actual temperatures in the teens. So freezing, definitely a big issue. And as we move overnight and cars, stop going over these roads and kind of re-slushing it or re-melting it, then we're going to have those big problems when we wake up in the morning. So even though this snow is on its way out, the lingering impacts of this storm are definitely going to be here for probably the next 24, 36 hours or so. Flights, obviously one of the biggest impacts right now. More than 40 were canceled here in Oklahoma City alone. The further down south you head, the more issues we have. Texas, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport actually stopped flights in and out of the airport. They closed the airport completely, just to give you an idea of how massive of a deal this storm is. And a lot of people say when they hear these reports up north, oh, that's just a normal winter day for us, 3, 4, 5 inches. But for some perspective, this is an area where 10 inches of snowfall is the annual, yearly total. So when you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inches in a day or two, that's almost half of their yearly annual total. So it's a pretty massive amount for these folks that are here. So definitely top of the mind is just going to be safety as we move into the next 24 hours. A lot of people, once the snow stops, think it's an immediate melting process and the safety, aspect kind of goes out the window. But ideally, people stay really high on those alert radars over the next 24 hours. The wind, obviously still a big deal as well. We keep getting these gusts between 15 and 20 miles an hour as we stand out here. You'll get these lulls that make you feel like this is a winter wonderland and everything is okay. But just to show you something, take a look down here, Christy. Snow-covered parking lot right now. But as I come down here, and I've actually wiped this off 3 or 4 times today, that's how much snow we keep getting over the top of it, or that keeps blowing over the top of it. But this, just a sheet of ice right under this snow. And that's going to be the big deal when you're walking or when you're driving, because that's what's under all of this snow that is out on the roadways. And then of course here, fortunately, school is canceled or virtual, at least for today, for most schools that are across Oklahoma. Texas as well following suit. Haven't heard word yet about tomorrow. Wouldn't be surprised though if we see a repeat of today, Christy.
And as you mentioned, Hunter, I know a lot of folks hoping that things and conditions can get better, but as those temperatures change and as you're continuing to see that snow kind of pile up on the roads, how are crews going to stay ahead of all of that? Because it is going to still be pretty dangerous to be out there on the roads throughout the day and into the evening and tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few things that are kind of going on right now. Anybody that you were asking that was in an official capacity said, well, we prepare for this year round, not just the week prior to the storm. One of those preparations is that Oklahoma has established official snow routes. They actually have had these routes since 2007. They've partnered with multiple other cities, 16 cities, 4 different counties, to establish what are the necessary routes that people would need to make their way between cities in Oklahoma. And those are the routes that are priority. That means they will be treated, they will be plowed first as soon as it's safe for them to do so. And that means they'll be treated and they'll be plowed before, during, and after the storm. So they're not really going to be able to get to those secondary roads while they're dealing with those snow routes. You'll see a plow or 2 every now and then, but that main focus is definitely those snow routes. The other way that they're keeping up is at midnight, 75 additional salt trucks were deployed in Oklahoma City alone. That's in addition to the 30 to 50 that were said to be out throughout the entire duration of the storm. So there's a significant amount of trucks that are on the road. Another good thing that the city here has is streetcars. We've seen them coming through and actually cleaning the rails for the streetcars that they use here in the city. Those are actually still running. So the city's goal, of course, is to keep people off the roads, but you can't forget that some people have jobs or they just have places that they absolutely have to be. So the streetcar is definitely an option, a safer option for people to ideally not be on the roads, so that those crews that are out plowing those snow routes can get their jobs done.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of great warnings for folks of the city workers always trying to get out there ahead of this and stay prepared. But we want to make sure we're heeding all of these warnings. Hunter Davis joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate you being out there in the cold and continuing to keep everyone up to date.
Thanks, Christy.
And don't forget, we will continue to follow the latest movements of this storm, especially as it continues to make its way east, right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Not only talking with some of our reporters out there, but meteorologists as well, continuing to keep everyone up to date, especially if you are in the path of these storms. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, not only do we have President Biden, who is just landed in, and he's going to be visiting the New York City area here today, and there he is stepping off of the plane. Again, today, the president's focus comes after we've had some really tragic weeks for police nationwide. He is now going to be talking about anti-gun violence measures. So we do have the president onboarding here. He's walking into the car, which then he's going to be headed out to just some of those events. Again, later today, he's going to be not only going to the police headquarters, but he's also going to be making his way to a public school as well. So just a small portion of that brought to us here. Got to show it to all of you viewers as well. He was running a little bit behind, so some of his events have been pushed back. But again, he's going to be there mostly talking about his anti-gun violence measures, especially in New York City, where we've just lost 2 officers recently in Harlem. So more to come right here again in just 2 minutes, as we have a lot of briefings that are going to be underway here very shortly. Not only Texas Governor Abbott going to be talking about weather, but the Pentagon going to be having a press conference. They today are not only going to be speaking on Ukraine and Russia, but also speaking on the ISIS leader who was killed by U.S. forces in Syria during a raid. More to come again here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, we do have a couple different events that are going to be coming up here. So I just want to at least mention them to our viewers here. We do have a press conference that's going to be happening from the Pentagon, as well as we do have yet another shot, this one also from Capitol Hill. We're going to be hearing from Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She's going to be doing her weekly press conference. And then finally, it does look like we do have some of our Texas officials who've been making their way here to this table. They just had a meeting in a second room location where they were talking about some of the ongoing issues they're seeing with this dip of temperatures. Again, some residents in Texas had a drop of at least 30 degrees, if not more, because of this cold front that had made its way through. So obviously, Texas trying to continue to keep their residents up to date on the latest, what the city is going to be working on, but also what more is to come as they are dealing with these cold temperatures. Again, a lot of folks have been talking about, this is winter, we should expect it from time to time, but when you're in areas that are seeing all of a sudden a 30-degree difference from one day to the next, or you're in an area that doesn't get very much snow throughout the entire year, now all of a sudden you're getting all of those inches piled up in just one snowfall, one event, it can lead to a lot of trouble across the nation. So this will be beginning here very soon. I do want to also mention, as I said, President Biden going to be headed out to New York. Well, earlier here this morning, he did speak to also the raid that had happened in Syria with that ISIS leader. He was saying that ISIS leader was a major threat to the world and that this person is no longer around. The leader had chosen to blow himself up instead of being brought into custody. So again, there are a lot of precautions that were taken by those U.S. troops, but of course there was some other issues that had happened once that person had known that people were coming. So now let's go ahead, listen in to Texas Governor Greg Abbott as they update us here on the latest round of winter weather hitting their state.
A lot of important information that we want to share with the public. The first thing I can tell you is we are dealing with one of the most significant icing events that we've had in the state of Texas in at least several decades. And as we will discuss over the course of our presentations today, there are some consequences that result from this being such a significant icing event. The main thing that we want to do today is to continue our efforts to keep the public informed about exactly what is going on about the power grid, about what the state is doing to respond to the winter storm, and what Texans can do to enhance their own safety over the course of the next few days. First, the power grid. The power grid is performing very well at this time. I'm going to be making reference to this graph and this graph at this time. This graph right here shows expected power demand for about the next 24 hours for the remainder of today and early tomorrow. It shows that the power generation capacity that is expected and a breakdown of the source of that power, whether it be wind, solar, or thermal. It shows that there is plenty of power available at this time, as well as plenty of power expected over the remainder of today and early tomorrow. At the expected peak demand, not just tomorrow, but in this entire winter storm event, at the expected peak demand, there should be about 10,000 megawatts of extra power capacity. To put that in context, that is about enough extra power to supply about 2 million homes. The second graph, this one over here, that shows the current demand for power in Texas at this time. That would be the bottom line, which is kind of the teal or green colored line. It also shows the current available capacity of power from the grid at this time, and that's the top line. It shows that there is about a 20,000 megawatts of extra power over current demand. Now, very importantly, even though at this time we have an extraordinary amount of extra supply of power, at this time, there are about 70,000 customers in Texas without power. So how can that be that there are people in the state of Texas without power if the grid is fully functioning and has ample power supply? The reason is because of issues with local power providers. The most probable cause of a power outage right now around the state of Texas for anybody who's without power is either because of heavy winds affected lines, or more likely because of an icing condition, where ice itself could have brought down power lines, or ice could have weighed down on trees or tree limbs that would have brought down a power line. Anyone out of power at this time should call their local power provider. If you do not know how to get a hold of your local power provider, I'm going to give you a website address that you could use to contact your local power provider. Go to puc.texas.gov/storm. If anybody needs access to try to find the phone number of the power provider to call because your power is out, you can go to puc.texas.gov/storm. Now, to address the down lines, or for whatever reason why local power providers are not able to provide power to your house at this particular time, I want you to know that local power providers are bringing in extra resources to get those power lines back up, and the state of Texas is helping them. There are more than 10,000 linemen already working for power transmission companies to assist with power lines that are not working. And in addition to that, almost 2,000 more linemen are coming in from outside the state of Texas. To expedite the repair trucks that are needed, that are coming in from outside of the state, I am issuing a proclamation that authorizes the Texas Department of Public Safety to waive some regulations that will allow them, those repair trucks, to get into the state faster and easier. Also, to help local jurisdictions, local governments, rapidly respond with the tools and resources they need, I am at this moment issuing a proclamation for all counties most heavily affected by the ice storm at this particular time. They are listed in this proclamation that I'm about to sign, and they include 17 counties across the state of Texas. So this proclamation is now in effect for those 17 counties, but we know that over the course of the remainder of the winter storm, there may be additional counties that will need to be added because of conditions on the grounds in those counties, in which case we will be supplementing this proclamation to include those additional counties. Now, in addition to the forecast that ERCOT and the PUC are relying upon, there are other reasons to provide confidence in the ongoing resiliency of the power grid. One is that, as compared to last year, Texas has about 15% more power generation capacity. There is also more reserve power available than last year. Unlike last year, winterization has been required for power generators, and there's been about 99% of those power generators passed inspection. Last year, some generators were not available because of maintenance operations during the course of the winter storm. This year, more generators are online because they were required to do maintenance either before or after a winter season. Also, more natural gas facilities are designated as critical infrastructure to ensure operation during a winter storm. Last year, less than 100 facilities were designated as critical infrastructure. As of now, more than 2,900 of those facilities are designated as critical infrastructure. Also, unlike last year, some generators that use natural gas also have alternative fuels to generate power in the event they are not receiving the natural gas that they were expecting or needed. Also, if weather limits the flow of natural gas, we have several days of natural gas in storage that can be used. Additionally, the grid is projected to have a surplus of more than 10,000 megawatts for peak power demand tomorrow morning, on Friday morning, which we expect to be the peak of demand for the winter storm. In short, to repeat what the chairman of the PUC has said, the Texas electric grid is the most reliable and resilient that it's ever been. Now, there are more than 24 state agencies that are working 24/7 to help respond to the winter storm. And all of the agencies that are seated at the table will be making presentations about what they are doing. I'm going to cover those, some of those that are not at the table right now. One is the Texas Military Department, which includes the Texas National Guard. They currently have deployed at least 127 personnel and 52 vehicles and will add more as needed. They have 5 winter weather mission-ready packages staged in Abilene, Wichita Falls, Lubbock, Brownwood. That one's going to be moving, I think, to Wiley, as well as in Round Rock. Winter weather packages are comprised of 18 personnel, Humvees, wreckers, and ambulances. TMD also has assigned a military district coordinator to Garland to coordinate Texas military resources in the North Texas region. The Texas Military Department has a battalion of mission command staged in Lubbock, and they have additional resources that can be deployed as needed. As one example, they have been involved in assisting motorists on Interstate 20, mile marker 220, which is near the Abilene area. The Texas A&M Forest Service is currently supporting TxDOT, as well as the Texas Division of Emergency Management, with winter weather response with personnel and equipment assigned to San Angelo, Abilene, Amarillo, Brownwood, and Sherman. Texas Parks and Wildlife, they are prepared to support with 4x4 vehicles as well as personnel statewide. 2 things about what they're involved in doing in more detail. They have assisted the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Texas Department of Transportation with motorists in the Wichita Falls area. Additionally, they will be announcing later on today that some state parks will be closed for a short period of time as we work our way through the winter storm. But that will be an announcement coming from the Texas Parks and Wildlife later on today. The Texas Animal Health Commission is now activated at the State Operations Center right here and is coordinating with animal response partners at both state and local levels. Currently, they are working on potential hay and feed or other livestock-related support following the storm. All partners have indicated right now no unmet needs, but are working to prepare for anticipated issues. The Texas Animal Health Commission staff remain on standby for response for any animal issues that may arise. The Texas Department of State Health Services is coordinating with hospital preparedness providers on resource needs such as potential power outages, water issues, medical staff surge, or overnight lodging. They have put 3 emergency medical task force severe weather packages into the field, as well as 2 additional ambulances on standby to cover affected regions. Already, they have delivered more than 100 oxygen tanks in the Austin area in the event that they are going to be needed, and stand ready to make deliveries of oxygen tanks to any affected region.
All right, guys, we're listening in with the Texas Governor, Greg Abbott, as he is speaking about all of the winter weather conditions, the preparations, as well as the impacts and recovery that they are dealing with. A lot of North Texans woke up today to ice and snow and bitter cold temperatures. We're taking a live picture out of Dallas there, where they are driving through just some of those snow-covered roads. So they did have morning temperatures in the 20s. Ice was on trees and power lines. They did have some power outages in areas, as well as school closings and delays. We'll continue to keep you updated on all of this winter weather action right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes after this break. Also want to let our viewers know we are waiting for the Pentagon press briefing. This is going to be speaking to not only Ukraine-Russia conflict, but also that ISIS leader that was killed in the raid in Syria. So more to come right here again in just 2 minutes. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here's a live look in the Pentagon. We are supposed to have any moment now a press conference, as we do have it scheduled here today. This is going to be with the press secretary, John Kirby. He's going to be speaking about what we had heard President Biden address earlier here today, announcing that the U.S. military had carried out a raid in northwestern Syria that had led to the death of an ISIS leader. He said it's been this person had been leading ISIS since 2019. The president said that the U.S. chose to use a special operation team over an airstrike, hoping to minimize civilian casualties. It was some brief remarks that were made earlier here this morning, since the president did have to get out of the White House and make his way onto Air Force One ahead of his trip to New York City. Again, he's now going to be in New York City speaking about gun violence, measures that they want to take to try to reduce that, not only right now, but over time as well. So I do want to go back and replay those remarks that he had made on this incident that had happened. Again, President Biden earlier this morning, remarks on an ISIS leader that was killed.
Good morning. Last night, operating on my orders, the United States military forces successfully removed a major terrorist threat to the world, the global leader of ISIS, known as Haji Abdullah. He took over as leader of ISIS in 2019 after the United States counterterrorism operation killed al-Baghdadi. Since then, ISIS has directed terrorist operations targeting Americans, our allies, and our partners, and countless civilians in the Middle East, Africa, and in South Asia. Haji Abdullah oversaw the spread of ISIS-affiliated terrorist groups around the world after savaging communities and murdering innocents. He was responsible for the recent brutal attack on a prison in northeast Syria holding ISIS fighters, which was swiftly addressed by our brave partners in the Syrian Democratic Forces. He was the driving force behind the genocide of the Yazidi people in northwestern Iraq in 2014. We all remember the gut-wrenching stories, mass slaughters that wiped out entire villages, thousands of women and young girls sold into slavery, rape used as a weapon of war. And thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision, and I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties. Knowing that this terrorist had chosen to surround himself with families, including children, we made a choice to pursue a special forces raid at a much greater risk than to our own people, rather than targeting him with an airstrike. We made this choice to minimize civilian casualties. Our team is still compiling the report, but we do know that as our troops approached to capture the terrorist, in a final act of desperate cowardness, he, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just to the vest, but to blow up that third floor, rather than face justice for the crimes he has committed, taking several members of his family with him, just as his predecessor did. I'm grateful for the immense courage and skill and determination of our U.S. forces, who skillfully executed this incredibly challenging mission. The members of our military are the solid steel backbone of this nation, ready to fly into danger at a moment's notice to keep our country and the American people safe, as well as our allies. And I'm also grateful to the families of our service members. You served right alongside these soldiers and sailors, Marines, Special Forces, the loved ones, giving them the strength and support they need to do what they do. To our service members and their families, we're forever grateful for what you do for us, and we owe you a debt. Thank you. We're also aided by the essential partnership of the Syrian Democratic Forces. I want to commend our dedicated intelligence community, the Department of Defense, and members of our national security team throughout the government, whose meticulous and tireless work over the course of many months ensured that this mission succeeded. This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide, anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country. And we'll continue working with our close allies and partners, the Syrian Democratic Forces, the Iraqi security forces, including the Kurdish Peshmerga, and more than 80 members of the global coalition to keep pressure on ISIS to protect our homeland. We remain vigilant. We remain prepared. Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you. Once again, today, we continue our unceasing effort to keep the American people safe and to strengthen the security of our allies and partners around the world. I want to thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. I'm heading off to New York right now. I'm late, and I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
So those were the remarks that we got from President earlier here today, again, saying that this ISIS leader is no more after this raid had taken place. The leader chose to blow himself up. Now, the Pentagon has reported that all U.S. service members have returned safely. So that is some good news. Speaking of Pentagon, we do have John Kirby just stepping up to the podium. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
So just a couple of things at the top here. As you've no doubt heard, last night, U.S. Special Operations Forces, under the control of U.S. Central Command, conducted a counterterrorism mission in northwest Syria that resulted in the death of ISIS leader Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi, also known as Haji Abdullah. Haji Abdullah was a very hands-on leader and involved in many day-to-day operations of ISIS, and certainly keenly interested in restoring the lethality and the higher op tempo that ISIS had once enjoyed. So his death, we believe, dealt a significant blow to ISIS. You've already heard from the president this morning. And I think you've probably seen a statement that Secretary Austin put out, joining the president in commending the professionalism and the skill, the readiness exhibited by our forces in this operation, particularly with the extensive regard towards safeguarding innocent life that we knew was located there at the target's location. And while the cowardly actions of Haji Abdullah and a small number of his followers resulted in the tragic death of at least 3 innocent civilians, the calculated efforts of our forces succeeded in protecting more than 10 women, children, and babies. These efforts included a deliberate decision by the president to execute a raid on the location as opposed to an airstrike, despite the additional risk that decision put on our forces. And as I think you've probably seen, in addition to all that, as they got to the site, they called out to everyone in the building, giving them an opportunity to leave peacefully, quietly, and for Abdullah to surrender himself. Of course, he chose a different route. While there were no U.S. casualties, one of our helicopters did suffer a mechanical failure early on in the infiltration phase of the operation. The helicopter was able to depart the target location and land at another location further away, off-site. But ultimately, it was determined that further use of the helicopter was not practical and, in fact, could be dangerous. And so General McKenzie made the decision that the helicopter should be abandoned and detonated so it could be destroyed in place. So moving forward, I'm sure you've got lots of questions. I'll do the best I can to answer them. I want to remind that this is an operation that is not yet 24 hours old. So while we will provide as much context as we can to you, I suspect, as you all have covered these kinds of things before, that we will continue to learn more information as time goes on. We are still reviewing the results of this operation. We are still going through the after-action process that we always do. We'll do the best we can to to provide you as much context. I also would add, and I'm saying this as a bit of a disclaimer here before we begin taking questions, that there are still operational security matters that we're just not going to be able to speak to. We obviously take these kinds of missions very seriously. We obviously want to be able to continue to conduct these kinds of operations because ISIS remains a threat. So there's going to be some information that you will want to know that we are simply not going to be able to provide so that we can preserve our flexibility to conduct these sorts of operations going forward. With that, Bob.
Hey, John, thank you. A couple questions on the civilians. If I heard you, I hear you correctly that you said you verified 3 civilians were killed? And also, could you elaborate on, perhaps explain a little further what Secretary Austin meant in his written statement about looking into the possibility that U.S. actions may have resulted in harm to civilians? What exactly is he referring to there?
So we know that that when Abdullah detonated an explosive device, which obviously killed him, we know that there were 3 people on that 3rd floor with him that were also killed. His wife and 2 children. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the 3. We also know, as I said, that we were able to safely evacuate 10 individuals, 6 from the 1st floor, an adult male, an adult female, and 4 children, and then 4 children from the 2nd floor, which our forces were able to safely get out of the building. On that 2nd floor, where one of Abdullah's lieutenants engaged our forces, actually one of his lieutenants and the lieutenant's wife firing back at our forces. They were killed, and it appears as if a child was also killed on that 2nd floor.
We are going to continue to listen into this Pentagon briefing live here with our viewers after some of you see a 2-minute break.
Civilian harm or harm to innocent life. And while the strong indications are here is that the lives taken in this operation, the lives of innocents taken in this operation, were caused by Abdullah and his decision to blow himself up and everybody else with him on that 3rd floor, as well as the resistance of his lieutenant on the 2nd floor, were willing to take a look, to just examine and make sure that there wasn't any action that we might have taken that could have also caused harm to innocents.
You mean indirectly, or do you mean directly?
In any way. I think we're just going to take a look and see. But right now, the strong indications are that to the degree there's loss of innocent life, it's loss caused by Mr. Abdullah and his lieutenant.
You're quite confident on the 3, that's only 3 people that were...
That's what we have right now, Bob. I'm going to give you what I can right now, and I think you know that information can change over time. That's what we have right now. Yeah, Pierre.
Additional information on the team that executed the operation?
I'm sorry?
Any additional information about the team that executed the operation?
No, I don't have any more information about the team that executed the operation.
Any more details about what kind of support or cooperation that the SDF provided to the operation?
The SDF were helpful in enabling our ability to conduct this operation, but I'm not going to go into more detail about what that assistance looked like. I will remind Pierre that this was a U.S. operation conducted by U.S. forces only. Jen?
John, will anyone get a reward for justice reward for this tip, and how long have you had this intelligence? Also, you referred to the 3 innocent civilians, but would the wife of Haji Abdullah be considered an innocent civilian?
You know, I think I'm just going to leave it the way I characterized it, Jen. And again, we're going to continue to review and look at this. I think I'm just going to leave it the way I described it. And as for the reward, I don't have any updates on that. There was a $10 million reward on his head, but I don't have any updates on whether that award can or will be claimed. And then on the intelligence, I would just tell you that this operation was literally months in the planning. And of course, a strong basis for being able to conduct an operation like this is valuable intelligence that comes from multiple streams. And again, without getting into more detail than that, there was, as obviously because of the success of the operation, I mean, the intelligence was a mosaic that allowed us the level of awareness and fidelity of information to be able to conduct this in the way we did.
Was he responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing?
I don't have a direct connection to speak to in terms of that. However, he was the leader of ISIS, and it was an ISIS-K attack. But what we do know is he was a hands-on kind of leader. We know that that he certainly had knowledge of and was at least maintaining a level of situational awareness during the Hasaka prison break last week. We know that he was directly involved in the massacre and the rape of innocent Yazidis back in 2014. This is a man that we should all be happy is no longer walking on the face of the earth. Court.
I got a bunch. Did you get DNA of him and have positive DNA? Is that how you were able to identify? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Can you, if you got a bunch, let's take one at a time.
Great.
All right. We were able to identify his body through fingerprints and DNA analysis.
On site?
On site.
Okay. Can you
Well,
explain?
the fingerprints were on site. It took a little bit longer to get the DNA analysis, so it was a combination.
Can you give us a little more detail about this firefight that occurred sort of towards the end of the 2-hour time frame that they were on the ground there? Some locals or something? What was that? And a couple people were killed?
Yeah, towards the end of the operation, there was a small group of individuals approaching the compound. They were appropriately deemed as hostile, and they were engaged. They were engaged, and we know that in that engagement, 2 of them were killed, and that resulted in the end of that hostile activity. The remaining individuals left the site.
Were they engaged on the ground or via air, by the air?
I don't know exactly. I know that at least some engagement came from the air, but I can't be sure that there wasn't some engagement from the ground.
Can you say, do you know who the lieutenant was? You mentioned he and his wife were killed. I mean, was this someone relatively senior?
It was a senior lieutenant of Abdullah. I don't have the name. You could say it was a deputy.
And then, was this mission a kill or capture mission? Was there ever an effort to try to take him alive?
Without getting into the specifics of the orders, this was a raid against Abdullah, and again, he decided to kill himself and others before coming into direct contact with the assault force. He did not fight back. The objective was to finish his leadership of ISIS, and that was achieved.
And then finally, the question I'm sure all of us are wondering, was there a dog involved? What was its name? And do you have a photo?
I do not know. I do not know, and I do not know.
Can you take that question?
I'll take all 3.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Louis.
John, why did the mission take 2 hours? What was the process? I mean, was there a calculated process to get civilians out of this building? Was that a part of the delay? Because it sounds like 2 hours on the ground is quite a long time for one of these kind of missions.
So it's a great question, Louis. First of all, the plan was to have them there for 2 hours. From the get-go, the plan was for 2 hours on site. And it speaks to the level of care that U.S. Special Operations Forces used in this mission, which was designed to preserve innocent life. To go to the site as they did, to first of all, it was securing and isolating the site. Then it was to get innocents and, quite frankly, to encourage Mr. Abdullah to leave the site. And that's why they used a bullhorn and made several call-outs, beseeching everybody in that building to leave. And that takes some time, too. You want to make sure you make a good faith effort to do that, and we did. They were engaged. There was an explosion on the third floor and engagement, gunfire from the building, and then they went in. And obviously, you want to process the site as best you can, get as much information as you can, and of course, in this regard, because he chose to end his life the way he did, to be able to identify and then safely leave the site. So honestly, from soup to nuts, the original plan was to have them there for 2 hours, and they were there for just about exactly 2 hours.
I think the characterization has been by other officials that that he detonated this explosive very early on after the arrival of the troops. I mean, do you have a notion of how quickly he did that, or was this a long, drawn-out process?
Yeah, I don't have the exact minute-by-minute tick-tock, but that characterization, as I understand it, is accurate. It wasn't long after they isolated and secured the site and began the call-outs that there was a large explosion on the third floor, which turned out to have, of course, been Abdullah killing himself and the family members that were with him on the third floor, and putting at significant risk everybody else in that building.
I have one more, please. The Kabul air drone strike and the repercussions that have happened since then. We saw the Secretary issue his guidance recently. Did that factor in at all into the notion of that we're going to go in with ground troops in an air a raid as opposed to a drone strike?
What factored into that decision, Louis, was our long-standing practice of trying to minimize civilian harm. Not what happened on the 29th of August or on any other day, but a long-standing desire to minimize civilian harm. And the president made that decision. And it was a significant decision because it involved putting our troops at much greater risk in order to do it this way. But that's in keeping with a long-standing desire by us to try to minimize civilian harm as much as possible. Orrin.
Just a follow-up question on civilian casualties. You said there were 3 on the third floor, the wife and 2 kids, but you also said it appears as if a child was also killed on the second floor.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be 4?
Well, I was referring when I was referring to the 3. I was talking about the context of him killing himself.
And then who killed the child on the second floor?
Again, I'm not going to get into blow by blow on every single event here. We are still processing this, Orrin. It's not even 24 hours old. We're giving you as much information as we can right now. Information will continue to flow in, and as we can share it with you, we will.
And one follow-up on a different
topic.
topic.
Let it not be forgotten, though, that we also, helped save 10 lives, including 4 kids on that second floor. So 10 people, mostly children, were able to get out of that building safely because of the care that was put into that mission.
One follow-up question. Did any of those who took part in the planning for either the bin Laden raid or the Baghdadi raid take part in the operation or execution of this raid as well?
I don't know. Yeah.
About the children, those who are killed or those who are saved, who are they, do you think? Like, who are the civilians in the building? Again,
I want to be careful here, as we don't have perfect knowledge of every single individual that was killed in this raid. We know Haji Abdullah was killed. We know his lieutenant that was on the second floor was killed. We know that when he blew himself up on the third floor, 3 others went with him. And we know of at least 1 child that was killed on the second floor. But I don't have much more information to give you than that.
And are there any civilians under U.S. custody right now? Where did the saved ones go after the operation?
There's nobody in U.S. custody as a result of this raid.
Just a follow-up. Well, a helicopter What was the mechanical issue with the helicopter?
I would describe the mechanical issue as a drivetrain issue that rendered it not usable for future flight in the operation.
What, did it get any fire or somehow some damage?
It didn't catch fire. It was a drivetrain issue. It didn't crash. It landed safely at an alternative location. They looked at it to determine whether it could be fixed and continued to be used in the operation, and it was determined that was not possible. So General McKenzie ordered that it be detonated and destroyed on site.
Once again, we have been listening in live to this Pentagon press briefing as they're giving us an update on some more details on that ISIS leader being killed during that raid in Syria. We are going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break. Continue to listen into this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Collect information and material that might help us in the continued prosecution of these kinds of operations and operations against ISIS, and I think that's as far as I'll go.
Will it say yes or no?
I'll just tell you, it's common practice for us to try to examine whether there's usable material that can help us in future operations, and I think I'll leave it at that. Carla Babb.
Hey, thanks, John, for doing this. I have 3 questions just to clear up some things. If those who were saved are not in U.S. custody, where are they? Are they in SDF's custody? Were they left at the scene? Can you clarify that? Clarification number 2, please. When you said the hostiles that were coming at the end, is it safe to assume that these hostile actors had weapons and they were engaged, as you were kind of referring to with Courtney, they were engaged with an airstrike? And then number 3, VOA has spoken to the SDF, and they said that the SDF says that U.S. launched the operation from SDF territory. Can you confirm that? And can you confirm that they were helping with the intelligence and the tracking of the ISIS leader? Thanks.
There's nobody in custody, Carla. So there's nobody to tell you that they're in custody. And certainly no U.S. There's nobody in U.S. custody for sure. On the engagement towards the end of the operation, the other 2 that I talked about, there were clear indications that there was hostile intent. I'm not going to get into it more detail than that. Clear indications that there was hostile intent, and they were engaged. And their compadres left after that engagement. And then 3 on SDF, we appreciate the support that we got from the SDF. I'll leave it to the SDF to describe it in ways that they deem fit. I'm not going to talk about it in any more detail than that. Okay, Jeff Shogel.
Thank you. Can you say what type of special operations forces were involved in the raid, such as SEALs, Delta, or Rangers?
I'm not going to describe them in any greater specificity than I have. U.S. Special Operations Forces under the control of U.S. Central Command. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John. Two quick questions. What happened to his body? Was it carried away like what the U.S. did with bin Laden's body, or was it too badly damaged to do anything with? And 2, an administration official told reporters today that this had been planned for a long, long time. The president had been presented in December with a tabletop model of the compound or the building. Why was the raid now versus maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago or even a month ago? Can you give any shed any light on that?
Yeah, his body was left at the site. As for the timing, it is correct. This was a mission long planned, months in the planning, as I mentioned to Jen. But look, you have to build enough context around the individual's pattern of life, and you have to factor in external factors that you don't get to control, like the weather. So lots of things go into making a decision about when you execute a raid of this complexity and this danger. And there were a lot of factors that had to line up to be just right. You have to, make sure that your intelligence is solid and that the individual that you're going after is in fact at the location you believe him to be, and that all the external factors not just the weather, but the ability to operate at that particular time of day and have enough visibility. All those things factor in. So it was a multiple factors. It all came together such that this was the best window to execute this mission. And I would remind you that it's not like we were just sitting on our hands for those months. I mean, these, as you probably saw in the Secretary's statement, I mean, these Special Operations Forces conducted dozens of rehearsals to make sure that they could get this exactly right. Okay. Mike Brest.
Hi, Mr. Kirby. Thanks for taking my question. I'm hoping you could provide a little insight into where ISIS stands right now, the threat they pose between the raid at the prison 2 weeks ago and Abdullah's assassination. Where do things stand both in Syria as well as globally?
Well, I tell you what, they're leaderless today, and that's a significant blow. This is not something that we believe ISIS is going to be able to just get over real quickly and real easily. That said, they are not the force that they were in 2014, as we all remember that their growth and rapid acceleration across Iraq and Syria. This is ISIS is not the threat of the same significant nature that they were back then, but they still remain a viable threat. And we've talked about that many times, that this is a group that wants to reconstitute its strength, wants to continue to attack and kill and maim and terrorize. Haji Abdullah was very much involved in trying to resuscitate the group and to grow their capabilities. They remain, as we've said many times, they remain dangerous. They remain a threat to our national security, to the lives of other innocents. And we're going to, as the Secretary said in his statement today, we're going to stay at it. Travis Tritton.
Hey, John, thanks. A couple quick questions. First, on the efforts to get civilians out of the building, you said that they had called out to them with a bullhorn. Can you say specifically how long they gave civilians to leave the building? And secondly, when we look at photos of the compound and we see the damage to the building, was that primarily from the suicide bomb, or were U.S. munitions used on that building? Thanks.
The damage you see in the picture with the third floor collapsed onto the second, and even more than that, and that was caused by Abdullah igniting an explosive device, which, as I said, killed himself and his family. And as for time, look, Travis, I don't have a minute by minute. There were numerous calls made to encourage everyone in the building to leave. Numerous calls were made. And at some point, not too far into the operation, Abdullah exploded this device, and that precipitated more activity by at least one shooter from the building that led to U.S. forces going in. And to your point about, how much time do we give people, that I would remind that that U.S. forces actually extricated 4 children from the second floor after they went into the building. So the efforts to save the lives of innocents wasn't just in the opening gambit here with the bullhorn. I mean, it was well into the operation. It was something that was ever present on their minds. Mike Glenn.
Yeah, John, thanks much. Tony answered one question, but do you believe that this raid might have prevented any future specific terrorist mission that they were going to carry out?
You were kind of breaking up, Mike. I think your question was, do we have information that his death has disrupted a specific attack? Is that what you asked?
Yes, that's it. Yes,
I don't have information that suggests that, Mike, but I would remind that this was the leader of ISIS, and he was a very hands-on leader. He was involved in helping direct a lot of operations. So we have no doubt that his death will have a blow on ISIS and their potential to conduct future operations. I do want to remind that they are still a threat, and we're not. Nobody's taken a victory lap here. We're going to stay at this. They still remain a threat. They still espouse this extreme ideology and this intent to kill, to maim, to terrorize, and so we're going to stay focused on it. Dan Lamothe.
Thanks for your time. Hoping maybe we can draw you out and flesh out some details on some of these tabletop exercises. It sounds like they went back at least as far as December, involving senior commanders and that sort of thing. Can you lay out a bit of what this looked like in terms of how far back it goes, who would involve, that kind of thing? Thank you.
Yeah, Dan, I'm not going to be able to go into more detail than I already have. Again, this was months in the planning, several months in the planning. It included actual physical rehearsals, as I said, dozens by the Special Operations Forces, as well as, you can imagine, some tabletop planning as well. But I don't have a tick-tock of exactly how all that process worked out. It was extensively planned, extensively resourced, and quite frankly, extensively informed over the course of several months. Jen?
John, if I could take you to Russia, Ukraine. There's a report that the U.S. has evidence that Russia has developed a plan approved at the highest levels in Moscow to create a pretext for invading Ukraine by falsely pinning the attack on Ukrainian forces that could involve alleged casualties in eastern Ukraine, but also inside Russia. It's being reported by the Washington Post. Is that report accurate? Has that intelligence been declassified, and what can you tell us?
What I can tell you is that, first of all, we've discussed this idea of false flags by the Russians before. We've made no secret of that. And we do have information that it is that the Russians are likely to want to fabricate a pretext for an invasion, which again is right out of their playbook. One option is the Russian government, we think, is planning to stage a fake attack by Ukrainian military or intelligence forces against Russian sovereign territory or against Russian-speaking people to therefore justify their action. As part of this fake attack, we believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations, as well as military equipment at the hands of Ukraine or the West, even to the point where some of this equipment would be made to look like it was Western-supplied Ukrainian to Ukraine equipment. This is just one example that we can talk about today. We're watching this across the board. We've seen these kinds of activities by the Russians in the past, and we believe it's important when we see it like this, and we can, to call it out.
This is being briefed on the Hill right now? Part of the Austin and Milley are on the Hill.
They're on the Hill in a classified briefing to talk about the whole spate of things we're concerned about with respect to Russia and Ukraine. It's a classified briefing, so I'm obviously not going to get into an agenda item with you here in terms of everything they're talking about. But they're both up on the Hill communicating with members of Congress what we're seeing writ large and what we're doing about it to help our NATO allies.
How do you know that it has been approved at the highest level of the Kremlin, this particular case?
I would just say that our experience is that very little of this nature is not approved at the highest levels of the Russian government.
And by that you mean Putin?
The highest levels of the Russian government. Kelly Meyer.
Hi, John. Thanks for taking my question. I have two, if I can. You mentioned the mechanical issue on the helicopter. Those involved okay, and any other issues we aren't aware of, or did everything run like clockwork? And the second, on the U.S. Army dismissing unvaccinated soldiers, are any of them the ones deploying or on high alert to deploy to Eastern European allies around Ukraine?
I refer you to the Army in terms of who they're discharging with respect to the vaccine mandate, but I suspect that there's privacy concerns there, Kelly. So I don't want to speak for the Army, but I don't know that they're going to be able to give you that level of specificity. It remains a lawful order. It remains a readiness issue. The vaccines work. We want everybody to take them and to keep safe, to keep their units safe. As for the helicopter crew, my understanding is that they're all fine. As we said at the top, there were no U.S. casualties, and that would include the helicopter crew. And it wasn't a crash landing. They landed safely. Again, it was a drivetrain issue that rendered that helicopter unusable for the rest of the operation. So obviously it was destroyed, but the crew are safe and sound.
All right, guys, as we continue to listen in, we still are getting reporter questions being asked here. I do have a live look here. We are just a very few short minutes away, 2 minutes away from our latest batch of Starlink satellites being launched into our atmosphere. So we'll keep an eye on this while continuing to listen in with John Kirby as he is updating us on that latest mission U.S. forces going in and that ISIS leader blowing himself up instead of being apprehended. So let's go ahead, listen back into more of his answers as reporters and media continue to ask questions.
Tara Kopp.
Thanks, John. Following up on Bob's question, can you confirm whether any sort of intelligence was taken from the compound, any computer drives or cell phones? And then secondly, to follow up on Louis' question, the decisions that were made in this raid, did they incorporate any lessons learned from the civilian casualty report done after the August 29th strike? Thank you.
I've kind of addressed that second question before when Louis asked it. I mean, we always try to avoid civilian harm. This operation was of a completely different character than the airstrike that happened on the 29th of August. But in general, we always try to learn from previous missions, from previous operations. These are two completely different operations, and the desire to avoid civilian harm was baked in months ago into this particular plan. In fact, the decision itself to conduct a raid using special operations forces speaks volumes of the degree to which the president was trying to avoid civilian harm. And quite frankly, putting our forces at greater risk because of the decision to make a raid like this. And I'm sorry, but I should have written your other question down and I didn't do it.
About the, can you confirm whether any sort of computer drives or cameras or anything else were taken from the compound that could provide actionable intelligence moving forward?
Yeah, look, as I told Bob, I'm not going to get into talking about intelligence matters one way or the other. It is common practice when we conduct raids like this that we try to collect material that can help us and inform us in terms of our ability to disrupt future attacks and to conduct future operations. And I think I'm just going to leave it at that. Nancy Youssef.
Thank you. I wonder if you could clarify a couple points. On the explosion that happened on the third floor, does the U.S. believe that the ISIS leader was wearing a suicide vest or that it was an explosive separate of that? And was it one explosive? Can you tell us if there was any deconfliction that happened with any other nation? And can you tell us who will lead the review of any possible civilian casualties by the U.S.? Thank you.
There's been no decision to do a review or investigation right now, Nancy. This operation is not even 24 hours old. As the Secretary said, we certainly are willing to take a look to see if there's any possibility that anything that we did might have caused harm to innocent life, but I have no investigation or review to speak to today. As for the explosion, all I can tell you is what we've already said. There was a large explosion early on in the operation on the third floor, which killed Haji Abdullah and his family. We believe he detonated that explosion. We cannot say at this time exactly what this device was. So I'd leave it at that. And then you had your first question. I'm not good at, I got to write these down. What was your first question?
Just to be clear, I was just asking when you say that review, though, that you said the Secretary would be doing. I'm just trying to understand who would do that. And then the question was there any deconfliction with any other nations in the run up to this?
So look, we're not calling for a review right now, Nancy. Again, this operation literally just happened last night. What the Secretary said in his statement was we're going to take a look and see if there's any possibility that any action that we conducted might have led to the loss of innocent life. And if there is, then we'll make decisions follow on that. But I don't want to leave you with the impression that there's an investigation in the offing here. That's not where we are at this point. As for deconfliction, I would tell you that appropriate deconfliction at the appropriate time was conducted in order to make sure that this operation could proceed safely. And I think I'll leave that there. Appropriate deconfliction, as happens in that part of Syria, was conducted in this case. Let's see, Helene Cooper.
Hi, thanks, John. Does this commando raid in Syria send a message of any kind to Vladimir Putin?
This raid was not meant to send a message to any other nation. It was meant to remove Haji Abdullah from his leadership of ISIS. And to that degree, it was successful. And we are immensely proud of the forces that conducted this, that planned it, resourced it, executed it, rehearsed for it. It says a lot about our capability in counterterrorism, our focus, our continued focus on the ISIS threat, and our ability to plan and conduct an execution of this magnitude and with this complexity, with the utmost of professionalism and skill, and quite frankly, secrecy. I'll take a couple more. Yeah.
Did U.S. forces collect any information or documents, whatever, materials from the building?
I've dealt with this question before a couple of times. It is routine that we try to collect useful material when raids of this kind are conducted. I'm not going to speak with any specificity about this one. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
All right, so our Pentagon briefing wrapping up again. All the topics stayed to the remarks on the ISIS leader who was killed during that raid in Syria. We've also been keeping an eye on this rocket launch that just took place. So let's go ahead and take that in full here for all of our viewers watching here with us. Listen in to some of those experts down on the ground. Again, this is the latest batch of Starlink broadband satellites. It is 49 satellites were just brought.
And when satellites are farther from Earth, the round-trip data time between the user and satellite, known as latency, is much higher, resulting in poor performance for activities such as video calls and online gaming. Starlink satellites operate at over 60 times closer to the Earth than traditional satellites, resulting in much lower latency. It's continuing to go well for both stages. On the left-hand side of the screen, we see some action. Those puffs of gas, that is nitrogen from our attitude control system. That, in conjunction with the grid fins that you see on screen, those help to steer and orient the first stage as it makes its way back to its targeted landing zone. So we are about 20 seconds away from the first of 2 burns on the first stage. 3 engines on the Merlin, 3 Merlin engines on the first stage will reignite and help to slow down that stage before it hits the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
Stage 1 FTS is saved. Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there are those 3 engines that have reignited. This burn is expected to last for about 20 seconds.
Stage 1, entry burn shutdown.
Awesome. That is one of 2 burns successfully completed.
Stage 2, FTS is saved.
In about a minute, we have a couple events happening in rapid succession. So we'll have the landing burn start on the first stage, and then as
Both
that is
vehicles are
ending,
following nominal
and as our first stage is going to be attempting its 6th landing on our drone ship, we are expecting second engine cutoff on the engine that you see on the right-hand side of your screen, followed by the call out for successful orbital insertion. And as a reminder, because we won't have ground station coverage during the time that the Starlink satellites separate today, we will be ending our webcast
Stage
after
1,
we confirm orbit of the second stage, and then we'll confirm deployment on our social media platforms.
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. After several delays, SpaceX saw a beautiful liftoff for its latest Starlink satellite mission here on Thursday. So the Falcon 9 rocket launched at exactly 1:13 p.m. local time from Launch Pad 39A from the Kennedy Space Center. And SpaceX, of course, had a few delays. They were supposed to carry out the Starlink mission on Sunday, but because of 4 different launch delays of an Italian satellite, the company had been moving it. So the satellites are going to help provide internet services, affordable internet across the world. So far, the company has launched around 2,000 into space. And so this is the 144th for a Falcon 9 rocket. Listening in right here live with us on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here with us on this Thursday.
Overall successful recovery of an orbital class rocket. That includes both Falcon 9 and Heavy first stage landings.
Good orbit insertion.
So during that time, we also got a successful second engine cutoff of the second stage, and you just heard the call out for good orbital insertion. And as previously mentioned, although payload deploy is scheduled to occur around the T+15-minute mark, we won't have ground station coverage to confirm successful deployment until about T+1 hour and 20 minutes. For those of you that are interested, we'll keep the audio-only countdown nets up on our YouTube channel, and then we'll confirm successful payload deployment on our social channels.
All right, so once again, SpaceX having yet another successful launch. This was, again, the 144th for a Falcon 9 rocket, bringing more of those satellites up to help provide better internet services, affordable internet across the world. And again, so far, 2,000 have been launched into space. We're going to take things back down here to the ground as we continue to give you more updates from across the country. We'll take you out to Capitol Hill coming up next, where we had Speaker Pelosi had her weekly press briefing. More to come with that after this 2-minute break. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look in D.C. at our Capitol. A very cloudy, rainy day. They're getting just some of that part of that major winter storm that's stretching over 2,000 miles across our country. And you can see just some of the impacts it is making already here this morning as it continues to make its way eastward to the area. So President Biden not in D.C. because he is in New York City. So we will be bringing you some of his events when they do happen. His schedule got pushed a little bit behind as he was running late this morning. So he will be not only visiting New York City and going to the police headquarters because we've had some devastating weeks for police nationwide as we've seen a rise of violence against our officers, but also a rise of gun crime in these last few years, even through the pandemic. So President Biden going to be speaking to that here today. He's not only going to be visiting the police headquarters, he's also going to be visiting one of our public schools in New York City as well. So New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as the governor, Kathy Hochul, and a lot of other local leaders and officials are going to be out there with the president. As soon as we do see some of those shots coming to us from New York, we'll be putting them up on our screen for all of you viewers to keep track of the president's whereabouts and his schedule today. So I do want to, though, take us back out to the Capitol because just earlier here today, we did have Speaker Nancy Pelosi hold her weekly press briefing. A number of topics to be discussed, especially as we're seeing conflicts still going on between Russia and Ukraine, as well as now a lot of conversations being had around President Biden's pick for the Supreme Court vacancy that will be coming up at the end of the Supreme Court term, with Breyer announcing his retirement. So let's go ahead, listen into her latest update with all of our viewers here watching with us on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. As you all know, according to the President's statement this morning, last night America delivered justice to the leader of ISIS and struck a serious blow to the terrorist group. Our entire nation is grateful for the patriotism of our military, personnel, and intelligence community. It was a successful strike. Strike was a strong step toward the fight against ISIS, but the death of this ISIS leader does not mean the death of ISIS. Congress remains ironclad in our commitment to our national security, and we will continue to work closely with the administration to defeat this terrorist state and keep America and our allies safe. Today, we are having previously scheduled classified briefing by the cabinet officers. At the beginning of that briefing, I have been told that we will have a briefing from General Austin, Secretary Austin, about the strike of last night. But it's so sad because this leader of the ISIS, maybe it's what they believe or whatever, but he decided that he would blow himself up and his children and his family with him as well. That's what happened last night. This week, it's a very happy week for us because that Competes Act is on the floor. It's a momentous one for the future of America's workers and the economy. And as the House passes the Competes Act, ensuring our nation is preeminent in manufacturing, in innovation, and in economic strength. It's about research. I want to salute our chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Madam Chair Eddie Bernice Johnson, for the great work that she has done, largely in a bipartisan way. I don't know if the votes will reflect that, but the bills that the committee, as well as some of them which passed on the floor, passed in a strong bipartisan way. Here's what we get here. We have always been a beacon of excellence in science and engineering and innovation in the world. And we invested in education and innovation and the rest. Then other countries copied our path, and they emerged as well. So we have competition now. Some of them, one, the People's Republic of China, a country of concern, threatens our ability to be as preeminent as we want to be. The technologies we rely on today and the technologies on the future must be made here in America. And this is what is happening in the Biden administration to make us more self-sufficient with American workers. It's an imperative for America's security and the financial security of America's workers, and our families, that we are self-sufficient. Competes meets this challenge, and I'm going to take the time to talk about Competes because it's a very, where is it? This is not the bill. This is just what we sent out about the bill. It's very intense. It's intensive. Competes meets this challenge first by investing $52 billion to support the manufacture of chips and semiconductors. Kathleen, do you know how many chips are in an electric car? 2,000. Non-electric car, 1,000. But the absence of chips is hindering our manufacturing of cars. We need more chips, and we need them to be made in America. They are the lifeblood of modern technology, but increasingly being made abroad, again, sometimes in countries of concern, leaving us vulnerable on supply chain issues. And that makes cost higher, and it contributes to inflation. We are bringing production back. So that's $52 billion, chips, semiconductors. Secondly, the CHIPS Act invests $45 billion to support manufacture and acquisition of critical goods or industrial equipment essential for our national security. And I'm going to read you this from here and hope that you would read this. It authorizes $45 billion for grants, loans, and loan guarantees to support supply chain resilience and manufacturing of critical goods, industrial equipment, as I say, and manufacturing technology. This is how it relates to our economy and our families. Supports the manufacturing or equipment acquisition of critical goods or industrial equipment that are essential for the national security and economic vitality. Critical goods include key components and products for public health, biological preparedness, information and communications technologies, energy and transportation sector industrial base, and agricultural commodities and food product supply chains. This is a magnificent piece of work, and I'm very eager. I'm very proud of the support it has had, as I said, in a bipartisan way. I don't know if that would be in the votes. So I told you something about that. I can talk more about it if you want. But we must continue to reduce our dependence on goods made in other countries, especially countries of concern, and bring production back home. Said one was the $52 billion for chips. The second was $45 billion for the supply chain. Third, and this is not about money, but with the bipartisan bills that are contained in this, we are advancing U.S. scientific research and innovation excellence to ensure that we lead the technologies of the future. And fourth, we're positioning U.S. interest and values to win on the world stage, holding the People's Republic of China accountable for using slave labor, which is a human rights issue and hurts U.S. workers. Okay, so again, more American goods made here at home lowers costs and strengthens supply chains for America, ensures that America, not the People's Republic of China, writes the rules of the road for the 21st century. Speaking of the People's Republic of China, before I can, that's why I'm a few minutes late, I testified.
All right, guys, I'm going to interrupt Speaker Pelosi here. This was a press conference that took place a little earlier here today, but we do have President Biden, who has now joined in on a roundtable. This coming at a time, his visit to New York, as the New York Police Department has seen a crime spike across the city, even against their officers. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Of every one of you, or your significant other, because every time you pin that shield on and walk out the door, they're worried whether they're going to get that phone call. Too many have gotten the phone call lately. And every day in this country, 316 people are shot, 106 are killed, and 6 NYPD officers have been victims of gun violence so far just this year. The same in the town north of me, Philadelphia, and my much smaller town of Wilmington, Delaware, Washington, D.C. 64 children injured by gun violence so far this year, 26 killed. It's enough. Enough is enough because we know we can do things about this, but for the resistance we're getting from some sectors of the government and the Congress and the state legislatures and the organizational structures out there. You know, Mayor Adams, you and I agree. The answer is not to abandon our streets. That's not the answer. The answer is to come together, the police and communities, building trust and making us all safer. The answer is not to defund the police. It's to give you the tools, the training, the funding to be partners, to be protectors, and community needs you and know the community. You know, policing that treats everyone with respect and dignity. That's why I called on the Congress to pass a budget later this year that provides cities like New York and others with an additional $300 million for community policing. You know, where the police interact with the community, get to know the community, build trust in the community. And I've noticed in my experience when I wrote the first crime bill, I noticed that, you know, I don't hear many communities, no matter what their color, their background, saying, I don't want more protection in my community. I don't know. I haven't found one of those yet. And so I've asked the Congress to provide $200 million to invest in community violence intervention programs as well. They work. They work. Where community members with credibility work directly with people that are most likely to commit crimes or be victims of gun crimes. And they work. For example, in 2017, the program I'm going to see this afternoon, which sends people to the community, in the community to interrupt violence, to mediate conflicts, to de-escalate, succeed in preventing a single shooting from occurring in this largest public housing development last year. No shooting for a full year because they engaged directly with the community. You know, I know this is a priority for Senator Schumer, what y'all are doing here. If I hear one more call from him that we need more money for housing and more money for cops, I don't know. I'm going to send them back to y'all. But all kidding aside, this is a $500 million of proven strategies, and we know will reduce crime. Congress needs to do its job to pass the budget. Every one of these folks here from Congress are all supportive. But, you know, it's time to fund communities, community police, and the people who are going to protect them. Look, as I said, we're not about defunding. We're about funding and providing the additional services you need beyond someone with a gun strapped to their shoulder, to their hip. We need more social workers. We need more mental health workers. We need more people who, when you're called on these scenes and someone's about to jump off a roof, is not just someone standing there with a weapon. It's someone who also knows how to talk to people, talk them down. We can't expect you to do every single solitary thing that needs to be done to keep a community safe.
A roundtable with President Biden. He's speaking to just some of those local leaders as well as men and women in uniform. Some viewers going to see a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in with the president in New York City.
A lot of partners here in New York are going to help. Mayor Adams, you say that gun violence is a sea fed by many rivers. Well, I put forward a plan to dam up some of those streams. You can count on me to be a partner in that effort. And I have the U.S. Attorney, United States Attorney General here with me today. And we put together a comprehensive strategy to combat gun crime in cities like New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and many other cities, San Francisco. First, we want to crack down on the flow of firearms used to commit violence. That includes taking on and shutting down rogue gun dealers. It's about doing background checks, as well as outright selling, making sure that people who are not allowed to have a gun don't get the gun in the first place. And again, for any of the press listening, this doesn't violate anybody's Second Amendment right. There's no violation of a Second Amendment right. We talk like there's no amendment that's absolute. When the amendment was passed, it didn't say anybody can own a gun and any kind of weapon. You couldn't buy a cannon when this amendment was passed. And so no reason why you should be able to buy certain assault weapons, but that's another issue. And look, one of the things that we focused on, the Attorney General and I, and we're getting to the point where I think we're going to be able to have a real impact on it, includes going after ghost guns. Ghost guns are the guns everyone in this room knows that can be purchased in parts, assembled at home, no serial number, and can't be traced. And they're as deadly as any other weapon out there. But the fact is, they are out there. And, you know, this spring, the Justice Department will issue a final rule to regulate these so-called ghost guns. But there's more we can do. Across the country, police departments report sharp increases in the number of ghost guns found at crime scenes. That's why today the department is launching an intensified national ghost gun enforcement initiative to determine and deter criminals from using those weapons to cover their tracks. If you commit a crime with a ghost gun, not only are state and local prosecutors going to come after you, but expect federal charges and federal prosecution as well. We've also created a strike force to crack down on illegal gun trafficking across state lines. As the mayor said, as he pointed out, guns that are used to kill people in New York City, they aren't made in New York City, they aren't sold in New York City, they are sold in other places. Today, the Attorney General directed all U.S. attorneys in the United States to prioritize combating gun trafficking across state lines and city boundaries. The Justice Department is sending additional prosecutorial resources to help shut down what's referred to, as you all know, as the iron pipeline that funnels guns from shops in states like Georgia to crime scenes in Baltimore and Philadelphia and New York and so many other places. Governor, you worked with the mayor and the NYPD and 9 other states to create an interstate task force on illegal guns. That's the kind of leadership that's going to solve the problem. And I'm eager to hear more about that progress. And folks, second thing I want to point out is I want to help every major city follow New York's lead to put together partnerships like this one you put together and meet on a daily basis. Every day here in New York City, like this meeting today, federal, state, and local enforcement meet to share intelligence about arrests, shootings from the day before, and work to take those shooters off the street as quickly as possible. Just look around. This is what the partnership looks like, and this is what you put together. And it's an important partnership. We need more cities adopting the same model. That's why today the Attorney General is also directing U.S. attorneys to work with state and local law enforcement to strengthen partnerships like this one, and to get repeat gun violence offenders off the street and behind bars. You know, I want more cities and states to use some of the $350 billion we sent to them on the American Rescue Plan to fight crime, to keep our communities safe, by hiring more police officers for community policing and paying police overtime, and purchasing gun-fighting technologies like the technology that hears, locates gunshots, so there can be immediate response because you know exactly where it came from. The third thing, our plan calls for investing in critical services that reduce crime and violence. Community violence intervention programs like the one I'm going to see after this meeting, summer school, after-school programs for teens. As the saying goes, the teacher taught me, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. We got to have things for these kids to do, jobs for young adults, more school counselors and nurses, more mental health required in school, and mental health substance abuse treatment as well. Fourthly, when someone finishes their time in prison, all our experience tells us you just can't continue to give them $25 and a bus ticket. They'll end up under the same bridge you arrested them in the first place from. And so I don't want them ending up back in prison or being there because they've committed another crime. We need to be able to train for and get a job, find stable housing, re-enter society, and have a second chance at a better life. My Department of Labor is funding programs to help formerly incarcerated individuals, including young adults, receive the education and training they need and then connect them to quality jobs. I'll keep doing everything in my power to make sure the communities are safer, but Congress needs to do its part too. Pass universal background checks, ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, close loopholes and keep out of the hands of domestic abusers weapons, repeal the liability shield for gun manufacturers. Imagine had we had a liability, they're the only industry in America that is exempted from being able to be sued by the public. Only one. Imagine had that been the way with cigarette manufacturers. Where the heck would we be? We'd be in tough shape. Why gun manufacturers? Because of the power of their lobbying ability. It's got to end. They got to be held responsible for the things that they do that are irresponsible. And folks, you know, it's the only industry in America, as I said, that's exempt from being sued. And I find it to be outrageous. And folks,
President Biden commenting on all the crime increase they've seen, not in just New York City, but across the country, saying all of these cities need to work together to continue to reduce this crime. It does not come by defunding police. I'm going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in here live in New York.
More to say, but I probably already said too much because a lot of people are going to speak. But let's get this done. Let's get this done. And God bless the men and women who put their lives in line every single day to keep our communities safe. Now I'm going to turn it over, with your permission, to the Attorney General Garland. General?
Thank you, President Biden. As the President said, the Justice Department is doubling down on the fight to protect our communities from violent crime and from the gun violence that often drives it. But we are not doing this work alone. As the President also said, what you see in this room represents the core of our efforts, our partnerships, which are essential to success in disrupting violent crime. Yesterday, when the President and I spoke with the mayor on the telephone, the mayor talked about the importance of the excellent cooperation he is seeing between the city, state, and federal law enforcement agencies who are represented here. At the Justice Department, we know that the best anti-violent crime strategies are tailored to the needs of and are developed by and in partnership with individual communities. That is why all of our Justice Department law enforcement agencies and all 94 of our United States Attorney's offices, including the 2 represented by the United States Attorneys who are here today, are working with their partners in state and local law enforcement to develop and implement district-specific anti-violent crime policies. We also know that while many of the public safety challenges our cities face require this tailored approach, gun violence is a universal challenge and one that demands comprehensive action. That is why, as the President said, the Justice Department is taking action to crack down on ghost guns and to hold those who illegally sell firearms to criminals accountable. That is why we are strengthening our firearms trafficking strike forces to disrupt the pipeline that floods our community with illegal guns. And that is why we are sparing no resource in identifying and holding accountable the repeat offenders who are the major drivers of violent crime. As we work in partnership with state and local law enforcement, we are also working in partnership with the communities most affected by this violence. Shortly, President Biden and I will be meeting with leaders of a community violence intervention program here in New York. In 2021, the department provided over $37 million in grant funding directly to community violence intervention efforts, and we will expand that work in the year ahead. The Justice Department will use every tool at our disposal to protect our communities. We will hold perpetrators of violent crime and gun violence accountable. We will work alongside the communities most affected by that violence, and we will work together to build the public trust that is essential to public safety. Before I close, I want to note that in times of crises, both large and small, the American people look to law enforcement to help. And every day, officers, like those who are with us here, answer the call without hesitation, despite the difficulty and the danger. They show up and they put their lives on the line. That is what Detective Jason Rivera and Detective Wilbert Mora did. There are no words I can offer that could capture their bravery or the pain that has been inflicted on their loved ones. What I can say is at the Department of Justice, we will seek to honor Detectives Rivera and Mora in the work we do to help keep our law enforcement officers safe as we work to keep our communities safe. I'll now turn the program over to Mayor Adams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General and Mr. President. It's really good seeing you. And how do we get here? When I was in Washington, D.C., we were in a meeting, and the President pulled me into the Oval Office. And after asking what could he do for the city and our desire to deal with violence, I had a brief nod, and I was about to walk out. And he grabbed me by my arm and turned me around and looked into my eyes. And he says, "Eric, what can we do?" And I told him the help we needed. And I asked him several things, but two of them was, one, to come to New York and to speak with our city, state, and federal law enforcement personnel so we could have a 9/11 response to this violence. We came together as a country when international terrorists decided to change our way of life, and we responded. And the response was the same by this president. In August, this room came together, some of the finest men and women in law enforcement, and they meet every day to zero in on the violence that is attempting to take our way of life. And I thank you for your response, and Mr. President, I thank you for your response. And then I asked him to go on the ground, because it's about intervention and prevention. And prevention are the long-term things we need to do. I asked him to go on the ground with us to meet the crisis management teams, the everyday people who are doing the hard work in alignment with the police department. And today, we're going out to Queensbridge and meet that team, where a young man named Kay Bain is using his skills to bring down violence. And in his area, we saw 0 homicides for a period of time. But it was not only because of what he did, it was because of what D.A. Katz did to partner with him by bringing down those known violent offenders. That's the combination we need. And I'm biased, Mr. President, because I have some of the best congressional delegations here in New York. Joining us today, we have the Dean of the delegation that's here, Congressman Nadler. We have Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Congresswoman Grace Mean, Congressman Tom Suozzi, and we have the top Attorney General anywhere in this country, an Attorney General, Letitia James, and as you indicated, we have two of the best U.S. attorneys in the Southern and Eastern District that's here with us. We were so proud to meet with them yesterday, but also a district attorney team. As we see here, Katz, Darcel Clark, McMahon, out in Staten Island, and D.A. Braggs. A real concerted and combined effort to get this done.
The New York City mayor asking for more to be done when it comes to protecting those who are serving and trying to protect the community. We are going to send some viewers off for their final 2-minute break, continuing to listen into this roundtable with many of our New York City, New York leaders, as well as the president himself.
19-year-old child working in Burger King was shot and killed. And he was on the ground for each one of those incidents, standing with me as we fought against this violence. The police commissioner and I are dedicated and committed to turning this around. I made the best choice anyone can make in picking a police commissioner. She's the right person at the right time to do the right job, and I'm proud to serve with her. We know how important this is. Yesterday, we gathered at St. Patrick's Cathedral in mourning. Today, here at One Police Plaza, where I walked across that stage as a captain, we're here in solidarity to deal with the issue of violence that has become pervasive in not only New York City, but in the cities across America. And I want to thank all of you for joining me as we pursue this fight to make sure the stain of violence does not destroy our communities. And U.S. Attorney General Garland, I appreciate your commitment and dedication in living up to the promise that was done with your team as we sat in the room with Ambassador Susan Wright and sitting there with the president and other mayors across the city as we deal with this issue. The president is here because he knows what the American people want: justice, safety, and prosperity, and they deserve every bit of it. And he wants to end the gun violence in our city and in our country, in a future built on equality and opportunity, because the lack of the two feeds the gun violence that we are seeing. Far too often when we advocate for this, Mr. President, people miss the part that we state. We want to end inequality. Let's stop being divisive and united to come together and deal with this fight. We are on the same page. There is a reason they call me the Biden of Brooklyn. That's what New Yorkers want too. That's what I campaign on, and it's why you elected me as the mayor of the city of New York. And it's what the president came here today to hear from you and to deliver. Last week, my administration released our blueprint to end gun violence. There are many rivers, as you stated, that feed the sea of violence. We must dam every river. One river will cause another death prematurely in our city. And many reasons these rivers have continued to rise in our city and in our country, and we're going to stop them from doing so. But the president and these leaders that are here today, we are going to work together to end this violence in our city and in our country. When President Biden and I first met last summer, we hit it off right away. We had a clear mission, the average Joe, they call him, because we know we have to build a city and a country that's made up of everyday New Yorkers and Americans. He knows that public safety and justice are the bedrock of our economy, our democracy, and our society. And we know who we work for, the people. And that includes the dishwasher, people who wear coveralls, aprons, scrubs, and hard hats, the everyday people who just want to provide for their families and one day go from being a dishwasher, a mailroom attendant, and become a mayor of the city of New York. Everyday New Yorkers and everyday Americans. The people who want to raise their families in the city and in the country with good jobs, good schools, and safe streets. We both know our highest calling. Our most important mission is protecting the people of this city and of this country, making sure they have what they need to live their lives in safety, and helping them recover after 2 years of the devastation of COVID, crisis, and violence. There is no recovery without public safety. There is no recovery without justice. They go hand in hand. That is why we're working in lockstep to end the gun violence that has shaken our city, our nation, to protect our people and the officers who sworn to protect us, and to restore the American dream of safety, stability, and prosperity. That is why the president is here in New York City, in this city today. He understands how serious this moment is. We need, as I stated, a 9/11 type response to address the domestic terror that is pervasive in this city and country. And President Biden is here to deliver on his promise to come here. He committed to it, and he is here. And get New Yorkers the backup we need. Far too long we called for backup, and it was not here. It is time to have that backup. This morning, the White House announced that the federal government would direct more resources to fight local crime around the country, expand the information sharing model that you are going to witness here today, Mr. President, and call for more funding for Congress for violent interrupters, something that my congressional delegation understands so clearly. We could build back if we pass Build It Back. That is how we build America back. And scale up a nationwide response to this public health crisis that is gun violence. That's why we're here today, to bring together our federal, state, and city partners in common cause. We're going to stop gun trafficking from coming into our city, get illegal guns off the streets, and lock up those who carry them, and make sure that they don't leave prison or jails without the opportunities they need so they don't have a revolving door of crime in our city and country. We're going to provide funding for cities and states to put more police officers in the places we need them, invest in community violence prevention and intervention programs, and change our laws to prevent crime and save lives, and do it in a way that we can disagree without being disagreeable, because we are in this fight together. We're going to break and destroy the iron pipeline that allows southern states in this country to produce weapons that end up on the streets and take the lives of our police officers, Mora and Rivera. And I want to again take my hat off to Officer Summit, who protected countless numbers of New Yorkers and responding police officers by taking the appropriate action to end the threat that we were facing. We're going to dam those rivers of violence and address the sources of those violence. It's about more than fighting crime. As Congressman Velasquez reminds us all the time, it's about rebuilding our society. It's not just locking people up. It's about picking them up and giving them the opportunity to do so. That is why the American people elected Joe Biden to lead them. That is why we're willing to follow that leadership. And that is why I'm proud to be here today among the men and women who wore that same uniform that I wore, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the president. And we want to get stuff done. That's the administration of the Biden's administration and the Adams administration, to get stuff done for the American people. And Mr. President, Eric Adams is reporting for duty and ready to serve.
Thank you,
I'm going to turn it over to our governor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for participating here today. This is on. I don't think it's on. Is that on? Yep. There you go. Can you hear me now? All right. All right. Mr. President, life is all about showing up. On a day when you had to deal with an international incident where the rest of the country was riveted on the news that was coming out of the White House, you still found the time to show up. And to me, that is a commitment that we'll not take for granted. It's more than just words. It's a sign of your desire to really be a partner with all of us, as I am with the mayor of New York and with our district attorneys and the New York State Police and the NYPD, who I said today, it is so refreshing not to see you sitting there with tears in our eyes in St. Patrick's Cathedral, as we have been doing far too often. So, Commissioner, I want to thank you for leading an incredible team. I'm proud of my team at the state level. We also have other state partners. We have our great Attorney General. Letitia James is here. Mr. Attorney General, thank you. We think you're doing a great job with the country. We've got the all-star right here in our own state as well as all the elected officials who I had the privilege of serving with in Congress a decade ago. This is the team that has to be activated, because we cannot wait a single day longer. Because the challenge that lies before us, it's not unique to New York State. It is not unique to this city. It is an American crisis. But what we're doing here in the state of New York and in the city of New York can be used as a model for other parts of our country to show them what real collaboration looks like. I've been in this business a long time, and I have seen that people get into silos, federal government's going to handle this case. The prosecutors over here, and the local government, the district attorneys are over here, and the state government has a different role. For the first time in my life, I'm seeing a unification of purpose that has been missing. And the ones who ought to be afraid of that are those who dare violate the laws that are in place to protect the people of our cities and our state. But also, there are people who are hurting in this community. We saw an incredible increase in violence immediately following the pandemic. It appears to me the human condition was very frail. We have people who've succumbed to suicide, substance abuse, domestic violence, and even, yes, acquiring a gun on the streets for $1,200 and using it against one of their fellow men or women. We have to figure out the root causes here. And that is why in my budget, I not only tripled the amount of money to support our law enforcement activities and community policing, but tripled the amount of money being spent on the exact kind of programs we're all talking about here, is figuring out what is happening when young people are faced with that decision that's going to affect them for the rest of their lives. Do I stay on the straight and narrow, or do I succumb to the streets? Where am I going to find my family? We need to provide that family and let them know that there are jobs and opportunities and adults who care about them, and the violence disruptors, and I've seen them in action so many times. Many of them are former gang members. They're the ones who can speak to them in a way that no one else can. So we're continuing to support that. And Mr. President, I want to thank you for the American Recovery Plan dollars. We are spending them on many important causes, but we are dedicating many of them, as you've suggested, to dealing with both sides of the equation. The very human side, where we need to be dealing with the resources and support for these people, but also those who cross the line, deal with that and make sure our law enforcement have the resources. With respect to ghost guns, I signed a law just a few months ago that banned them in the state of New York. And as a series of reforms, we also banned the component parts. And we named it after an individual whose name I'm going to say right now, and that is Scott J. Beagle. He is the brave teacher in that school in Parkland where our children were slaughtered. His family is from Long Island. We named it after him, and his mother was there and gave me this hug and said, "We'll never forget Scott, will we?" And I said, "Never, never, ever." Just as we'll remember other victims, the men and women like Officer Rivera and Moore, who so proudly wear those uniforms, to hear from their families what it meant to them to put on that uniform every day. It was so impactful and powerful to hear their words. We have to fight to protect them as well. So, Mr. President, we're going to find all the smart ways to double down on this. The task force that you referenced has already worked together collaboratively. 9 states, in addition to the state police, NYPD, your own ATF is represented, Boston Police Department. These counties and states have come together like never before with one purpose: is to stop the flow of guns over our borders, because, yes, as governor, I'm going to help my mayors, and I have mayors all over the state who need my help. But my job is to protect those borders, because 80% of guns in this state are coming from other states illegally. So I'm watching those borders. Let everybody be aware, we are checking. We're out there, we're checking the people who are putting guns in their trunks in gun shows in Pennsylvania, heading north and ending up in Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, Staten Island. It's going to stop right now. That is the message. We have the resources, we have the will, we have the desire to get this done, because our citizens are calling on us to protect them so they can feel safe once again in this great city and this incredible state. So, Mr. President, thank you for your time. You being here today sends a powerful message, and we do not forget that you never forgot us at a time when we needed your support the most. And with that, I'd like to introduce an incredible partner that we have representing us, the entire state in Washington, D.C., and that is our Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for your leadership and your determination to take this scourge of gun violence head on. It really does matter. I want to recognize all my state partners who are sitting here with me, our delegation in Congress, as well as our DAs and our Attorney General. I want to thank each of you for being here. New York has just lost 2 officers who were shot and killed in the line of duty. Detective Wilbert Moore's funeral was yesterday. He was only 27. Last week, I attended the funeral of Detective Jason Rivera, who was only 22. They had their whole lives ahead of them. After that, I stood with Jennifer Pryor, a mom who I first met in 2009. Her brilliant, beautiful daughter, Nyasia, was an honor roll student and on the cheerleading squad. One night, when Nyasia was out with her friends celebrating their recent graduation, a stray bullet hit her in the head and killed her instantly. I went to Brooklyn. I met her family. I met her classmates. Losing a child that young is really hard. It's hard for the community and it's hard for everyone. As a mom of 2 young boys who are about that age right now, I can't imagine the horror or the pain that a parent lives through to keep going forward every day. And as a senator, I made a commitment that we would take action and do what we could on the federal level to stop the senseless gun violence in our cities, in our state, in our country. Now, New York is not unique, but it does have a particular problem. Almost 90% of the guns used in crimes in our city are trafficked guns, just as the governor said. So our approach to combating gun violence has to include dealing with these trafficked weapons. Right now, there's literally no federal law that makes it illegal to cross a state line with a trunk full of guns, get on a bus with a bag full of guns, get in your car and drive up the iron pipeline and sell them directly out of the back of a truck into the arms of criminals in our city. We have to change that. It's really pretty simple. We have to keep these illegal guns off of our streets, out of the hands of those who could not buy them legally. We have to work hand in glove across federal, state, and local government lines. We have to pass the common sense gun reforms that the president talked about, that our mayor wants, that our attorney general fights for. We have strong partners here. I believe between all of us here today, we can do this. The bill that many of us have been working on in Washington is called the Hadiyah Pendleton and Nyasia Pryor Yard Gun Trafficking Crime Prevention Act, which would establish gun trafficking as a federal crime and go upstream to address all responsible parties: the traffickers buying the guns and transporting them across state lines, the gun dealers who knowingly facilitate or recklessly disregard the warning signs of gun trafficking, and the kingpins and organizers who plan the trafficking. When similar legislation was brought up in 2013 for a vote, it got 58 votes. You know, in the Senate, we have to get 60. It was the closest we got to any common sense gun reform. This is a gun that this is a bill that Commissioner Kelly helped me write. And so I know with our new police commissioner, and I know with our governor and our mayor, and with our president, we can get this done this year. We cannot have more stories of 4-year-olds dying on park benches in Brooklyn. We cannot have more stories of moms and their movement speaking out, begging leaders to do what's right. We can do this, and we will. Now I'd like to introduce Hakeem Jeffries.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand, to President Biden, Mayor Adams, Governor Hochul, General Garland, Commissioner Sewell, all my colleagues, government men and women of the NYPD. President Biden, thank you for your leadership, your partnership, for your presence here in New York City.
We do have Representative Booker speaking here at this roundtable event with the president on all of the crime they've been seeing happening in their cities across the country. We've seen such a rise, especially in gun violence. So I'm going to send our viewers off into a 2-minute break, continuing to listen into this event live in New York when you return.
National challenge. Think about the dynamic that we are confronting here in America. We have 4% of the world's population, but 40% of the world's guns. That means there are more than 300 million guns circulating in the United States of America. And many of those guns such as the one used to strike down two heroes, Detective Rivera and Detective Mora, are weapons of war. They're not used to hunt deer, they're used to hunt human beings. That's not acceptable. Many of those guns too easily fall into the hands of violent individuals in far too many communities, such as many that I represent in central Brooklyn and across America. That's not acceptable, and far too many of those guns are illegally trafficked from other places into this great metropolis. That's not acceptable. So it's an all-hands-on-deck approach that will require tremendous leadership, as is being provided by our president, our governor, and our mayor, and our congressional delegation at all levels of government, city, state, and federal. And the congressional delegation in the House, Representatives Velasquez, Nadler, Espaillat, Meng, Swazi, and others, we stand ready to partner with you to get done what needs to happen to deal with this gun violence scourge with the fierce urgency of now, to make sure that we balance the interests of public safety and that important American principle of liberty and justice for all, and invest in communities that have traditionally been left behind to create opportunity in every single zip code. A tough moment for us in the city, but we're a resilient community, a resilient city, a resilient country. You can knock us down, but never knock us out, and together we will get this done. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. President. I now yield to my good friend, whose district we are in, here in Lower Manhattan, Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez.
Well, I don't know if you can hear me. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Mr. President, it is such an honor, and it is so comforting to the men and women in uniform, to the mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters who have suffered because of gun violence in our country, to the Attorney General Garland, Governor Hochul, and Mayor Adams. Thank you for making it possible, but also in recognizing that it takes all of us working together. To my New York congressional delegation, I want to recognize the incredible role that we have played in working together with this administration to make sure that we secure the resources, not only to deal with gun violence in our country, but to tackle the issue of the pandemic, to provide relief assistance to small businesses in our country. And I am proud that we have been able to get this economy growing again, that because of the commitment and vision of President Biden. Since the start of the pandemic, gun violence in our city has surged to levels not seen in a decade. Shootings are up by 166% here in New York City. Across the U.S., over 20,000 people were killed by gun violence last year. Black and brown communities, we are victims of gun violence. It takes us also, because we are on the ground. We know what works and what doesn't work. We got the expertise, and we need to use all those grassroots community organizations who understand the dynamics that play into gun violence in our country. So these statistics are not just numbers. Each represents a lost member of our communities. We must recognize that mobilizing community-based resources, job opportunities, and early intervention are key to protecting our youth from gun violence. We must also, once and for all, crack down on the iron pipeline of illegal guns being funneled into states like New York. This is just not a public safety issue, but one that requires partnerships with healthcare institutions, school, job-creating programs, churches. As Hakeem Jeffrey just said, we are all hands on deck. This is how we're going to tackle this issue. And I want to recognize Los Sures anti-violence program in North Brooklyn, working with NYCHA, New York City Housing Public Authority, and they are working to stem the gun violence issue in public housing. They have been successful. It is proven. It can work. Let's do it. Thank you. And it's my honor to introduce the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Chairman Jerry Nadler. You have it there.
Well, thank you very much. I obviously agree with everything that's been said, and I certainly thank the President for his support for the actions he's taking to bring money to New York, for his support of legislation in order to solve this problem. You know, it is said that by the NRA, and I remember in 2004 when we passed, when a Republican Congress passed that bill to exempt gun manufacturers from lawsuits because they were being sued on the model of the tobacco companies who had been.
All right, thank you to everyone who's been listening in here to this live event out of New York City at the police headquarters. So we do have President Biden as well as our New York Governor Kathy Hochul, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and now you can see we're hearing from just some of those other representatives from New York, all speaking about the increase of gun crime that they've seen, the violence, especially against some of their own police officers. And so the president meeting with all of these folks trying to help address this issue and find ways that they can work around and continue to decrease that crime. So we are going to be sending some viewers off to 2-minute break as we continue to listen into this event live. Do also want to let our viewers know we still are keeping an eye on all of that winter weather, plus the State Department briefing that's happening. We'll play that out a little bit later here on our Live Now from Fox Stream.
The Enhanced Background Checks Act of 2021, last March, which addresses the Charleston loophole in background check procedures. This loophole is that when an individual attempts to purchase a firearm from a licensed dealer, the FBI has 3 days to complete a background check, and if the background check isn't completed in 3 days, he gets the gun, even if the background check would come back in 4 or 5 days and say that this person is a dangerous person to have the gun. So we passed the Enhanced Background Checks Act of 2021, which addresses this deficiency by providing the FBI additional time to complete background checks, gives notice to the FBI about which cases need to be prioritized for review. And the Judiciary Committee, in October of last year, only a few months ago, reported favorably out of committee Lucy McBath's bill, red flag bill, which would create a federal extreme risk, or red flag law as we call it, that would prevent firearms from being accessible to those who are a danger to themselves and others. The bill would create procedures for federal courts to issue extreme risk protection orders to prohibit a person from purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm or ammunition. Under the bill, a family or household member or a law enforcement officer can petition the court for an extreme risk protection order with respect to an individual who poses a risk to themselves or others. The bill also adds people who are subject to an extreme risk protection order to the categories of persons prohibited from purchasing, shipping, transporting, possessing, or receiving a firearm or ammunition under federal law. Now, in the last Congress, in the 116th Congress, the Senate companion to this bill was introduced by Lindsey Graham. The concept was championed by none other than President Trump in a series of 2019 statements on mass shootings. Senator Graham has not reintroduced the bill yet in the 117th Congress, but we're talking to him. Leadership has expressed support, given its bipartisan origins and outreach by Representative McBath and others, by committee staff. The bill, we hope, will find Republican support of the House floor, and I believe that this bill is the best hope for legislative action on gun violence in what remains of this Congress. Now, of course, this is wholly inadequate. And that's why everything the President is talking about and the Attorney General is talking about doing by executive order, which should be law, but we haven't been able to make it law, should be done by executive order, and hopefully, eventually by law.
Thank you so much, the entire congressional delegation. We want to now, I know the police commissioner has to depart to go to the walkout for one of the officers that was shot a few nights ago. Police commissioner, if you want to say a few comments, and then we'll turn it over to the task force to give a presentation on what they're doing every day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. President, Attorney General Garland, thank you so much for coming to witness firsthand what the NYPD and our law enforcement partners are doing to end the proliferation of illegal guns and shootings in New York City. We know across the cities and major areas in this country they're experiencing an uptick in violence, a growing number of shootings, and guns on their streets, and New York City has not been immune. Experts will likely debate this for years, but we do not have years. There are too many people carrying guns who are not afraid to use them. Our officers are out there engaging, and they are doing what literally is the most dangerous thing a police officer can do. They are taking guns out of the hands of criminals on our streets, and our officers are paying a heavy price for it. It cannot be overstated that since the beginning of the year, we have had 6 of our own officers shot, and tragically 2 of them killed. And Mr. President and Attorney General Garland, I want to thank you for your outpouring of support and your condolences during this time, during the loss of our members. It's sincerely appreciated. In fact, again, as the mayor said, we have to excuse ourselves because a little bit of good news, one of our officers is being released from the hospital today, so we're going to head over there. Despite a record number of gun arrests and seizures by the police, the communities and our citizens continue to pay a horrific price. We've seen our citizens suffer from this violence. Bystanders, unintended targets, babies, and people simply trying to do their jobs. We know this violence is not acceptable against our citizens or our police officers, and we know that it has to be stopped. And we know that it starts here in the NYPD with action. That is why the Gun Violence Strategies Partnership was started. What you are seeing here today, Mr. President, is every component of law enforcement in New York literally at the table. This morning, we're going to do what this group does every day. We're going to go over the shootings, the suspects, the guns, the shell casings, the facts to connect the dots. They will go around the table. We're going to use every tool, talent, and resource available through every agency to focus on the very few who are responsible for the largest number of shootings in our city. And we intend to use every legal tool at our disposal to remove them from our communities. This is about the life of a city, but it's also about the lives of the people who make up this city. And together, with this partnership, we know that we will not fail. It's an extraordinary meeting. I've been a part of it. These are truly professionals. And I want to turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Chauncey Parker, who's basically like the quarterback of this team.
Before that, you do that, Deputy Commissioner, since this is sensitive information, I think at this time we're going to ask the press to depart because this is sensitive information that is shared. And so if personnel could help us.
All right, everybody, you're watching live now from Fox as they are now going to go into some confidential material there at that meeting. So that is all we are going to get from that. But it was a lengthy roundtable there featuring not only President Biden, but also, of course, New York City officials and New York State officials and congressional members there as well. All right, everyone, we are going to continue on right here on Live Now from Fox after this quick 2-minute break. Take a look at here what we are seeing in the Midwest East Coast as they continue to see snow throughout the region there. Take a look at this weather alert, and you're seeing just a white blast right here from Missouri to Michigan and Pennsylvania, covered in snow. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace, always live and in demand here for you as we bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, we are getting an update from in the investigation and really the court case process through the Crumbleys, the Oxford parents there that with the accused high school shooter there, Ethan Crumbley. We're getting an update there from the prosecutor. Take a look at this. We're getting this information from the great people over at Fox 2 Detroit. They've been following this case very closely, as you can imagine, being right in their backyard here. But the big story here today is that the prosecutor is telling in court documents for James and Jennifer Crumbley, demanding that they stop blowing kisses and secret signals in court. We've seen it a couple of times here. This is from previous court sessions here, this one via Zoom. You saw the hand signal right there, and then as soon as that happened, you're going to see a deputy come up into the screen there as well to try to put an axe to that. And yep, that's what right there happened. Now, this isn't the first time that that happened, and we'll show you another example here in just a minute here. But that's the directive that the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office wrote in a Wednesday court filing regarding the conduct of James and Jennifer Crumbley, parents of accused Oxford high school shooter Ethan Crumbley. The prosecution says the communications didn't just take out the court system, but were a serious distraction and traumatic for the family members of the victims involved in the shooting. The prosecution says Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley's conduct in court makes a mockery of the crimes they are accused of committing. The courtroom is not a place for blowing kisses and sending secret signals. This is a time for families to pursue justice, read a statement from the prosecutor's office. That Wednesday filing said that the Crumbley's couple's actions included one instance where James appears to mouth "I love you" to Jennifer during their first appearance in court there. And we're going to show you that video right here. So take a look at this. There's that moment where they said that happened. You could see him mouthing that off right there to his wife, and then she's trying to communicate as well and still trying to do a little talk back right there. Defendants continued to mouth additional words between each other while their attorneys were at the bench. And when defendant Jennifer Crumbley exited the courtroom at the end of the hearing, there was additional nonverbal communication between her and defendant James Crumbley. Read the motion, which was filed by the assistant prosecuting attorney. Washington cited another instance that happened on January 7th during that bond reduction motion when both Crumbleys remained on screen while attorneys held a breakout session during that time. Both Crumbleys used signals with their hands while Jennifer mouthed, "I loved you," and waved at James. Both parents face 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter after their son allegedly shot up a school, killing 4 students and injuring others. Ethan Crumbley faces terrorism and first-degree murder charges. They have all pleaded not guilty. Each defendant is being held on $500,000 bond as they await their next court appearance, which is scheduled in just about a week there. So next week they'll be having that. But we just wanted to bring that to your attention as this case is obviously has a lot of attention, and we wanted to bring that to you. And of course, we'll give you these updates as they're happening with this case as it goes through the court process there. But once again, thanks to our Fox 2 in Detroit for getting this story and really finding out about it. And we are going to take our final break here of the hour. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, showing you this weather alert here as we're just showcasing everything that is happening across the country there, from Missouri to Michigan and Pennsylvania, as a lot of snow has been coming down the last couple of days there, especially in the Midwest as well. All right, everyone, we are going to go out to a live event already in progress right now. State Department briefing.
He said that we have no information to indicate that Putin has made a final decision to invade or not to invade. So until that decision is made, until Russian aggression goes forward, for us, the door for diplomacy remains open. We still want to be able to find a resolution to this through diplomacy and dialogue. That doesn't mean that we're not simultaneously moving down the path of defense and deterrence. We absolutely are. Just as the Russians are giving themselves optionality, we too are lending ourselves a degree of optionality by ensuring that whichever path Putin chooses, the path of aggression or the path of diplomacy, that we too will be ready.
And would information operations be part of that optionality?
Look, I'm not going to speak to that. I think as a general matter, we have made the point that the best antidote to disinformation, the best antidote to information, to propaganda, is information. That is precisely why you have heard us not only today, but with the previous elements we have declassified and put forward. We have sought to do a couple things to deter the Russians from taking these courses, from pursuing these paths, but also, again, in the event they choose the path of aggression and invasion, to lay bare that this was the plan all along. So I think when you look at what we're doing, we are using information to combat the disinformation, the propaganda that we're seeing emanate from Moscow. Andrea.
Can you tell us more about the initiative at NATO that Ann Neuberger is leading with our allies to better defend against cyber attack?
So this is, I will in the first instance leave it to colleagues at the White House and the Department of Homeland Security to speak about those efforts. But this is part and parcel of our efforts to be prepared for any contingency that arises. You've heard us speak to this broadly in terms of our preference for diplomacy and dialogue, the defensive and deterrent moves that we are taking, whether it is providing defensive security assistance to the Ukrainians, whether it is reinforcing our NATO allies on the eastern flank, whether it is engaging with conversations with partners and allies around the world on energy supplies to mitigate the potential implications in energy markets, but also when it comes to cyber, because we know that, again, the Russians have a long playbook. It is a playbook with many options in it. It's a playbook that they have turned to in the past to resort to a variety of tactics. We know that cyber has been one of those tactics. They've deployed it against Ukraine. They've deployed it against countries much further afield, including the United States. So it is only prudent for us to be prepared for an eventuality in which the Russians once again reach for this tactic. Our goal, again, in all of this is to deter this. Our goal, again, in all of this is to see to it that these actions don't emerge from the Russian Federation, but if they do, we are going to extraordinary lengths to be prepared.
But in terms of shoring up defenses, is there an initiative to reach out to American businesses so that if there is malware, it doesn't quickly move through the supply chain? I mean,
I will allow the White House and DHS and CISA and others to speak to this, but public-private partnership is really at the heart of our efforts to defend, to harden networks against cyber attacks. We know that this is something that the federal government alone cannot do. We have known that for some time. I think if you speak to my colleagues in these other departments and agencies, you will hear a great emphasis on the role of public-private partnerships. Yes?
One more about the video. When did you get this intelligence? Is this brand new, or is this something that you've known about for some time?
Again, I think this comes in the context of the escalating tensions. This comes in the context of our concerns for potential renewed Russian...
Since the last announcement of the false flag operation, is it since then?
So I'm not in a position to offer additional detail on what is still intelligence-derived information. What I can say is that this information was acquired in the context of the escalating tensions, and that is a cause of our profound and growing concern. Yes, sir.
Let me change the subject to Yemen. Today, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said that he asked Biden administration to put more pressure on Houthis to stop the next attack. In terms of this pressure, you have talked about sanctioning top leaders, Houthi top leaders, and then you said that Biden administration is reconsidering redesignating the group as a terrorist group. Can you update us on both aspects of this, and also, if that possible, to connect that to what has been happening in Vienna, because he pinpointed that Iran basically is responsible for the latest 2 ballistic missiles were launched to Abu Dhabi.
So in terms of the Houthis, I don't have an update for you in terms of the review of their status. As you know, the president in his press conference last month said that the decision was under consideration. Obviously, I don't want to get ahead of those of any such policy deliberations. Nevertheless, that doesn't stop us from holding Houthi leaders accountable for these types of attacks. And we're not going to relent in using all appropriate tools, including sanctions and designations of Houthi leaders and of entities who are involved in military offensives that are threatening civilians and regional stability, that perpetuate the conflict against those who commit human rights abuses or violate international humanitarian law, or those who exacerbate the humanitarian crisis or seek to profit from the suffering of the Yemeni people. And we know that there are Houthi leaders who have done precisely those things. We have held many such Houthi leaders to account using these authorities. And again, we're not going to relent in doing so. At the same time, we do remain committed to doing all we can, as effectively as we can, to address the humanitarian emergency that continues to afflict Yemen. This is a country where, according to most estimates and many analyses, the site of the world's largest humanitarian catastrophe. More than 16 million Yemenis are suffering from food insecurity. And so as we seek to engage in diplomacy to bring about an end to the civil war, because we know a diplomatic resolution to the civil war will be the best antidote to the levels of instability, levels of violence, the humanitarian catastrophe. We are continuing to do all we can in the interim to provide and to encourage the world to raise its ambition to provide for the long-suffering Yemeni people. What's going on in Vienna is squarely focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is Iran's nuclear program. Iran, as you know, poses a range of challenges to the United States, to our partners and allies in the region and beyond. One of those challenges is its provision and its support for proxies, for terrorist groups, for other destabilizing actors in the region, including the Houthis. And so we are focused on that. We are focused on that using a number of tools. What we're focused on in Vienna is bringing about, once again, seeing if we can bring about, once again, a nuclear deal that imposes permanent and verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program and that verifiably prevents Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Yes?
Just staying on Yemen for a second. I mean, it's been about, I guess, 4 months now, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's been U.S. employees, although they are local, but U.S. employees detained by the Houthis. This morning, Special Envoy Lender King mentioned that there were 5 former employees, but then he said there are employees. We haven't had any really clarity on how many are detained, what's the status on that. I mean, it sends a pretty strong signal to anybody that would like to work for a U.S. embassy abroad that it's been almost 4 months and the U.S. hasn't been able to get these guys and girls out.
What should also send a very strong signal is that we have been and we will be unceasing in our efforts to secure the release of our Yemeni staff in Sana'a. As you heard from the Special Envoy, there are several who remain detained, and we are going to continue to be unceasing, unrelenting in our diplomatic efforts to see them released. You mentioned Special Envoy Lender King on NPR this morning. He also noted the fact that the Houthis continue to hold these individuals, our local Yemeni staff as well as UN local staff. It is an indication to us that the Houthis, haven't quite made the determination to make peace. They have not quite made the determination to the path of diplomacy. That is what we are going to continue to press for a diplomatic path a diplomatic resolution to this, knowing that the levels of violence, the levels of instability, the humanitarian catastrophe, all of that is fueled by the ongoing civil war, which we are committed in working with the UN Special Envoy, with our partners in the region, and others to seeing come to an end.
How many U.S. employees are being detained right now?
We've made reference to several. I just don't have additional detail to share. Yes.
I have questions on Bloomberg.
Sure.
Okay. So last month you said that you have a number of tools in your arsenal. I assume that pushing for additional sanctions at the Security Council was one of the tools you had. But as we know, that attempt was blocked by Russia and China. So what other tools do you have? Also, there will be a meeting tomorrow at the Security Council on North Korea. So what do you expect to achieve? And I have another one, but I'll let you answer.
So in terms of tools, you raised the specific tool of our sanctions authority. Last month, in January, we imposed sanctions on 8 DPRK-linked individuals and entities for supporting the DPRK's weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missile-related programs. We are continuing, and we have continued to be in touch with our allies and partners on
All right, so as the State Department shuffles around on different topics, we are going to step away from that, but we do have a House hearing that has a lot of importance for people. It's talking about finding the right frequency, 5G deployment, aviation safety. Remember, there was some delays rolling out in some sections near airports with 5G technology because they were worried about how it would interact with aircraft. Well, let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Administrator pointed out, yes, it is, but it's just getting underway and it's going to take time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flagler. Do you have anyone else like to comment on that?
I would just add that this issue is going to be with us for years and years. So, we've already talked about rolling out 6G, 7G. So, will we need to go out and buy new altimeters every time we roll out a 6G or 7G? Now, I don't have the exact costs either. I don't think they're nickels or dimes. But I do know that airlines spent millions of dollars investing in these safety tools, and so did airports, as Chairman DeFazio said earlier in the first panel, spent billions to become all-weather airports. So we just want to make sure that all of those airports can use that technology.
Thank you very much.
If I may, I'd just like to...
I'm sorry, the gentleman's time has expired, and we'll now go to Mr. Van Drew, Representative Van Drew of New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank everybody for being here today and their wonderful testimony. This is important stuff. Your organizations actually represent essentially the entire aviation and telecommunications industries, and it is a massive part of the United States economy. Earlier today, I asked the FAA Administrator, Mr. Dixon, about how new entrants to the airspace, like drones, will complicate spectrum management into the future. I do not believe the FAA is currently equipped for the future of aviation spectrum management. The current 5G crisis was foreseeable. Individuals within the FAA Spectrum Engineering Office have been sounding the alarm for nearly a year. The Spectrum Office did not have the authority to make this issue a priority until it was too late. I believe that we must empower the Spectrum Engineering Office within the FAA. It must be provided greater procedural authority and voice so that our country is able to handle the spectrum challenges into the future. So I direct my question to Eric Fanning, President and CEO of Aerospace Industries Association, and Meredith Atwell Baker, President and CEO of Cellular Telecommunications Industry Association. Do you think the current situation shows us that the FAA is not properly equipped to meet the spectrum challenge of the future, such as drone integration? Further, do you believe that the FAA Spectrum Engineering Office must be empowered with authority to better manage spectrum resources, get spectrum to market faster, ensure capability and compatibility, and prevent conflicts like the ones we are experiencing right now? And if any other witnesses concur with this sentiment, feel free to make that known. Thank you. Wait for your answer.
Congressman, thank you. I'll start and say that I think it's an issue of empowering for the FAA, and what I was saying earlier, that all stakeholders, we need to think of this more broadly as we move forward, as we use spectrum, its limited bandwidth, as we use it for more complex technology, stronger signals. We need to have all the stakeholders that are in spectrum empowered to be a part of the conversation, some formalized new process that brings all of us together rather than just thinking of spectrum in stovepiped bands, to think about it in its entirety, because clearly that's part of what the issue was here. This was an FCC controlled process, and the FAA raised concerns but wasn't empowered to do anything about it other than raise it. They have great engineers. They cooperate with industry, which has world-class engineers. And so I think we have to look across all the stakeholders in spectrum, certainly the FAA when it comes to aviation safety, and make sure that they're a part of the process in anything that we do as we expand what we use spectrum for going forward.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for the question. And I would say the FAA is the safety regulator, and FCC and NTIA are the spectrum regulators. I fully support FAA having more engineering resources. I think many of the agencies that use spectrum could use more engineering resources, whether it's the Department of Energy who regulates, nuclear, or Department of Interior who use spectrum to measure the, height of rivers. I think everybody could use more spectrum knowledge now that we are using spectrum for so many different things. I think that we need to take another look at the consultative process, because this is an NTIA issue that they should be able to raise the FAA's issues with the FCC and advocate for the FCC. We can't have everyone have their own special, regulator of spectrum. We need to speak with one voice. And so I fully support the concept. I just want to be clear that the FCC and NTIA are the spectrum regulators who need to be fully informed, and agencies like the FAA, really do need to be part of this process.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and I think you hit it on the head. And we need the leadership. So, as all those voices come together, you also need the leadership, so we're on the same page and we have the regulation that we need. I think we would do so much better. You can't have people in different spots doing different things, not knowing, which is kind of what happened here, what the other fellow is doing. So I think you really made a good point, and I agree with you on that, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Payne of New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see. I understand that aerospace companies are responding to 5G deployment concerns by utilizing filters on existing equipment as stopgap measures to compensate for signal interference. This would not have been necessary if there was proper communication across the federal government regarding potential issues with 5G signals and technical concerns reached the appropriate parties. Inevitably, there will be a new technology to replace 5G. Mr. Fanning, how would a proper communication of technical concerns make future rollouts of new technologies less chaotic?
Well, first and foremost, which I think all of the panelists agree with, is that the process starts earlier. So there's something that we need to amend or modify to the process to make sure these concerns are surfaced earlier. As was stated at the beginning of this hearing by the chair and the ranking, there are different cultures, different goals, different agendas on these industries, and as a country, we need them both to succeed. And so making sure that dialogue starts earlier and perhaps never stops, because we know there are going to be future auctions, future technologies introduced into spectrum, to make sure that all of the relevant players and stakeholders and those who are affected by it are at the table and can voice their concerns and have them acted upon earlier. Because we certainly have been, the airlines, the pilots, the manufacturers have been talking about this for a very long time. So we need to make sure that there's not just dialogue, but that there's a process in place to act on those concerns from an early point. Because we do have amazing engineers in all of our companies, But to reach the certification standards, the safety standards that aviation is held to for justifiable and important reasons takes a lot of time. It's a very high bar to prove something won't happen, as Congressman Graves said, than to try and prove that it will happen.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad we're having this hearing, and all are coming to the same conclusions, and everybody's hearing the same information from each other across the whole gamut. Ms. Baker, I'm grateful that telecommunication companies and the Biden administration were able to reach a deal to delay 5G deployment near airports, including Newark International Liberty Airport. However, these exclusion zones will expire and 5G service will be fully deployed. How will telecommunications companies work with the Biden administration to ensure that full deployment of 5G will not cause any additional safety concerns?
Well, thank you so much for your question. The process now, we are everyone is at the table. We are working with the FAA to give them the information they need. They asked for it in November. We got it to them in December. We are every day making progress. I feel confident we will continue to make this progress. So in July, when the temporary restrictions, if they don't go away before, because I'm hopeful that the FAA will understand that they're and find and feel comfortable 100% that there is not interference here, that there are plenty of countries around the world, such as Denmark to Spain to Ireland, who are using the same spectrum with the same power levels, and there's no interference. So I'm hopeful the FAA will be comfortable enough. So when we reach, they roll off these temporary restrictions. And then when we roll out in phase 2, which is December of 2023, we'll already have the process in place to make everyone comfortable that there is no interference here.
Okay. Well, thank you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Now recognize Representative Nels for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Larson and Ranking Member Graves, and thank you for having this hearing. I'm truly glad that Administrator Dixon testified, but I am truly disappointed the FCC refused to be here today. Both industries represented here today and their customers, the American people, have been failed by how the government handled the spectrum auction and the concerns with altimeters. Just yesterday in the Highway Subcommittee Autonomous Vehicle hearing, we heard about the FCC was looking into C-band for AVs in the 90s. That was 30 years ago, and we still don't have AVs on the road. It is mind-boggling that they had the foresight for that, but auctioned off C-band for 5G without fully examining how it would impact the companies involved. I definitely would have liked an explanation from the FCC so we could prevent this from happening again, and I'm truly disappointed the chairwoman refused to testify here. I do thank our industry witnesses for being here, and my first question is for good Captain DePete. When operating an aircraft, how do pilots know if there is an interference problem with the radar altimeter in their aircraft?
All right, thank you for that question, Representative Nels. And in regards to your FCC complaint, you're getting the same silent treatment. The committee is getting the same silent treatment that we've gotten over the years. So I certainly can commiserate with you on that. In terms of trying to see and understand what's going on in an airplane, in the old airplane styles where we had federated systems, meaning that all the instruments were not digital, they were all spread out. We can kind of do checks and balances, see if one conformed with the other and make a decision on that and begin to go down a decision tree. In these new modern airplanes where the systems are integrated, which takes a great deal of understanding to understand how they are integrated because they are all different, it is a little difficult to discern sometimes what is actually happening in the airplane when there's a malfunction. If it's just a malfunction, if it's broke, if the system just stopped working, there's warnings that will be alerted to the crew. However, if it's false information, that's the tricky one, right? And how it affects other systems. We might see that first manifested in itself with some unusual throttle activity. We might see it, unfortunately, you would think terrain avoidance would be pretty important. Imagine if if we didn't get the warnings that we were approaching terrain that we should, right? Or we got them when we shouldn't. And that creates another problem as well. So that's a really outstanding question. I think that's the one I get the most of. And it is challenging.
Thank you, Captain. And I have a couple questions for Ms. Baker. Given that 5G is already being delivered to the U.S. public using other spectrum bands, what is the importance of rapidly launching C-band spectrum for 5G?
Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you asked that question. It's a really important one. 5G, C-band is the backbone of 5G across the country. It's because it has unique characteristics. It goes very far. It carries a lot of data. And for this, it really will bring us, it's going to change. I think it's the most transformative technology that we've seen in decades. And it's going to happen to our economy, our education, our health, even our transportation. I mentioned Accenture put out a report last week that said if we deploy 5G, we'll be 20% on our way to achieving the administration's climate goals. So it's really important not to delay for full power. If we do, we're just going to harm America and your constituents.
Thank you. And my last question, a little lengthy here, but the voluntary precautionary measures agreed to by AT&T and Verizon will last for roughly 6 months from launch, yet both have emphasized they anticipate efforts to reduce or eliminate those precautionary measures even before that 6-month period ends. Why is allowing full utilization of the C-band spectrum for 5G, i.e. use without the precautionary measures under the FCC's originally adopted technical rules so time critical? Did you understand that?
I did, and thank you for that question too. I think it's important to take a look at the temporary restrictions. Let's take the 2 miles, 2 miles within an airport. If you are in Rayburn, which I can't tell if you are, if you're in Rayburn and you go to National Airport, that's approximately 2 miles. If you are in Boston Logan and you go to Boston Commons, that's 2 miles. So that exclusion area is going to put large swaths of metropolitan areas and frankly, a lot of underserved areas not being able to have 5G. And we're just going to enhance the digital divide and leave people behind in a way that we just don't want to do.
Gentleman's time has expired. Turn to.
Thank you both.
Yep, thank you. Representative Brownlee of California for 5 minutes. Mr. Brown, no? Okay, Representative, okay. Congresswoman Holmes Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, my first question is for Mr. Bowell, President of the Helicopters Association. I represent the nation's capital, and as you know, the President and Congress are located here. In your testimony, you noted increased risks of 5G interference to helicopters, given that helicopter operations generally take place at much lower altitudes than airline flights, and could conduct their entire flight within zones of 5G interference. The development of new radio altimeters with filters that can withstand 5G interference is therefore critical to helicopter and rotorcraft's safety, but the costs for operators to purchase and install these new altimeters is of significant concern. Could you estimate the cost to helicopter operators to upgrade to newer, more resilient radio altimeters, and how do helicopter operators plan to cover this cost?
So thank you very much, Congresswoman Holmes Norton. I appreciate that question. Helicopters are just so much different from what we've been hearing today as far as when the radar altimeter actually kicks in. You heard a lot about the 121 and airlines, where most of their flight will be without that radar altimeter because it actually turns off once you get so high above the train. The helicopters use a radar altimeter a lot of times for, where it's actually noted out is because of reduced visibility. So when we have good visibility, the radar altimeter is a safety aspect that gives us additional, not only our eyes telling us how far we are off the ground, because normally, especially if you're talking about coming in to get the president or yourself or someone flying around the DC area, you know, you're actually deconflicting with the airliners that are over the top of you. You're coming up the river. So over the water, that's where the pilot will glance over to make sure that he's maintaining the proper altitude above the ground. So the importance of that and being able to not be affected by 5G and the filtering, you asked about the cost. I don't actually have the cost for those. And of course, a lot of those aircraft are going to be on the military side too. And I haven't been read into how much work they've been doing with the military aircraft to try to upgrade their radar altimeters.
Could the cost impact the timeline for upgrading rotorcraft fleets?
Well, what our problem right now with the rotorcraft fleet is that the AD, the Airworthiness Directive.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, we're going to play out a in-demand hearing that happened earlier today as new accusations about Washington's a toxic workplace comes out as Congress continues its investigation. This is the Washington football team that we are talking about there. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, former Washington Commanders, employees, and members of Congress pressured the NFL and Commissioner Roger Goodell today to release a report about the team's history of sexual harassment and its sexist, hostile workplace culture allegations. They said that the team and owner Dan Snyder have not been held accountable for their misdeeds during several investigations. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
With his hand on my lower back, encouraging me to ride with him to my car. I learned how to continue to say no, even though a situation was getting more awkward, uncomfortable, and physical. I learned that the only reason Dan Snyder removed his hand from my back and stopped pushing me towards his limo was because his attorney intervened and said, Dan, this is a bad idea. A very bad idea, Dan. I learned that I should remove myself from Dan's grip while his attorney was distracting him. I also learned at that moment, during an unspoken conversation between my boss and I, that my boss was not there to look out for me. He was there to listen to any directive his boss, Dan Snyder, had given to him at my cost. The next day, I learned when I told a senior coworker about Dan Snyder's sexual advance that I should, quote, not repeat this story to anyone outside this office door. That was when I also learned there was no one to go to about Dan Snyder's advance, no path to report the incident, so I learned to move on. As a Washington Redskins cheerleader, I learned a lot as well. In the last couple of years, I learned that Dan Snyder, via senior vice president, demanded my unedited, enlarged lingerie calendar photo be sent to his office. I learned that this demand was made urgently because they knew that the graphic artist was getting ready to Photoshop my personal areas before the edited proof went before all of the senior VPs and Dan Snyder for approval. This is my story. I also learned by recounting these details and telling the story that I at some point subconsciously developed an emotional wall that I can only assume is a means to protect myself as a result of my tenure at the Washington football team. This has affected me more than I originally thought. This is something no woman should be subjected to in the workplace. No one should have to learn about pearl necklaces or be objectified and harassed, and certainly no one should have to fend off sexual advances from a company's owner. I sit here before you and hope that my words will have a lasting impact as these events have had on me, so we can work to hold all employers accountable for ensuring a safe and professional workplace. Transparency should be the standard so that accountability follows. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, you are now recognized for your statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney and members of the committee for holding this important roundtable. My name is Brad Baker, and I worked for the Washington football team from 2007 to 2009 in the video production department. I grew up a diehard Redskins fan, diehard. On my first day at what I thought was going to be my dream job, I quickly learned that the Washington football team was a place where male executives regularly harassed, demeaned, and bullied women in the workplace, and they got away with it. For decades, they got away with it. I'm testifying today because the Washington football team must be held accountable for the toxic workplace it created and the harm it caused so many people. We were told on day one to never make eye contact with Dan Snyder, never speak to him. If you must speak about him, he's referred to as Mr. Snyder or the owner. If he's walking towards you, duck into the nearest office. Under no circumstances should you interact with him. Things only got worse from there. In the early summer of 2008, a normal production meeting with the video department was wrapping up when Larry Michael, then executive producer of media and one of Snyder's top lieutenants, asked me and two other male producers to stay behind and shut the door. The female members of the department were dismissed. Larry Michael told us that the owner had a special project for us and needed us to edit together a video of the good bits from our cheerleader calendar video shoot. It wasn't hard to put two and two together. Larry Michael, one of Snyder's top confidants, has tasked us with producing a video for Snyder of sexually suggestive footage of cheerleaders, obviously unbeknownst to any of the women involved. One of the senior producers said he'd take care of it, and later on, while passing through the editing suite, I saw several images on both the editing monitor and the monitor of our tape deck that featured the cheerleaders posing for their photo shoot, but it was like outtakes, and their breasts and pubic areas were exposed. It became crystal clear that my worst suspicions were true. The video department had been told to edit together lewd footage of the cheerleaders at the request of Dan Snyder. So why did I speak up and share this story with the Washington Post? I was inspired by Emily Applegate, my former colleague Megan Imbert, and the stories of so many other women who are now speaking up. I was still working in sports at the time, and it's a notoriously hostile, abusive, and sexually harassing industry in which to work. I felt like if we all spoke up, told the truth, and believed in the process, that we could make a positive impact and inspire some change in workplace culture all over the country, especially in the world of sports. But now here we are, because the National Football League swept the findings of the Wilkinson investigation under the rug. The NFL has refused to release the report of the Wilkinson investigation, even though myself and over 100 other employees were asked by the league to speak to the Wilkinson firm. We all participated because we thought the NFL wanted to know the truth. We believed that the toxic workplace culture and the serious harm it caused would finally become public and that the investigation would end with some kind of report. I mean, they were able to release a report that was 243 pages long, 243 pages long on the PSIs of footballs, the pounds per square inch of footballs. Surely, women being sexually harassed, and lewd outtakes videos of female employees created without their consent could muster up some kind of written report, right? Even as employees came forward, Dan Snyder still tried to control them and intimidate them by hiring private investigators to contact the various employees during the Wilkinson investigation. Snyder had private investigators digging around in my past. Do you know what it feels like to have someone dig into your personal life? To worry that a friend or family member is going to be called by a PI? Even with threats of intimidation, I and many other former employees came forward to speak with the NFL investigators because we believed that the NFL would finally take action against Snyder and the Washington football team. And you know what? Turns out the NFL does not care. If they cared, they'd have held up their end of the bargain by meeting the smallest and most basic expectation any of us ever had of them: to be transparent and release a report. All we're asking for is transparency. That's all we've ever wanted. Once the horrors of working at the Washington football team are exposed, accountability will undoubtedly follow. But we can't determine accountability without transparency. And that's why I'm begging you, the United States Congress, and our elected officials to compel the National Football League to do the absolute bare minimum and release the report.
Thank you. Ms. Nunez, you're now recognized for your statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, and members of the committee for holding this important roundtable. My name is Ana Nunez, and I worked in sales for the Washington football team for almost 4 years. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my colleagues, both women and men, who are here before you, survivors of the abuse and sexual harassment that we endured during our time working for the Washington football team. I am also here as a representative of the dozens more that cannot be here. The NFL did not protect us when they needed to, but they still have a chance to make it right. The NFL preaches about inspiring change, but that only seems to be the case when it's convenient for them. I hope today makes a difference, and I hope with Congress's involvement, we can achieve some accountability for the team and the NFL. I was employed at the Washington football team from March of 2015 to January of 2019. I was 23 when I began working there in the sales department. During my time with the team, I was sexually harassed by multiple male employees, including top executives. Often these male employees had a reputation for mistreating young female employees. Everyone knew about their mistreatment and even saw it happening, but no one did anything. When I became a victim and tried to report it, no one did anything about it. I won't describe every instance of sexual harassment I experienced during my time there, because it was almost a part of my everyday experience. But I want to share some examples with you that really stuck with me. In 2017, while I was working at what was formerly known as Redskins Park, I endured sexual harassment by 2 senior-level employees. The first was the senior vice president of communications, who came to my desk and commented on my jeans I was wearing in a very inappropriate way. This executive had a reputation for making inappropriate comments about female colleagues' attire and their bodies, just as he did with me, but he was so high up in the organization that we were afraid to say anything. He did this in front of everyone, and no one seemed to care. Around the same time, I was also sexually harassed by the director of pro personnel. I connected with this individual because he was of Latino background, and there were only a handful of non-white employees there. What started as friendly and professional conversations quickly turned into him texting inappropriate messages that made me feel extremely uncomfortable. In one exchange, he told me I looked nice and mentioned the things he would do to me. I responded back via text and told him to never say things like that to me again. I was afraid to push back like that because he was more senior than me, and it shouldn't have been my responsibility. But I knew there was no real HR, and no one would have done anything to make him stop, so I had to stand up for myself. This man had a well-known history of sexual harassment with other employees and interns, so I also felt ashamed that I became another victim of his. These were the times that I felt hopeful there would be a change, only to be disappointed. In early summer 2018, with the arrival of new leadership, it felt like a horrible workplace culture could finally be addressed. I was encouraged to speak to the assistant legal counsel for the team about my experience with sexual harassment, which I did. I sat in his office, told him the stories, saw him write in his notebook, and I accepted the tissues he offered me when I became emotionally overwhelmed that someone might finally do something to change the workplace culture. But I was wrong. Nothing came from me telling him what I had gone through. Even worse, the sexual harassment continued. Later that summer at training camp in Richmond, I was with colleagues, including the head trainer. After an after-work gathering, when we got up to leave, he had grabbed my wrist and asked, "What are we going to talk about us?" I think I asked, "What about us?" There is no us. I had never had a conversation with this man before. I felt ashamed and embarrassed because once again, I felt the fear of retaliation and the shame of being sexually harassed. Again, I felt like there was no point in reporting him because no one had been held accountable before. I stand before you here today, reliving these difficult memories to try to make a change for other women at the team, in the league, the industry, and the workplace. There are just some of the stories that the Washington football team and the NFL have tried so hard to hide. I want to shine a light on the toxic workplace that we endured and to plead with the NFL to release the report from the Wilkinson investigation. Holding the Washington football accountable here and sending the message that this is the type of harassment and abuse that will not be tolerated will impact the many women and men who endure similar harassment, not only in sports, but also in workplaces across the country.
Ms. Eagleson, thank you, Ms. Eagleson. You are now recognized for your statement.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairwoman Maloney and the committee for holding this important roundtable on an issue that directly impacts myself, those present, and women across the country who hold 50% of American jobs. I wish that I didn't have to be here sharing personal and intimate details about my life, details that are public knowledge and can be easily searched on the internet. I wish that I didn't have to resort to speaking to the Washington Post for there to be any sort of public investigation into the team. I wish that when I reported my experiences to the team and to the NFL that there would have been change and accountability, but at this point my options have been exhausted, and that's led me here to reveal truths and details once again about myself and my experience working at the Washington football team. 81% of women have reported experiencing some sort of sexual harassment and/or assault in their lifetime. I wish that I didn't become a part of that statistic at my place of employment. I worked at the Washington football team for 8 years, and I can't recall a time that I didn't experience or fear sexual harassment. It was just a pervasive part of the culture and an unavoidable rite of passage being a woman who worked there. Working for the team was my first full-time job out of college, and I was so excited to start working for the team. I grew up in Maryland, and I rooted and cheered for them my entire life. I experienced many work firsts there. First bonus, first promotion, first office potluck, first employee hire, first threat of physical violence by a supervisor, first hostile work environment, first public humiliation, first sexual assault. When I initially reported sexual harassment to my boss, I was terrified. I was only 24, and the man who sexually harassed me was old enough to be my father, and he also was considered the voice of the team in the public sphere. So to me, the power that he held in his position and his close personal relationship with Daniel Snyder was enough for me to reconsider anything. And at the time, I didn't know and realize that 55% of victims experience retaliation after speaking up or making a claim. I still decided to tell my boss about my harasser's public comments about my appearance, his unwanted kisses on the cheek, and the emails about special gifts he expected from me. When I told my boss, we agreed that nothing would happen if I reported it to the person who was supposedly running HR at that point. And so my boss called my harasser on the phone. Mind you, we were in 2 different locations. I was in Maryland and he was in Virginia, so this had to be done via phone call. I was in the room when my boss called him to tell him to leave me alone, and it's a memory I'll never forget because I distinctly remember hearing my harasser yell through the phone, "What the fuck is she thinking?" And I just kind of muted everything after that. So fearing further harassment and retaliation, I took to hiding from him at public events. I strategically would place myself between colleagues so he couldn't get near me. And
I just felt humiliated to have to hide in plain sight in front of all of my colleagues, my clients, and I was just so frustrated that I had to avoid company functions for fear that I would experience sexual harassment again. And most of all, it made me feel worthless. All the hard work I put into my work and the team, and I was reduced to my appearance and not my value as an employee. The second time I decided to report harassment was with the arrival of a new executive team similar to Anna that was specifically hired to help change the business. I told them about the public comments about my appearance, the unwanted kisses on the cheek, the email, as well as the time at training camp I was sexually assaulted by the same man that I had previously reported. Those executives were appalled at my treatment and had good intentions to effect change, but they were all fired within 6 months of reporting this. And after they were fired, and this was reportedly because the old guard at the Washington football team did not want change, I just felt like I had zero protection. I didn't want to go back to avoiding people, clients, events, and even my own job to keep away from my harasser. So I resigned from my position without another job lined up so I wouldn't have to deal with this. It's my sincere hope that Congress will hold the Washington football team and the NFL accountable for creating and maintaining a toxic workplace for so long, and that burying the results of the 10-month investigation would reveal exactly what happened and who was responsible. The 20-year reign of team owner, sole team owner now, Dan Snyder, an era permeated with bullying, verbal abuse, sexual harassment, and sexual assault, has unfortunately been given the stamp of approval by the NFL. Myself and many other brave individuals have come forward to share our experiences and actively participate in the investigation we believed would be fair and transparent. It wasn't. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell used us and the investigation to make it seem like he cared about this issue, but then he blamed us for not receiving or releasing a report. Let's be very clear, the people that I know that participated in this investigation wanted and expected a report. There must be transparency, and only then can we have real accountability. This is not just about the Washington football team and its employees. It's about the millions of women in workplaces across the country who endure harassment every day in our everyday lives. It's about the message that the NFL sent to American women everywhere when it brushed aside the victims who came forward and embraced Dan Snyder. That message was, we don't care about you and you don't matter. We are now here before all of you in Congress, once again telling our stories and revealing intimate details about ourselves that we shouldn't have to. I look forward to seeing what you all and what Congress message, the message that you all send to workplaces and women across America. Thank you.
Ms. Applegate, you're now recognized for your statement.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Maloney and the rest of the members of the committee for being here today and for taking the steps necessary to create a change that all women can benefit from, the opportunity to work in environments free of harassment.
All right, everybody, we do want to go out to some breaking news here that we are following. Confirmed large tornado right now in Alabama. And you can take a look from our XRAD system here as this strong cell continues to push here in the Birmingham area. Several tornado watches and warnings still underway right now. And you can see those strong cells still pushing right now. And of course, in just a moment, we will go to our Fox Weather team here for some coverage, but we also want to give you the shot of what a tower cam looks like right now. This is happening live there near Birmingham right now. And let's go back out to our XRAD system to really just show you just how unfortunate colorful this is right here of all of the different updates that we are getting there in this area here of Alabama. So let me just show everyone the different areas, and really all these circles right here, you are getting warnings being picked up right now in several locations there in the Birmingham market right there. So I want to go out to a little bit. Let's go out and join Fox Weather right now for some continuous updates here.
this is a strong, very dangerous storm. Debris tracker as it stands right now, not too impressive, but you have to think debris tracker in rural areas, it may not always be as impressive because the debris tracker needs something to be lofted into the air. If it's in a rural area, that return won't come back too significantly. So we have to think about that, but that's not a tell-all. What's going to give us a better indication with this is some of this rotation where we see the reds. That's indicating some of this really starting to strengthen. Again, right there, that's where some of that rotation is. Very heavy rain with this. So once that rain really starts to pick up, that's indicating some of that rotation that could be headed your way. Bessemer, Birmingham, Alabaster. As of now, you're just seeing some light showers, but likely going to see this cell move into your area. So Birmingham, luckily you are not in that tornado warning. And I believe we actually want to go now to someone on the phone. Right now we are actually joined on the phone by Ryan Carty. Ryan, first of all, where are you and what are you seeing right now?
Yes, ma'am. I am on State Highway 14 near Sawyerville. That's down when the tornado crossed the road just north of downtown, and it did some structural damage to a two-story house. The top floor is partially gone. I did see a mobile home that got thrown off its foundation. People was okay. They were coming out of it and checking everything. And there was a couple of other houses that had some extensive damage as well.
Really crazy to think about. Again, you said you're in Sawyerville. As of now, that rotation has moved to the north and the east of where you are. But you mentioned you've seen the damage. Were you able to see that tornado with your eyes? And describe what it was like, if so.
Yes, ma'am. It was actually, it appeared to be a cone tornado, close range. When the winds started to change direction, that's when I knew I had to relocate. Because where I was at is where it crossed the road at, and it got a little windy there for a second. But I've seen several emergency vehicles pulling up, fire EMS, and hopefully no one was severely injured or injured. Period. I've got exactly the location where it crossed the road at if you would like.
Yes.
It was.
Sorry. Go ahead.
It crossed 14 between Coleman Road and County Road 77.
Okay.
Like I said, just northwest of Sawyerville.
Scary stuff. We're glad to hear that you're okay, that you got out of the way from that, some of that rotation that was picking up. Again, you mentioned some destruction on the ground, hopefully no injuries. Have you been able to talk to anyone safely on the scene as of now? Do you know of what's happening there in terms of maybe potentially any rescues?
I talked to it appeared to be a resident. He come out of the mobile home and was wandering around, and then he was actually trying to turn people away because when it crossed the road, it broke power poles, and there was power lines across the road, and there was still traffic trying to go through the road after it crossed the road. And he said that basically it got a little windy, and they got in their bathroom. They was watching the TV station when they told them to take cover, and that's the only place they could take cover at.
Yeah, that's an important reminder for anyone in this system. If you see those power lines down, you do not want to cross that road. So good thing that that resident was alerting other people. So before this tornado arrived from where you were at, can you describe what the conditions were like? I want to make sure people out ahead of this system know what to expect.
So, yeah, I actually dropped south and normally don't like to do it, but I had to core punch to get in front of the storm from I-2059 near Utah, and it was blinding rain for probably a good 20 minutes until I popped out and I could see the tornado. And you could barely see probably 15 foot in front of you.
Yeah, probably very hard to see the tornado. Like we were mentioning, as of now, radar shows that it is potentially rain wrapped. So where are you going to go from here? Are you going to continue to chase as we head into the evening? Obviously, we have this tornado watch in effect for this area until 6 o'clock. So what's the plan from here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually going down the the road here just east of Greensboro, and I'm going to try to catch back up to it about the time it gets up towards the Alabaster, West Blockton area. So I'm going to try to. The road network is bad down here. It's a lot of national forest, and visibility is not real great. And I'm going to try to get back up on it again if it wants to produce again.
Okay, we will wish you luck with that as we head into the evening. Obviously, wishing you to stay safe. Make sure you're being careful. Obviously, a trained professional. We don't recommend anyone at home doing this. But Ryan Carty, thanks so much for joining us.
No problem. Thanks, Bridget.
Ian?
We're watching this system. It looks like the rotation has actually moved out of Hale County there in Alabama. So they've gone ahead and expired that warning, but it still continues farther off to the north for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties until 3:15 local time. So you're seeing some video on your screen there. Everyone is going through it in the vicinity of this area with the heavy rain, the gusty winds, but it's been just this one portion of the line. We're coming up 1:51 Eastern time. That was when the first tornado warning was issued. So 12:51 local time there. We're coming up on almost 2 hours of continuous tornado warnings with this one single storm. Early in its life cycle, it had those varying intensities. It was pulsing, the rotation within it at least. But over the last hour, this has been a very intense storm described by the National Weather Service office in Birmingham, Alabama, as a particularly dangerous situation with a large tornado confirmed on the ground. We actually did briefly, at least we'll go ahead and look again, 3:35-ish. We were seeing once again at least a small tornado debris signature being produced by this. So one, it's remarkable in the sense that there it is right there. You see that blue dot. That's well off to the east of Moundville, south of Coaling. Dylan's circling it for you right there. That is the tornado debris signature, and that is why this is right now a confirmed tornado that's moving northeast 45 miles per hour, eventually headed toward the communities of Coaling, West Blockton, as well as Lakeview. And we're going to have to watch this very, very closely. It's remarkable in the sense that we're in early February. This has been a severe thunderstorm, a tornado-warned storm that's been producing a tornado for an incredible amount of time for this time of the year. We're still quite a ways away. It's more so March typically. You start to see the beginning of the springtime severe weather season. We really haven't had much of a break from it so far this year. The month of January, thankfully, was quiet in that sense, but we had the multiple outbreaks of severe weather that occurred during the month of December, and now you've got this atmosphere once again in the southeast that's behaving as if it's springtime. You've had a confirmed large tornado on the ground in Alabama, and that is what we continue to track for you here at Fox Weather. Still seeing some indications of that tornado being on the ground, passing well off to the south and east of downtown Tuscaloosa, east of Moundville. But as it's maintaining its intensity, you see it headed up toward Alabaster. That's where Bridget was just speaking to the storm chaser Ryan, where he was on an intercept course for this. This is going to persist at least for the next 3 hours. We've got this tornado watch that runs for southeastern parts of Mississippi through a good portion of Alabama until 6 p.m. Central Time. So that's just showing you that conditions are favorable for more of these intense storms to develop that can produce tornadoes and tornado damage. That's what you're seeing on your screen right here. Some of these reports we were just receiving via phone, live in real time. Places like Sawyerville, you see the structural damage to homes and a mobile home. We got that report of the mobile home. Thankfully, everyone in it was okay, but that mobile home was pushed right off its foundation. This is a very dangerous situation. Farther off to the south and west from there, places like Lolita, Alabama, trees down on County Road 13. That's 6 miles off to the north of Highway 80. From that report says possible tornado. We know that this was likely a tornado. So we've got trees down on roads. We've got the damage to the mobile home. We're still detecting that small tornado debris signature off to the south and east of Tuscaloosa. But this is a concern. Should this be able to maintain its intensity, maintain that rotation? It's moving off to the north and east toward a much more populated area in Alabama. You're talking about Birmingham. You're looking up towards Alabaster. This is where it could even cross over Interstate 20. So this is what we're going to need to watch and monitor the storm very, very closely as the National Weather Service is in Birmingham, Alabama. This is a storm that has been remarkably persistent, very intense over the last hour and a half now, last couple of hours in the life cycle of this one storm. We've been watching this broken line of thunderstorms. We had the tornado watch in effect, so we knew that the possibility was there for strong and severe thunderstorms. Further off to the south, we've had that cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings that came out. But as far as rotating storms go, it's been this one and only this one for almost 2 hours now. We're 5 minutes away from this being 2 hours of continuous tornado warnings for that one cell. Remarkable here in early February, and you see Dylan's got that up on the screen for you, the ongoing tornado warning. That is for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. We do have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings along this line. Just want to make you aware of those, extending farther off to the south and west from where you're looking right here. But the most imminent danger is with this confirmed tornado, that tornado warning south of Coaling and headed toward West Blockton. So this is the storm that we're going to stay on, Bridget. We're going to watch this very closely as, again, it's still rotating. It's been rotating and producing this large tornado in Alabama.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot with this system. We have the heavy rain, we have that rotation, and we're having strong winds out ahead of this line that is dipping also just to the south of that tornado warning. So we do have severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about. These are for these counties as we look close to Waynesboro, as well as Jackson, Thomasville, as well as Carrollville. So these are the counties involved. Clark, Washington, two of them, winds up to 60 miles per hour as this continues to move off to the east. As we zoom out here, you'll really get a scale of where we are at in relation to that tornado warning that is in close to just south of Birmingham. So this the severe thunderstorm warning still in Alabama, but just south of that rotation. Now, severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of people don't think of them as serious as tornado warnings, but I would like to mention some of these gusts with this line can be as strong as an EF0 tornado, so they can produce some of that damage to your home, the trees, as well as uproot some of those trees. So we have to watch out for this. Along with that, the National Weather Service tagging this as a tornado possible. They're saying they're starting to see some indication of possible rotation within this cell. However, the rotation as it stands right now, luckily, isn't strong enough for them to pull that tornado warning. So that is good news that we don't see that strong enough rotation. But we do have to mention just north of here, that's where we've seen that ongoing tornado warning that, like Ian has mentioned, has been going on for the last hour or so through this vicinity. So as it is right now, just south of Tuscaloosa, you should be in the clear, but the county Tuscaloosa under this tornado warning, that's until 3:15. So a little under 30 minutes left of this tornado warning. Coaling, West Blockton, that's where you are in this direct line of some of this rotation. Birmingham not included in that tornado warning, but as the trajectory stands right now, this same cell is going to work over Birmingham, still several miles out from that metro area. But as it tracks at 44 miles per hour, Lakeview, updated time for you is 3:11, Helena 3:30, Bessemer 3:30. By that point, this tornado warning potentially expired, but time and time again, we've seen the National Weather Service extend this warning, one in aerial coverage as well as time frame. That's as the cell has been maintaining that rotation. Not what we like to see, but this system has been strong. Here's a look as you see some of the green and the red on this radar. That's indicating some of the rotation as it's been strengthening and weakening. At times, it's been lowering and it's looked better, but still seeing some strengthening as it stands right now. Here's a look at some of the storm winds. It looks like to me that this is becoming more broad rotation. That means it's not as tight, not as likely to see that tornado on the ground, but still over 82. We are looking at a bit of a contrast of some green and red, but still could be producing some of that tornado. So the tornado warning is still in effect until 3:15, again for Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We've already heard reports from Ryan Carty. He was the storm chaser out in Sawyerville. He saw the funnel himself, saying it crossed over the roadway where he was at. Luckily, he's safe, but he did mention that mobile home was actually uprooted and lifted. So if you're in a mobile home at this time and some of the rotation is headed in your vicinity, you want to get out. Unfortunately, with how those work, they don't have a foundation on the ground, so they're easily lofted into the air. Luckily, with that previous report, as of now, no reports of injuries. But also in Alabama, across the state where we have that tornado watch in effect, I've seen EMS workers tweet out that there's actually storm shelters for community members to come to. So look up those storm shelters. That's actually on our website at foxweather.com. There's a look at some of those reports, and here's a look at what you should do for that tornado safety. Make sure you're going to a basement or interior room. Unless you're in a mobile home, don't go to an interior room. You want to make sure you are getting out and going.
And that was Fox weather coverage there of the tornado in Alabama. Let's go back out to the X-RAD system here as we're able to really just pinpoint it a little bit more right now. I'm just going to move it here. As you are seeing right here, the track and the strength of the cell looks to be diminishing at this moment, but let me just zoom in here a little bit more so you can see just where we are still having these tornado warnings at right now, as I'm able to bring it up here. There we go. Okay, so this is what we're seeing right now. Tuscaloosa as well, all in the mix right here. Birmingham, and you can see just how widespread these warnings and watches are right now. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on this here for you. This is a live cam right here as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We appreciate you joining us here, and we are monitoring also as well where we will hear from President Biden once again. He's in New York City. His trip continues there now at a school. We'll be bringing you the very latest as well right here on Live Now from Fox. But we will take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look here at the market right now. Dow Jones really taking session lows right now. We are at 530 points. They're in the red. Coming up in just moments, it will be the end of the trading day. Amazon, this is the big one that people are going to be waiting for to see how their earnings are today after being reported. after the bell. Right now, they are seeing a dip here of just about 7.75% there, down about $232 today on their stock, which is now valued at over $2,700 a share here. So we will see what Amazon does. Yesterday, Facebook had a disastrous earnings report there, and we saw it slip more than 25% today. What will happen today with Amazon? Could it bring back the market tomorrow? It's all going to decide on what is going to happen here with this announcement here and earnings. So we will hear from Amazon in just a bit, and then in about an hour we will have Fox Business on, and they will be breaking down the earnings report there ahead of the earnings call. So we'll be featuring that for you coming up in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox. We also continue to track right now severe weather in Alabama, where there was a confirmed tornado there on the ground, and so we're tracking that here for you. We got some shots there in Alabama, also keeping an eye on all the severe weather when it comes to snow being produced right now in major areas. 100 million people impacted with this across the country. Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Michigan, all in the mix right here as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to go on to a little bit more of the coverage from Fox Weather as they continue to track here this storm in Alabama.
Watching for you here in Alabama. You've got this severe thunderstorm warning for Wilcox County, runs until 3:30 local. Also farther off to the south and west, more of these blinking boxes like Clark County, Alabama. Farther off to the south, that's Washington County, Alabama. And then that looks like a flash flood warning there just off to the south of Meridian. That's Wayne County in Mississippi. That runs a bit longer, 5:45 Central Time. That's something that we should point out. Obviously, we've been watching the rotation within these very strong storms, but they've been prolific rainmakers, and the individual cells are moving quickly, but the overall line, that's really not moving quickly. It's a slow mover. That's why you're seeing very heavy rain over many of the same areas. That leads to the flash flooding threat, which is actually fairly widespread across the southeast when you're talking about thunderstorms producing 2 to as much as 5 inches per hour, these rainfall rates, and not moving a whole lot. So anytime you have rain being produced like that, it doesn't take all that long when the thunderstorm's overhead to see some of those huge rain amounts that can lead to some localized flooding. So that's another check right now. We're looking out from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. It's their Doppler radar right off of I-65 there. We're looking out towards West Blockton and Coaling. Dylan, let's get a look at that reflectivity and the shear rate. We'll see what kind of state this is in. The couplet is still there. The outbound value is very, very intense. The overall presentation of that radar couplet isn't quite as intense as we've seen at times. Although you look at that right there, that red shading still showing either intense wind or also a very intense rotation that's occurring within this. So you've got heavy rain. It's a rain-wrapped tornado if it's on the ground. It's very, very dangerous situation. We're going to watch this very closely. We've got a number of intense storms on the warm side of the system. We've got a threat on the cold side of the system. We'll be right back with you coming up on America's Weather Center right here on Fox Weather.
Great job by Fox Weather as always, and we always encourage you to download their app. It's a great resource to have. You get the push notifications for when there's a storm in your area, especially when there's breaking news storms there as well. We're also keeping an eye, everyone, on look at this Dallas airport right here, where you can see a lot of snow there on the ground. But I do want to go some breaking news here. We do have President Biden now at a school in New York City. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Love for human beings, their respect for human dignity, and their belief that if we work together, if we know that we all have a role to play in public safety, the outcomes will be magnificent. We are very near the Queensbridge houses, where we had been able to establish over 365 days without a shooting, without a killing. We went almost 600 days until that was broken some time ago. We've been leading the crisis management system in New York City for many years now. And even though more recently in New York City, we've had some challenges, Mr. President. We've had some loss of life of officers, of children, and that's devastating. One life loss is too much. We still have to look at the prevention and intervention work, as we were speaking earlier, that goes on. Because those numbers, as my mayor has said before, are the numbers that don't get counted. Many times we don't look at the amount of prevented incidents that would have occurred. So today, I'm going to introduce you to, again, a couple of my comrades who do this work. You'll hear from a gang specialist. A very hot topic right now is gangs, and why are young people finding themselves more and more in these units of protection or gangs? What's that about? So we'll introduce you to Mr. Campbell. We also want to talk to you, Mr. President, about some of the trainings that CCD, Community Capacity Development, that's the organization I founded, that we provide. We provide human justice training, we provide diplomacy training, we provide what's called sustainable growth planning. So with your permission, sir, we're going to proceed and get into it. I want to introduce you first to Mr. Bryant.
How you doing, Mr. President?
Mr. Bryant is
Good to meet you.
a trainer. He's a Queensbridge.
I tell you what, man, that man's got some guns.
That's right. No more guns. No more guns.
No. I mean, these guns. These guns. Poor choice of words.
So, Mr. President, as my mentor and the ED has explained, my name is Shizam Bryant. I'm the field training specialist. And my role at Community Capacity Development is to bring these trainings to the community and the young people and the staff. We have a host of different trainings. I can't get into all of them, but I'm going to just touch on one of the ones that K. Bain has mentioned, which is Sustainable Growth Plan. That's my favorite because he designed this plan to foster self-discipline. And it's broken up into 3 categories. One is aspiration mapping, one is building bridges, and one is content management. Aspiration mapping is basically setting goals. But the thing about aspiration mapping, we touch on the humanity of people because we're a human justice site. So we deal with the 6 basic human needs, and we address those. Then we set some goals. Then we do bridge building, listing contacts of people that can help you with your goals. Listing contacts of people like the president that you want on that list to help you with your goals. And the last one is content management. This is highly important because this is the health and wellness for your mentality. And once you change the mentality, that's what we really use to get through.
Changing mindset. So imagine goal setting, right? I remember being 15 and I was in a fist fight. I was a failed violence interrupter. I went to break up a fist fight. I got into the fist fight. I had no training. I didn't know what I was doing. Next thing I know, I'm in a courtroom and a judge is saying I could spend 15 years in prison. I was 15 years old. So without the skill set or without the training, I had the heart to do it. I wanted to be a part of peacemaking, but because I didn't have the training, I couldn't do it. Also, at the age of 15, I was told that I would not live to see 25 years of age, that was not my life expectancy. If I did, I would be in prison. That's not unusual for us to hear in Black and brown communities. So when you take a young person and you say, let's get your 10-year plan, let's work on your 3-year plan and your 1 year. Let's set benchmarks. That's goal setting. It sounds simple, Mr. President, but it's not happening in our communities enough. The second portion that Mr. Bryant laid out was building bridges. That's about social capital. So everybody doesn't know that they can call their elected official when they have issues. Everybody doesn't understand. My mother used to say, show me your friends and I'll show you where you're going. I'll show you where you're going to end up. So we really focus on the networks and net worth of those networks. The last part, I think, is the most important, content management. Because we have to get young people who have access to guns, who don't have access to spaces and places to thrive. We have to get them to understand the power of their minds, that there's personal responsibility that they have to take, that thoughts become things. So sometimes we talk to young people about how much time they spend listening to certain music or going to certain movies or watching certain shows, just so we can keep a peg on what are you feeding your mind. And those are the 3 parts of the SGP tool. Any questions before we talk to our gang specialist, Mr. President?
No, I've done a lot of work in this area, but I want to hear it more.
Okay. So, Mr. Campbell, gang specialist, community liaison supervisor.
Peace. How you doing, Mr. President?
Let's see, man.
My name.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
We're in the hood, so, we're a little stronger now. But
My name is Emmanuel Campbell, and my role at CCD is bring groups of people that usually don't be together. What that entails is peace treaties, mediation, and understanding. We have a special group within our organization called CLs, which stands for Community Liaison. Now, their job is to go into different inner city communities and build relationships throughout New York City and New York State. Build relationships, get intel, grab data, and bring it back to our organization so we can sit down and debrief and see how we can go into these rural areas in the inner city communities and provide the best support. Now,
hold on 1 second. On that point, that's not an everybody job, Mr. President. Everybody can't be a community liaison. You got to be born with the gift. You got to have a certain type of, you have to know how to be in a room and just kind of, do things without talking sometimes. You got to be like a James Bond kind of character. So the training is about diplomacy. A community liaison, and we created that position to work around the city of New York so that you can say, you know what, I'm here, but I'm not here to, I'm here to support quietly, right? A community liaison knows how to be in places that are very tricky and hairy and not escalate situations. So we see people that have that kind of innate ability, but we also try to work on them with their skill sets to develop it a little more.
You like to be an ambassador?
Yeah. That's what he is. That's what it is. Yeah. And I don't want to embarrass the brother. So Woodside and Queensbridge houses have a rivalry that goes back. It's like the Montagues and the Capulets. They don't even know sometimes why they're shooting and killing at each other. And it just so happens Mr. Campbell's from a team in Woodside, right? I'm not going to say a gang, but a team in Woodside that had beef with teams in Queens. And so him coming on the team, they said, no way, don't do that, K-Bane. Do not bring someone from that side to this side. And he's been probably one of the most important hires we've ever made because he's the bridge. He has that skill set. So whether we're in Harlem, what I used to say cool, or if we're in the Bronx with groups up there, this gentleman knows how to navigate, and he has the influence and credibility to get us peace agreements. And once you're in a state of peace, then we can talk. Now we can kind of sort through, what is this about? Is taking another life going to end this situation or just keep us going? So very crucial to our work, our human justice work, is the community liaison. Ambassador, as you said, Mr. President.
I used to have a close friend who was a hell of a national basketball player. And he used to say, you got to know how to know. You got to know how to know. I can walk you into the Library of Congress. You don't know how to read the card catalog. It's of no value to you. You got to know how to know.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Let's go this way, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. President. We're going to talk about education. We are in PS 111, and we're very happy and fortunate to be here. This is a phenomenal place of learning. You know, and I've heard you speak in the not so distant past about some of the disparities in education, especially in communities of color, health disparities and others, but specifically in education. Well, when you get leadership in a school that immediately buys into this human justice approach to dealing with conflict, I'm going to let Principal Jagan describe our relationship over the past few years and what we've been able to accomplish. Just want to say again, our mayor is here. And part of the success we know that's going to happen moving forward in New York City is because before this gentleman was elected, he said, K-Bane, I get it, and he got it. He's one of the people that comes out with us on deployments, sees it firsthand, kind of like you're doing here today, right? But it's important when leadership right away, not 6, 7, 8 years later, but right away gets it, and Principal Jagan can describe what the outcomes look like when that happens.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
What are the grades here?
I'm sorry?
What are the ages in this school?
Oh, this is a community school, pre-K to 8.
Pre-K to 8.
Yes, so welcome. And Mr. President, as you know, education is the foundation for success. It builds confidence, it creates character, and it sets the foundation for learning. And we have the greatest teachers here that are imparting that knowledge on our children. We have approximately 300 scholars here, and I know them all. With the collaboration with K-Bane and CCD, we have worked to bring the resources from the community inside of our school. And we have to recognize as leaders, our role is to make more leaders. And that only happens when we step into the community. I can tell you the impact of when I walk into Queensbridge, and similar to what you said, with my cell phone. And the children see me in their neighborhoods, and they're like, oh, that's Ms. Jaggin. When I come back to school, that builds trust and confidence. And education breaks down those barriers, but that can only happen when we're careful and we bring those resources right into school. In our school, I'm very happy to say that community capacity development, they're here every day doing conflict mediation, supporting our dismissal. We understand that's a critical part of the instructional day. We have the best teachers teaching. I can hear my superintendent, Dr. Philip Compasto, saying, build community. As a leader, I recognize very early in my principalship that community partnerships is the way to go. We have our scholars here, grades 1 to 4, they all have bank accounts. They need to understand that education provides them choice. What better place to begin that? Having money for college right here with NYC Kids Rides. And I'm proud to say that that started right here in Community School Education District 30 under the leadership of our superintendent, the support of our partners. And as a principal, we've learned how to manage our partnerships and bring them in. Our scholars receive free dental in the school. Our scholars also have a pantry. The parents can shop for food in the school. When they need glasses, vision, they're getting headaches, we provide it to them free of charge in the school. So what we've done as a community, as a team, we've taken away the barriers because we can have the best teachers, the best principal. But learning will not happen. Learning cannot happen when we're faced with those barriers. When I'm hungry, my teeth hurts, I have a headache. When I can have people working with me and understanding that goal and that challenge and how real it is, and we can eliminate that, learning can happen. And I see my children building confidence. They can speak, they can articulate, they can use their words. I want to thank you for that with the mediation, getting the power of language. And one of our instructional focus here is making thinking visible. And we do that through discussion. And I always tell them, when you can choose where you live, when you can choose where you want to go for higher education, when you can choose who you speak with, when you can choose who you partner with, things become so much better and so enlightened. And as a principal, as an educator, as a teacher, I recognize the importance of doing that with our teachers, doing that with our partnerships, bringing in robotics, having financial literacy, the critical thinking skills, all of that necessary to make good humans. Violence will stop.
Yes.
It starts here. School is magical. This is where we learn. This is where the imagination can grow. This is where we have fun. We are a community school of multimedia, communication, and arts. That is led by our positive behavior director, Mr. Murray, who supports us. That is also supported by our assistant principal, Ms. Ham, who focuses on vocabulary and literature with our teachers and scholars. I have an amazing data specialist that has tracked our impact throughout the years. As a school, we went from being persistently dangerous to a school in good standing. And that happens with the power of partners.
Can you say that again? As a school, we went from
Persistently dangerous. When I was given the privilege of becoming the principal of the Jewel of Long Island City, this school was persistently dangerous. Mr. President,
How is that defined, consistently dangerous?
So the city, New York City, had a marker with a VADAR index, the violence index. When I took over the school, the index was 3.2. Persistently dangerous at that time was 1.5. So I was more than double. The following year, we went down to 2.0. Still persistently dangerous, so I'm bearing that weight. And I'm thinking, what can I do to remove that stain, to get our children learning, to get them wanting to be here? The third year, we went down to 0.9. No longer persistently dangerous. Here comes Kay Bain, helping us with that work.
Tell me what constitutes dangerous. You mean fights in schools, kids with guns in schools?
Guns in school, fights in schools, children hurting each other, children getting injured, looking differently than they came in and leaving looking another way. It makes the school different. Now when we come in, it's a happy place. Children are smiling. I get hugs and kisses. I can't tell you, the little ones are at my ankles. The big ones are over here. Just a little story of one of my 8th grade scholars. She's now the president of our scholar government. She's been here the entire time with me. When we first got to know each other, she was little. I think she was in 2nd grade. She wouldn't speak, very shy. Through the years of us being together, working with the partners, seeing the familiar faces in the school, her confidence has built. Now she's making choices. She campaigned in the school. She put up her signs. She gave out treats. She ran a very solid campaign and was elected. And she takes her position very seriously. And she advocates for the scholars in our school. She tells me what's needed. But that happened because of our work. She has choice now.
What kind of participation do you have from parents?
We created those structures. So we made it so that we communicate with their parents in their language. So they have different opportunities because we recognize that different parents have different needs. So we have participation in morning with our principal's breakfast that we host. We have academic parents who come to our academic parent-teacher teams where we share the data, the academic data.
But do they show up?
They come. So here's the thing, Mr. President. We have parents who come to the events that are celebratory. Their children are singing and dancing because we are an art school. And then we have the academic parents that come in. We would like more participation, of course, and we need that help.
We have an old expression where I come from, don't kid a kidder.
Yeah,
I know a lot about schools.
yeah.
And one of the most difficult things in schools, where in fact you were persistently dangerous or not, is the lack of participation of the parents. And the parents many times don't have the confidence to even be seen or be involved at all because they can't read or they can't write or they have a background where they have a drug problem or whatever. That's why I asked the question, because I don't know of a school that in fact is doing well that does not have more parent participation. That's why I asked the question. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just trying to understand.
I understand it, and I appreciate it. I think what you're saying raises the fact that there's an intersectionality around inequity. So education, when done wrong, is violence. When health needs are not met in a community, that's a form of violence. It contributes to the violence. And so that's why it's important in a holistic approach that we call healing justice, human justice work, we consider food apartheid. What food do people have access to? That is something that contributes to violence. So when students don't feel safe, there is no learning. The SGP, the tool that we spoke about, Mr. President, is about taking the individual from survival mode mentality, survival, fight, flight, freeze, into one of creation, where an individual, be it a student, be it an adult, be it a gang member, can start to design and define reality for themselves. And so those are the type of tools and approaches that we use. It's worked here. It's worked in Baltimore, Maryland. Recently, we got a report. We did some training there in, what county were we in? In Edison County in Baltimore, Maryland, 365 days, no shooting, no killing, because we dealt with the mentality, we dealt with the food, we dealt with all of these factors that once upon a time they said was everything under the sun approach. They said, you guys are trying to go after everything, but people are multi-layered, three-dimensional. So we can't just talk about violence and not talk about students feeling safe in schools.
I agree.
We can't talk about violence and not talk about chemical misuse or dependency on substances. We have to talk about all of these things simultaneously if we're going to stop violence from happening in our cities around the country.
And what's being done here with our school, with our families, and being replicated in the district in our community areas needs to be replicated across the country for this to work.
Absolutely. I think we got a great example and a model for the nation here. If you wouldn't mind, Brother Cobb, I want to introduce Martin Cobb, Operations Manager, to talk a little bit about our pillars in youth development.
Absolutely.
Some of the
Peace
metrics.
and blessings to you, Mr. President. Peace and blessings, Mayor Adams. We're lucky that the crisis management system that we speak about, Kay Bain is one of the co-architects. From his mentor's work in the 90s in restorative justice to his work when he was on the city council, drafting the legislation that eventually became the crisis management system. There's three parts to it. We spoke about the anti-gun violence piece. There's also a wraparound services piece where we provide referrals, mental health, education. And the third piece is what we hear today. It's called school mediation. The same staff that we deploy out in those streets that are stopping fights is the staff that we bring in here to prevent the fights. The same staff that's out there that's stopping the conflicts is the same staff that we bring into these schools to prevent conflicts. And the way we do it is we have this thing called 5 pillars. The 5 pillars is actually this: financial literacy, arts and culture, critical thinking, conflict resolution, and health and wellness. All of our programs, activities, are driven on those 5 pillars. And subliminally, to Kay's point, they go back to human rights, human development, and human justice. So we're being creative in our approach and instilling these values in our youth, because the ultimate goal is we want human rights, human development, and human justice for them.
And those are the foundations for community partnerships, the community work that's being done in school. And the wraparound services are essential in schools. Parents need to know that they can come here and just get it and have that worry eliminated so learning can happen.
The one thing that I've observed over the years is that the more you have the parents involved, the better the shot. The less you have them involved, the harder the shot. Because they may come out of an environment during the day that you're providing. If they go home and mom or dad is in real trouble and they have real problems. One of the things that surprised me, as we've done, and all the congressmen and senators behind you know that we found that there's extensive studies done, if you send a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, no matter what background they come from, no matter how dysfunctional the home, you send that child to school, not to daycare, to school, you increase by somewhere between 48 and 56% the chance that they'll go all the way through all 12 years of school and go on beyond that. Right. But it is, because up to that time, anyway, that's why I asked so much about the parent involvement.
Sounds like some legislation, Build Back Better, that was passed in November.
Well,
that deals
yeah,
with
but yes and no. I mean, this is even more basic than that. Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to get at is that it is difficult for a child, no matter what circumstance they're in, for 10 hours a day when they leave home and go to school and go back, if they go back to a totally dysfunctional system in their home. And so that's why I'm asking, you haven't talked at all about the home and what impact that has on what you're doing.
Yep.
Because in most of the neighborhood, I used to work in a neighborhood that was in the projects for years. And you could tell what in fact was likely to be the shot, the kid you were working with, if it's based on the home situation they were in.
Right.
And that's why I ask about, but you've never once mentioned parents.
So outreach workers, right? We talked about community liaisons as a position in what they do, how they make peace agreements. We have what's called outreach workers and violence interrupters. An outreach worker becomes semi-guardian a lot of the times to young people. So our outreach workers will be the ones who will pick up young people, take them from the school. If there's no food at home, then we have a team that makes sure that those basic human needs are being met. Many times, young people will stay in our offices, in our centers, in our spaces, well into the wee hours of the night. We're the ones that say, let's do some homework with you here because your lights are not on at home. So there is a component of the model, and every outreach worker is assigned to a caseload of 10 to 15 young people. Most of the time, these young people are high risk. There's certain things that we check off to say this is a high-risk young person. For example, you have just been involved in the criminal justice system and you're returning. Another example, you have access to a firearm. Another example, what we check off to deem someone high risk is that you're involved in a street organization or gang. But these are
And that was President Biden there taking his tour in a New York City school there, learning a little bit more about what the situation is there when it comes to safety, as well as learning inside of a classroom there in the city. That will cap off his tour in New York City today. A really busy day there for the president. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We're going to show you just how the market ended up here, down 518 points. In about 30 minutes, everybody, we are going to be getting an update from Fox Business on Amazon. They just reported their earnings. Now, in intraday trading today, they were down almost 8%, but that is everything has changed in the after hours, as now it is up 16% as they reported very good earnings. And we'll have a little bit more updates, too, about their business plans going forward as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we're going to be getting an update from Missouri on what they are seeing out there as the Midwest, even the South there, Texas, getting all in the mix here for this weather alert. I want to show you Dallas area right now as they continue to try to plow the runways there in and around the airport. So, of course, we bring you always live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll keep this shot up, but I do want to go out to a little bit earlier. You had the Texas governor give an update on the weather conditions.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. We have a lot of ground to cover today because there's a lot of important information that we want to share with the public. The first thing I can tell you is we are dealing with one of the most significant icing events that we've had in the state of Texas in at least several decades. And as we will discuss over the course of our presentations today, there are some consequences that result from this being such a significant icing event. The main thing that we want to do today is to continue our efforts to keep the public informed about exactly what is going on about the power grid, about what the state is doing to respond to the winter storm, and what Texans can do to enhance their own safety over the course of the next few days. First, the power grid. The power grid is performing very well at this time. I'm going to be making reference to this graph and this graph at this time. This graph right here shows expected power demand for about the next 24 hours for the remainder of today and early tomorrow. It shows that the power generation capacity that is expected and a breakdown of the source of that power, whether it be wind, solar, or thermal. It shows that there is plenty of power available at this time, as well as plenty of power expected over the remainder of today and early tomorrow. At the expected peak demand, not just tomorrow, but in this entire winter storm event, at the expected peak demand, there should be about 10,000 megawatts of extra power capacity. To put that in context, that is about enough extra power to supply about 2 million homes. The second graph, this one over here, that shows the current demand for power in Texas at this time. That would be the bottom line, which is kind of the teal or green colored line. It also shows the current available capacity of power from the grid at this time, and that's the top line. It shows that there is about a 20,000 megawatts of extra power over current demand. Now, very importantly, even though at this time we have an extraordinary amount of extra supply of power, at this time, there are about 70,000 customers in Texas without power. So how can that be that there are people in the state of Texas without power if the grid is fully functioning and has ample power supply? The reason is because of issues with local power providers. The most probable cause of a power outage right now around the state of Texas for anybody who's without power is either because of heavy winds affected lines, or more likely because of an icing condition, where ice itself could have brought down power lines, or ice could have weighed down on trees or tree limbs that would have brought down a power line. Anyone out of power at this time should call their local power provider. If you do not know how to get a hold of your local power provider, I'm going to give you a website address that you could use to contact your local power provider. Go to puc.texas.gov/storm. If anybody needs access to try to find the phone number of the power provider to call because your power is out, you can go to puc.texas.gov/storm. Now, to address the down lines, or for whatever reason why local power providers are not able to provide power to your house at this particular time, I want you to know that local power providers are bringing in extra resources to get those power lines back up, and the state of Texas is helping them. There are more than 10,000 linemen already working for power transmission companies to assist with power lines that are not working. And in addition to that, almost 2,000 more linemen are coming in from outside the state of Texas to expedite the repair trucks that are needed, that are coming in from outside of the state. I am issuing a proclamation that authorizes the Texas Department of Public Safety to waive some regulations that will allow them, those repair trucks, to get into the state faster and easier. Also, to help local jurisdictions, local governments, rapidly respond with the tools and resources they need, I am at this moment issuing a proclamation for all counties most heavily affected by the ice storm at this particular time. They are listed in this proclamation that I'm about to sign, and they include 17 counties across the state of Texas. So this proclamation is now in effect for those 17 counties But we know that over the course of the remainder of the winter storm, there may be additional counties that will need to be added because of conditions on the grounds in those counties, in which case we will be supplementing this proclamation to include those additional counties. Now, in addition to the forecasts that ERCOT and the PUC are relying upon, there are other reasons to provide confidence in the ongoing resiliency of the power grid. One is that, as compared to last year, Texas has about 15% more power generation capacity. There is also more reserve power available than last year. Unlike last year, winterization has been required for power generators, and there's been about 99% of those power generators passed inspection. Last year, some generators were not available because of maintenance operations during the course of the winter storm. This year, more generators are online because they were required to do maintenance either before or after a winter season. Also, more natural gas facilities are designated as critical infrastructure to ensure operation during a winter storm. Last year, less than 100 facilities were designated as critical infrastructure. As of now, more than 2,900 of those facilities are designated as critical infrastructure. Also, unlike last year, some generators that use natural gas also have alternative fuels to generate power in the event they are not receiving the natural gas that they were expecting or needed. Also, if weather limits the flow of natural gas, we have several days of natural gas in storage that can be used. Additionally, the grid is projected to have a surplus of more than 10,000 megawatts for peak power demand tomorrow morning, on Friday morning, which we expect to be the peak of demand for the winter storm. In short, to repeat what the chairman of the PUC has said, the Texas electric grid is the most reliable and resilient that it's ever been. Now, there are more than 24 state agencies that are working 24/7 to help respond to the winter storm. And all of the agencies that are seated at the table will be making presentations about what they are doing. I'm going to cover those, some of those that are not at the table right now. One is the Texas Military Department, which includes the Texas National Guard. They currently have deployed at least 127 personnel and 52 vehicles and will add more as needed. They have 5 winter weather mission-ready packages staged in Abilene, Wichita Falls, Lubbock, Brownwood. That one's going to be moving, I think, to Wiley, as well as in Round Rock. Winter weather packages are comprised of 18 personnel, Humvees, wreckers, and ambulances. TMD also has assigned a military district coordinator to Garland to coordinate Texas military resources in the North Texas region. The Texas Military Department has a battalion of mission command staged in Lubbock, and they have additional resources that can be deployed as needed. As one example, they have been involved in assisting motorists on Interstate 20, mile marker 220, which is near the Abilene area. The Texas A&M Forest Service is currently supporting TxDOT, as well as the Texas Division of Emergency Management, with winter weather response with personnel and equipment assigned to San Angelo, Abilene, Amarillo, Brownwood, and Sherman. Texas Parks and Wildlife. They are prepared to support with 4x4 vehicles as well as personnel statewide. 2 things about what they're involved in doing in more detail. They have assisted the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Texas Department of Transportation with motorists in the Wichita Falls area. Additionally, they will be announcing later on today that some state parks will be closed for a short period of time as we work our way through the winter storm. But that will be an announcement coming from the Texas Parks and Wildlife later on today. The Texas Animal Health Commission is now activated at the State Operations Center right here and is coordinating with animal response partners at both state and local levels. Currently, they are working on potential hay and feed or other livestock-related support following the storm. All partners have indicated right now no unmet needs, but are working to prepare for anticipated issues. The Texas Animal Health Commission staff remain on standby for response for any animal issues that may arise. The Texas Department of State Health Services is coordinating with hospital preparedness providers on resource needs such as potential power outages, water issues, medical staff surge, or overnight lodging. They have put 3 emergency medical task force severe weather packages into the field, as well as 2 additional ambuses on standby to cover affected regions. Already, they have delivered more than 100 oxygen tanks in the Austin area in the event that they are going to be needed, and stand ready to make deliveries of oxygen tanks to any affected region where there is demand. With that, I am going to turn it over to Peter Lake, the chair of the Public Utilities Commission.
Thank you, Governor. As expected, we have received reports of local outages from across the state due to icing on power lines and ice weighing down tree branches and trees. We're working closely with transmission companies across the state to ensure they deploy the resources needed to restore power as soon as possible. We have worked with them also to ensure that crews were pre-positioned before the cold weather set in to address these outages as quickly as possible. If you are experiencing a power outage, please report it to your local provider, and please check puc.texas.gov/storm for information about outages in your area and for information about contacting your local provider. I'd like to thank our partners at TxDOT for working closely with these transmission companies to ensure that the necessary roads are cleared so that crews can get to the necessary equipment to restore power as quickly as possible. It's important to understand that these are localized outages that are not related to system-wide reliability issues, as you can see on the screen behind us. The grid remains strong, reliable, and it is performing well in this winter weather event. In addition, we will continue implementing the robust reforms passed in these last few months. Unlike last year, we will be operating the grid in a much more conservative approach with a bigger margin of safety of reserves and an abundance of caution. Most importantly, our generators and power lines are now weatherized to not only meet but exceed federal standards. We have worked closely with our partners at the Railroad Commission to ensure that critical infrastructure on our natural gas supply chain is identified and protected in the event of any emergency situation, that to ensure that they continue to receive power so natural gas continue to flow to our generators. In addition, the market reforms implemented in ERCOT are ensuring that our generators have additional fuel on site and accessible, as the governor mentioned earlier. Unlike in the past, they are able to economically procure this fuel, keep it on site, and be sure they have redundancy in weather events like this.
All right, when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we've just been hearing the updates in Texas. We'll take you out to Missouri, talk about the road conditions that they are facing there with this winter storm. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We got you covered. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox in this weather alert that we have here for you. Well, this has been the scene in the Midwest as Midwest states are still under a winter storm warning. Dangerous travel conditions have killed at least one person in Missouri, and State Highway Patrol have responded to over 1,000 stranded driver calls. Now let's go out right now to Fox's Madison Scarpino joining us from downtown St. Louis, one of the major cities hit with a lot of snow and ice. Madison, some pretty nasty conditions out there. We see the wind really blowing right now.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not a day to be out on the roads, and the conditions are absolutely way more severe than yesterday. And as you can see here in downtown, all of the streets and sidewalks are just completely covered with snow and ice. And you know what, just like you said, what makes it so bad is just the wind and the snow blowing everywhere. And if you're out here for more than a few minutes, it can be a little painful unless you're really bundled up. And you mentioned one person killed in a car accident here in Missouri. Dozens more, have been hurt in a string of crashes. The Missouri State Highway Patrol has responded to thousands of calls for service since yesterday, and the Department of Transportation is still urging people to just stay home if you can. There have also been hundreds of flights canceled out of St. Louis Lambert Airport since the storm warning started, and we've seen other issues like thousands of power outages just across the river in Illinois. And of course, people in the Midwest are used to the cold and snowy weather, but not quite this major.
I thought we were just going to get out of this winter with no snow at all. We had a little bit of snow about a couple of weeks ago, but nothing like this. So it's usually a hit or miss. We usually have these every few years, but usually pretty mild in the winter. I'm going to attempt to drive tomorrow to work about 20 miles east of here in Illinois, but we'll see how the roads are. I don't know if they're going to be able to get to some of these by tomorrow morning.
We're expected to see the last of the snowfall today, but these cold temperatures are not going anywhere, and that means the snow is probably sticking around too. Back to you.
Yeah, that is something right there. Madison, thanks so much for that update. And a lot of people didn't see it. Nobody saw it. And you were a trooper out there, lost the camera in the shot. No one knew about it. And you got the camera back up in time to go.
Yep, that did happen. This wind is very strong. Hope we'll get that taken care of for the rest of the night.
Stay safe out there, and great job reporting. We appreciate it. More Live Now from Fox will continue. Coming up in just a little bit at the top of the hour, everyone, we will be getting an update from Fox Business talking about Amazon's big earnings report there. It came out doing very well as they have some big wins, and it's showing right now in the stock. So we'll bring that to you coming up in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. You're taking a live look there at the beach. That is President Biden's limo there, as he will soon be leaving that New York City school that we just had. We're back out live here for you. More aerials in Dallas right here as winter storm warnings and storms continue to push there in Texas. Let's listen right now to some updates that are happening right now regarding the weather.
Very freshly in the middle of COVID, all of those snowy days and terrible cold and no power. So of course I understand that people are feeling anxious and are feeling very concerned and want to make sure that we're prepared. As the emergency management head for Harris County, as someone who has spoken to so many people affected by last year's storm, I know and I understand this is not a scar that's going to go away anytime soon. But as emergency manager as well, I can tell you guys that this will be very different. A good antidote to anxiety is confidence. It's confidence in knowing that even with the failures of the power grid last year, that we have the power ourselves to prepare and to make it through this year. And we also need to have the confidence, no two weather events are the same. And this is this year and that was last year. This cold snap does have the potential to cause some disruptions. So this is what it has the potential to cause, is minor disruptions and dangerous road conditions. And these dangerous road conditions are something that we need to take seriously. But I want to remind folks that what we are expecting right now, the best information that I have, is not the same prediction that I received last year when I told our community to prepare as if it were a Category 5 hurricane coming. I'm getting very different projections this year. For example, we don't anticipate hard freeze conditions. Those were the ones that caused those pipes bursting in so many homes last year. We do expect light freezing rain to start as early as 6 o'clock tonight. Now the roads are warm from all the cars that are going through them, but eventually it's going to get cold enough that that light freezing rain might cause a layer of ice, particularly in our elevated highways and on our bridges. So that's the biggest concern, is ice forming on those areas tonight between 9 o'clock and tomorrow when the ice melts, which is projected to be around 10 in the morning or so. So we have to be very cautious on those roads, especially the elevated highways and the bridges. And I'm asking folks to very much take that into account. Here's what we're doing. Over the past 48 hours, we've been in close coordination with all of our partners. They're working with the National Weather Service, with the Red Cross. We're working with TransStar, with the Sheriff's Office, law enforcement, our commissioners. They are ready to go to de-ice roads, to put down materials to protect them from the ice. I have asked our Emergency Operations Center as of 3 o'clock today to activate to level 3. They're going to be providing additional monitoring, additional coordination with our partners. TxDOT crews, Texas Department of Transportation, are treating roadways. They're on standby. In terms of sheltering, local law enforcement has been working for a few days already with folks living in homelessness to make sure that they have opportunities for shelter, that those who don't wish to shelter have blankets. We've reached out to the vulnerable seniors, vulnerable folks in the community that we know of, and 211 is ready to go on standby. So if there are any issues, anybody in dire need of shelter can call 211, should call 211. There are shelters that are standing up. I'm not going to give the specific information because there are various degrees of standing up. So if you need shelter, call 211 and they'll direct you to the appropriate shelter. I need to note, 911 is for emergencies only. Do not call 911 with a question about, or if it's not an emergency. Say 911 for emergencies, because we need that line and those first responders available for any kind of true emergency. Otherwise, please call 211. Obviously, if you have an emergency, call 911. Here's what you should do. what I ask the community to do. We have the power to prepare for this kind of weather. We have the power to make it through. First, monitor the forecast. Keep an eye on it. We've got the best predictions right now, but as you guys know, the weather could change. So monitor the forecast, stay attuned to the local media. Just as important, monitor the road conditions. That's crucial. I'm hoping that by now you've already taken advantage of yesterday's warmer weather to protect your plants, your pets, and your pipes, and to check on your neighbors. Either way, there's winter preparedness tips on readyharris.org, and that website also links out to the TransStar page, which has the weather conditions. I ask that folks not go out overnight unless you truly need to, and even then. And here's why. Ice can be invisible in our highways. The biggest concern are those overpasses and those bridges, especially the northern and western parts of town. That's when most of the concern is. But we don't want to see a pileup, we don't want to see accidents because of ice, and we have the benefit that the weather is going to get colder and cause that possibly that layer of ice overnight. And so if you can avoid it, stay off the roads tonight, okay? And then tomorrow, wait until that ice melts. Check TransStar before going out. That link is at readyharris.org. And if you go out for whatever reason, remember that ice might be invisible. As I mentioned, be very careful, drive very slowly, especially on the bridges and the overpasses. Check on vulnerable neighbors. If you have friends or neighbors who are elderly, who have special needs, be in touch with them. Just check and see if they have what they need. Make sure they have your information. And fire safety. It bears mentioning. If you have heaters, please operate them safely. Keep anything that can burn at least 3 feet away from any heaters. Again, our expectation, our hope is power outages will not be a major concern this time around. If for whatever reason you are cold inside, never heat your home with a charcoal grill or with a portable camping stove. Nothing that emits carbon monoxide. Remember the stories from last year, and so many families and so many people who were trying to stay warm with carbon monoxide emitting appliances and grills and ended up being poisoned by that. So please be careful with that and spread the word as well, because many folks still don't know about that danger and that threat. So I'll leave it there. I'm going to repeat my remarks in Spanish. We can all take care of ourselves tonight. Tomorrow, hopefully, the weather will give us a reprieve, and this should not be a long weather event. En este momento hay millones de personas en nuestro condado Harris que están sintiendo.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here today, giving the top stories and headlines from all over the country, and we appreciate you always joining us here for these updates. What we will do is, since we're in their Spanish version, we're just going to skip ahead just a little bit and feature it for you a little bit more as we bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
No salir esta noche para no ir a terminar en un accidente de tránsito por ese hielo. Y si debe salir, our operations center now is either the seats are filled or someone's filling the seat from a socially distanced location. And so there are folks representing various agencies who are ready to go, monitoring and communicating with each other so that we're all in lockstep in responding to any potential issue that might arise and preparing beforehand. So specifically, all of the partners know these are the roads that are at risk. Okay, you've got this road, I've got that road, we're monitoring, we'll treat it in this way if need be. These are all the folks that came together and determined, okay, the recommendation is the recommendations I've given the community. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Can I get a signature?
Sure.
Sorry. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on back.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you to join us right here as we're taking a now live look right here of Dallas, Texas right here as they are still getting hit with that winter weather. And we're talking about ice, we're talking about snow. They're all in the mix right here. In just moments, we will be hearing about from Fox Business on the Amazon latest. And we'll have that for you in just moments here on Live Now from Fox. Hold on 1 second while we get that wrapped up here for you. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, give me the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We want to talk about what happened with the big earnings everyone was waiting for with Amazon. This is how it ended the day. They're down 7%. Well, that is not the case anymore. And after hours, it is rocking. Let's go out to Fox Business's Susan Lee with the very latest on how they rocked up earnings today.
Yeah, up 18% in the after hours. And for a company that's close to $2 trillion in market value, this type of move is pretty rare, I would say. Now, we had some extraordinary earnings from the largest e-commerce player in America. So Amazon, they made a record $137 billion in sales in 3 months during the holiday period. That is astronomical, but even more astronomical, and why the stock is up so much is the fact that they made almost 10 times more profit than what Wall Street was anticipating. And as you know, with stock markets, you price out what happens in 6 to 9 months. And the fact that Wall Street had predicted a certain amount of profit and then Amazon making 10 times that amount, that's why you're seeing the stock up some 18% in after hours. Now, the reason also that we're seeing a lot of headlines from this earnings report card is the fact that Prime membership, and I'm sorry to announce this to you, but you're going to have to pay $20 more each year. So it's going up to $139 from $119, and Amazon telling me that's the first Prime membership price increase in 4 years, and that's because they've been investing heavily when it comes to video offering. They're paying $1 billion a year for the exclusive NFL Thursday night game, also buying MGM, the James Bond outlet in the studio, for about $8 billion. So your membership is going to go up by $20 or so.
Yeah, a lot of people were looking at this earnings because they saw what just happened yesterday with Facebook as it absolutely plummeted. And then today, much different story with the other FANG stock there, Amazon, as it's able to rock up.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can use the term FANG anymore since now it's an M and other names are involved. But yes, I agree. That was probably the biggest value wipeout we've seen in stock market history. More than $200 billion loss from Facebook, or now it's called Meta's market cap. And Mark Zuckerberg himself took a $24 billion plus hit to his personal wealth. And that's because in this earnings season, and it's been a volatile, tough start to the year for stock markets, If you miss, which is what Facebook did, it's only the third time in their 17-year history that they came up short when it came to profit, and they lost users for the very first time. You know, Wall Street's going to punish you for that, and you did see that reaction, that big reaction for Meta and Facebook stock. But here's the good part, is that for these mega cap, these huge technology Silicon Valley names like Apple, Google, and Microsoft, if you beat, which is what Amazon did handily, mind you, you get rewarded. And that's why the stock is up 18% in the after hour. So, it's a very fine line right now in these volatile trading times.
Absolutely. Well, Fox Business's Susan Lee breaking it all down for us. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, we'll bring you always the top stories and headlines from across the country. We'll take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up. From earlier today, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Let's listen what she had to say right here on Live Now from Fox.
Last night, America delivered justice to the leader of ISIS and struck a serious blow to the terrorist group. Our entire nation is grateful for the patriotism of our military personnel and intelligence community. It was a successful strike. Strike was a strong step toward the fight against ISIS, but the death of this ISIS leader does not mean the death of ISIS. Congress remains ironclad in our commitment to our national security, and we will continue to work closely with the administration to defeat this terrorist state and keep America and our allies safe. Today, we are having previously scheduled classified briefing by the cabinet officers. At the beginning of that briefing, I have been told that we will have a briefing from Secretary Austin about the strike of last night. But it's so sad because this leader of the ISIS, maybe it's what they believe or whatever, but he decided that he would blow himself up and his children and his family with him as well. That's what happened last night. This week, it's a very happy week for us because that Competes Act is on the floor. It's a momentous one for the future of America's workers and the economy. And as the House passes the Competes Act, ensuring our nation is preeminent in manufacturing, in innovation, and in economic strength. It's about research. I want to salute our chair of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Madam Chair Eddie Bernice Johnson, for the great work that she has done largely in a bipartisan way. I don't know if the votes will reflect that, but the bills that her committee as well as some of which passed on the floor, passed in a strong bipartisan way. Here's what we get here. We have always been a beacon of excellence in science and engineering and innovation in the world. And we invested in education and innovation and the rest. Then other countries copied our path, and they emerged as well. So we have competition now. Some of them, one, the People's Republic of China, a country of concern, threatens our ability to be as preeminent as we want to be. The technologies we rely on today and the technologies on the future must be made here in America. And this is what is happening in the Biden administration to make us more self-sufficient with American workers. It's an imperative for America's security and the financial security of America's workers and our families that we are self-sufficient. Competes meets this challenge, and I'm going to take the time to talk about Competes because it's a very, where is it? This is not the bill. This is just what we sent out about the bill. It's very intense. It's intensive. Competes meets this challenge first by investing $52 billion to support the manufacture of chips and semiconductors. Do you know how many chips are in an electric car? 2,000. Non-electric car, 1,000. But the absence of chips is hindering our manufacturing of cars. We need more chips, and we need them to be made in America. They are the lifeblood of modern technology, but are increasingly being made abroad, again, sometimes in countries of concern, leaving us vulnerable on supply chain issues. And that makes cost higher, and it contributes to inflation. We are bringing production back. So that's $52 billion, chips, semiconductors. Secondly, the CHIPS Act invests $45 billion to support manufacture and acquisition of critical goods or industrial equipment essential for our national security. And I'm going to read you this from here and hope that you would read this. It authorizes $45 billion for grants, loans, and loan guarantees to support supply chain resilience and manufacturing of critical goods, industrial equipment, as I say, and manufacturing technology. This is how it relates to our economy and our families. Supports the manufacturing or equipment acquisition of critical goods or industrial equipment that are essential for the national security and economic vitality. Critical goods include key components and products for public health, biological preparedness, information and communications technologies, energy and transportation sector industrial base, and agricultural commodities.